Just a small town girl.
Where does she live?
Living in a lonely world.
Does she stay there or was she traveling?
She took the midnight train going anywhere.
Thank you! So only a small town girl, right?
Just a city boy.
Oh, there's more people!
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my gosh.
Let's get ready to rumble.
Oh my goodness. I take it we are recording now.
Yeah.
Now we are recording. This episode is called The Base Violence Necessary for Change. Brigham, would you care to say that in your deep ASMR voice a moment ago?
The base violence necessary for change.
The way you read that made it sound as though there was a period after every word. Like the base violence necessary. Okay, silly stuff aside. Let's begin.
Let us begin.
We're going to finish this whole episode in one session. If you watch.
Don't lie, Michael. It's a sin. Okay. For the amount of time, like, normally I would
already have a criticism. Nothing.
No,
has
it's not a
happened.
criticism. It's just a thought, right?
Oh, okay.
Normally for a show, right, when
Now,
they take
hold
things
on.
slow.
Well,
but what I wanted to say was, like normally I appreciate in a show when they take things slow, right, and they like relish in the moments. But this show has so much it needs to get done that it's somewhat painful when they take this slow approach, because it's like, you don't have time for this. Like, you just do not have time. Like, I would appreciate the show better if they actually spent more time on getting things set up right and stuff like that, instead of this kind of slow cinematic
I see what you're saying. Right. Where how like this would, like, the scene we're about to have would work much better if we had a whole season dedicated to the first 3 episodes.
I mean, maybe not was like a whole season, but like it's just like they don't have time for this. They don't have time to spend 6 seconds on a black screen and music. They do not.
You know, I don't know if I fully agree, but I hear you.
Like,
I hear your truth.
If they had an extra 2 or 3 episodes in the entire first season, maybe I'd be like, all right, we can waste 6 seconds on this nice immersive feel, but they just do not have the time. Like, they're squeezing so much in. Anyways. All right.
I feel like what you're saying.
Yeah.
I feel like what you're saying.
You feel
I feel like what I feel.
You feel feels?
I'm not contributing to your point. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We'll move forward. We'll see.
Okay, it's not that I have to be quick on the pause. It's just that when we actually start talking about things, I need to pause it. So it's not just us talking over it. It's not. Anyways.
Okay, so we mustn't talk over it. I take it that caused problems for you in your editing.
It's not entirely bad, but
right.
Anyways, the people don't care about us talking about the editing.
Ever wonder what it's like to drown?
No, not until now. Oh wait, I just did what you told me not to.
That's fine. It's just if you say something substantive, I need to pause it. That wasn't substantive, Michael.
Every problem in the world will fade away.
Okay, pause. Okay, I do have one thing to note that it occurred to me while I was saying, not don't you say a word about Olive Garden.
I
It
don't have
occurred
to
to
now.
me. There you go. I took care of it for you. It occurred to me while I was saying non-substantive things over the audio, which may or may not be cut in post. But the fact that they can be cut in post and the fact that I don't feel like I lost anything,
Yeah.
which is a terrible thing because I remember this scene.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe I'm just a Philistine and I should be appreciating the art here, but it, so all Silco is saying is he's talking about, have you ever wondered what it's like to drown? And he's giving this what sounds like it should be a very important monologue, like for understanding his character,
Yeah.
but it doesn't really tell us anything interesting. It might as well just be part of the soundtrack, like
Well,
just to add to the mood. It's
yeah.
like, he is brooding and stuff. It's like, no. You can't, like, I just remember as I was talking, I was like, it's fine. He's just describing drowning in sort of poetical terms and it sounds spooky. And it's like, I just don't feel like it conveys anything about his character. And in some sense, this isn't the time to convey about his character because we really hardly know him. Like, we don't
Mm-hmm.
have time now. I mean, we do have time, but it just feels a little out of place. Like, I don't actually know who Silco is. And I do remember the first time I watched through just kind of feeling like, oh, okay, yeah, I guess we're doing this now. This feels like something that you would get like later on. I don't know. That's just my feeling of the pacing.
It's not that I feel that it is meaningless. I don't mind particularly the pacing situation because the pacing in this show for me is just shot to high heaven, so I just don't care. But right, the idea, right, because his little monologue is about like you have to be prepared to die so you can be reborn. Right. I think, if I remember correctly. But it's not like a value that we see be very impactful on his character. Like, it's echoed again later, but not in a way that's really meaningful. Because, right, the idea is like, Jinx, you have to kill Powder so that you can become Jinx. Right. And it's like, she was already, like, nothing changed. Like, she was already nuts. She was nuts after. Yeah. Like, it's not like she was a new, like, she had a new perspective or anything after this experience with him. We'll get into that later.
Right.
But yeah, this monologue, although it is interesting about his character, it really could be cut and nothing, I don't think anything in relevance to the story really would have been lost. Like, it doesn't really inform any of his decisions. It's not like it's not like he becomes like a kind of weird like cult guy who's like constantly pushing people to the brink so that they can choose to die and be reborn, right? You know, if that,
I mean, so here's the thing. That would be a very interesting way to go. And it makes me, because in some sense you could argue that's what he does with the one kid, right?
They don't
where he
lean
has
on
him
it
drink.
though.
Like, they don't lean on it. I mean, maybe they
because he gave a monologue to the kid where it's like, nothing unless you seize power, and it's like, that's a very different, like, he's already given his monologue to the kid. Like, this is something different. And
and I think that's what I'm saying is that both that monologue and this monologue,
they're disconnected.
They just sort of, there isn't actually any like substance behind it in terms of telling us about
substance.
Silco.
It's just not connected to the story. It's meaningless to the story.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I know that's
Obviously,
what you're saying, which is why I said it.
The most, shut up. The most important part of this scene, which I would say that the scene itself, well, the problem is that you can cut, like we've said, you can cut up a lot of things from the show, and you can take out one scene and it will make one or two other scenes not work very well or be confusing, but the rest will be fine because the rest is not following the same themes.
I think I
So-
would go as far
so,
to
like-
say you could cut this scene and the scene where he baptizes Jinx,
Right.
and the
right.
show would be better for having them both cut.
I don't know. Now,
It
I
is.
see the problem.
It is fat. Obviously, it's fat on a
I
rotting corpse, but it's still fat,
disagree.
Michael.
I just see the problem. The problem is if you cut those scenes, then you would, I see it more as that stuff is far more interesting to me than a lot of the other things in the show.
It is interesting, but it has nothing to do with the show as it is constructed.
But does the show have to do with anything in regards to itself? Like it's like
like I said,
Frankenstein.
I told you it's fat on a rotting corpse, but
No.
You
It's like fat from 15 different animals all put together in
okay, that's
Frankenstein's laboratory. So if you cut off
Frankenstein's
some of
fat
the-
monster? Is that what we're working with now?
Yeah, Frankenstein's meat monster.
Man, that's
and
a
I'm like, well,
terrifying D&D creature.
I'm just trying to find the
amorphous
best meat.
fat
Like
blob.
where's the ground? I don't know.
Okay.
Where's the roast beef? I want the roast beef.
As
That's
the
that
show
should have been seen.
stands where it is in regards to beginning and end, this scene and the baptism scene of Jinx, I think, could be cut and nothing of value would be lost to the means of the beginning and the end.
I will stop arguing with you on this point. I understand what you mean.
No, they're interesting because they're supposed to be telling us something about Silco, but
And we are about to see Silco getting drowned or whatever by Vander, which I would say that is extreme. That is certainly very important for his character, supposedly. But I mean, it certainly tells you, okay, he wants to kill Vander, but why he didn't do it earlier or anything is not at all clear.
Well, yeah.
But so
Well, I
it
guess
would seem to tell us something about that. But
well, in the bare bones, it sets up his opposition with Vander, like
right
in the barest bones. We've cut down Frankenstein's fat monster down to his many different deer bones. And that is, I guess if you had to summarize this scene, it would be, in the usefulness of the story, it would be him and Vander don't get along.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's really all we know for sure, because we don't know why Vander, I mean, maybe I'm forgetting something, but we don't know specifically why Vander tried to kill him.
Let's keep going, and we'll see if the scene has anything more to offer.
Okay.
Offer? Sorry.
But then there's this thing in your head.
Oh, God.
And it's raid. Survive. I'm alive, watching this for you. You're not. Sleep. You guys like that. I change it for that. I think. Oh, friend.
I mean, so he says it changes him forever, right? And he's grateful for it.
That's great.
That is an interesting idea. I don't see it played out really in the story. I mean, I guess we'll see, right? I mean, it would have been interesting, right? Once again, if you had way more time, it would have been interesting to see him prior to this event.
Yes.
And it's like, oh, how did it change him? Like, you can say it changed him, but there's no evidence thereof in the course of the story.
Because we don't know what he was like before.
Yeah. But the other thing with this, and I'm pretty sure because they have a little bit of a snippet later, right, where he, like, I don't know, stabs Vander, right? We don't know what they were arguing about that led to this. I feel like that would be crucial to understanding these two characters, but we never we're never told what their disagreement was about. I'm pretty sure maybe we're wrong, right? We'll see. We'll eat humble crow if we can find it. I want to find some humble crow, Michael.
Sure.
But how did that expression come about? It's such a weird one. Anyways,
I've never heard it before. I think you're losing your mind.
Well, maybe I'm running on 4 hours of sleep. But
you're pulling a Shakespeare with that humble crow business.
I ain't shaking no spear at any. Anyways,
I've heard of humble pie. Anyway, keep going.
Maybe I'm mixing humble pie and eating crow. I swear, eating crow is an expression. Anyways,
it is now.
It is now. It's canon now. But yeah, we don't know why they had a disagreement. We don't know how Silco was changed for this experience. He claims to be grateful, which is an interesting...
Oh, it's fascinating. That should be like the kernel of his character or something.
That would be a very interesting thing to really explore, but I'm pretty sure they don't. So it's pretty opening.
The only way you could explore it is if you got into who Silco was before. If you knew, like with Powder, that would be very interesting. If we saw Silco and realized, oh, he was a lot like Powder somehow, in some, or maybe in a certain way, and then this thing happens, and so then it directly mirrors, something that happens with Powder and Vi. This is obviously much more dramatic, but. There's a number of different things here. I do feel like I will take back a little. Well, the first part of the speech I do feel like was the first part of the speech I do feel was sort of substanceless, but this was a little bit more. It's like, okay, he's talking about fighting and surviving, but again, it's like later he talks about we're doing this for respect, and it's like again, it's like. What are the motivations? What are, there's only so many times I can say it. Actually, I suppose I could say it.
Here it sounds like he's pulling, an Ultron, where he's like, I'm gonna nuke the world so that it becomes better.
Or something. Like we don't know. We don't know what he wants. It's just like raw emotion.
Yeah.
Without any real that's pretending that it has like rationale or something behind it, but it's just like, anyway.
I will skip the intro because I've already sped through that in episode 1. Benzos.
Right.
Remember, we left Vi here.
That's right.
She had to break in.
She did, for some reason.
Well, I shouldn't have a key. That makes sense. I don't know. I mean, I guess Benzo is the meeting place. I hate that switcheroo. Sorry, I think I mentioned this in the last episode, where it's like the timeline makes it feel like, oh, it can't be Vander, and then it's like, oh, it's Vander, and it's like, don't screw with me in that way. Like, just tell me what you want to tell me, and don't play around with it. Anyways.
Yeah. Look, there's Benzo. He's like, what'd you do to my door, Vi? You smashed through the window. Why?
It's antique glass.
You know where the key is. I trust
I put it underneath the rug, right in front of the door.
Underneath the rug, like ever. Why didn't you?
I'm surprised Benzo doesn't live in his shop, to be honest. Based on
seriously.
The way...
Well...
Because Vander lives at the last drop. Right?
Yeah.
And like the way sort of more old-timey, like it's considered a modern luxury to not live in your place of establishment. And they're supposed to be in the slums. So not a big deal. It's just imagine if this scene if it was Benzo coming down from upstairs because he got woken up in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
He's got his pajamas on.
He's just like, well, no wonder you got caught when you tried robbing Piltover. I heard you all the way from upstairs. You smashed through
and
the glass.
I snore in my sleep. Sounds like a chainsaw going off. Anyways.
On the other hand, maybe that's just how people in Zon like open doors, is they just smash.
There's not a
Because
single
everyone-
key in the entire Undercity, but everything is locked.
Everything is just always locked. So you just have
There's
to
a set of
replace.
replacement windows just right next to
Yeah,
the door.
yeah.
So you can
That's
swap them out.
how their economy works. Is you have all kinds of people.
No.
who
Runs on prostitution. We've already
Oh,
established this.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Anyways,
I don't have any more jokes on that.
Yeah.
Let's continue.
you don't have any more jokes on prostitution?
It's no laughing matter.
How did you find me?
I'm proud of you. Always have been.
That's a good question. How did you find me?
Yeah, I was. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, I guess the assumption is supposed to be, well, he somehow figured out. We're just going to give it to them. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
He figured out that he's going to do something with the message, and I guess
Yeah,
the
Benzo
message
is the
was
only
meet
place.
me at
Yeah,
Benzo.
meet me at Benzo's. That's all that. That was
I'm
all that was written
assuming.
on the message. It was pre-written. It was just meet me at Benzo's.
Yeah, that's what I'm assuming is
Yeah,
supposed to be
that's
going
fine.
on.
I'm sorry. This is the only way to protect the others.
Fonda!
I don't believe it would protect them. Like,
Well,
we've already talked about.
We've been over this a
There's
lot.
4
yeah.
people. You're one person, and you don't have
At this,
and you don't have the stones.
at this, at this point, listen. At this point,
it's a done deal. This doesn't make sense.
we just have to accept that. Okay, fine. Apparently, the story thinks that this.
Apparently,
is,
the council
this
is so
would work.
incompetent.
Apparently,
Yeah.
yes. So, and in that context, I do like. I mean, I guess I
The idea of Vi
I really-
sacrificing herself isn't bad. No.
No, I like that, and I like Vander's reaction, or I want to like his reaction to it, but it's just, again, like, yeah, I don't know what else
Mhm.
to say. Anyway,
You've got a good heart. Don't ever lose it. No matter how the world tries to break you. Protect the family.
What are you?
See, those aren't bad words. Those are good.
yeah,
Like, there's no like weird like what the heck are you talking about in those words like that we frequently have with conversations, right? Like those are
Right.
clear cut. Those are simple. Those are good.
yeah.
This is the last I will
I'm
ever
only-
praise Arcane. No,
No, there's other things to praise, but well, yeah. Let's just keep watching before I say anything. It's because, well, yeah. Well, that was easy.
I'm guessing that's
Okay, pause it. This isn't really an important point, but she
Yep.
did break into Benzo's. Why can't she break out of there? I guess there isn't a glass
There's no
window
glass.
for her to smash.
Yeah.
There's no glass. For her to-
You know the reason she can't break out of there?
I
She's
don't
not
know the
using
reason.
Tide with 50% more cleaning power.
It'd be great if it said extra strength on
Extra
it. That would have been
strength.
great. Extra strength on the Tide. That would have been perfect. 50% more.
Well, and we
cleaning
don't know
power.
how long it took her to break in through the door, right? Maybe she
Yeah,
can
yeah,
break
yeah.
it. I think,
It-
doesn't she break out of this one eventually, actually?
Oh, I'm sure she does. That's
So,
why I'm kind of
yeah.
like, yeah.
No, that's not
whatever.
a-
Well,
You're nitpicking.
I'm wrong.
How dare you.
I'm wrong. I don't know what I'm talking about.
I'm never wrong.
Anyway, so is Vander's plan here to turn himself in?
Yeah.
Okay. How? Well, okay, whatever.
Once again, it doesn't make any sense. We
It
have to
doesn't
run.
make any sense.
We have to run on the
Also-
assumption that all the council wants is a scapegoat, and there's no stones. And
All the council wants is a scapegoat. So let's turn in Silco. Let's just tell them, go get Silco. He probably
Yeah.
did it.
no,
you know?
you're not wrong. It makes no sense. What's happening here? It just doesn't make any sense.
Does not make. Yeah. It's very unfortunate. Also, Vi is over in the cabinet shouting. So I guess he just has such a good relationship with the cop lady that she's not going to go, hey, that wouldn't happen to be one of the perpetrators. Now, what?
Well, that's what she says right there, is that I assuming that's for me. Right.
Okay.
And
well,
he's like,
we gotta let it
"Not
play.
love, I'm for you."
Yay! Oh my
I gotta
goodness.
quit fanfiction.net. Anyways.
Oh my goodness.
I don't.
I just want to see. I just want to see that. I don't know how you could see that. Should those fix? I don't know what I'm saying.
No.
Let's move forward. I'm tired of looking at Tide.
You guys think you're not. Look like a doomed man on that side.
Yeah.
Council needs to flesh. And so will handle things. I may not have my devilish charm. We must touch it.
Yeah, I don't know if I really have anything there. I mean, the idea, it would be interesting to, because we don't know whether or not Benzo could pull this off, right?
Right.
We haven't seen his interactions with the populace. We don't know if he's trusted by people. We don't know, right, and if he's the figurehead and it's like, the enemy arrested the figurehead, like, do we believe that Benzo can quell that?
Right. Also, I would say okay, that's not entirely. I was about to say we haven't really seen Vander hold things together. That's not really fair. They've tried to show that with like him telling them not to riot, but at the same time,
he's not done a good job of it, but it is
But to be fair, the enforcers have done everything they possibly can to rightly stir revolution down there. So
and it hasn't
I'm just like, when you start running through beating people up in the streets, then it's just like, oh, okay, well,
that's
let's
normal
go
behavior.
with Silco's plan.
What are you talking about?
Like, why are we following Vander? We're going to go with Silco because I don't want to worry. I mean, I already have to worry about all kinds of stuff down here, but if I have to worry about my wife or kids getting beaten up by an enforcer, I'm going to Silco so fast because it's like, great, let's get. I shouldn't talk
Michael,
like this, but
no one's married down here, and the only kids are
my girlfriend, my partner. My partner.
There's no kids. They're all orphans, Michael.
They're all they're all orphans. All the heterosexuals were killed at the bridge.
I don't know where you're pulling that from. I'm just saying that no one's married and none of them have kids.
Oh my goodness. Anyway. I don't have any coherent thoughts. Let's move forward. They're arresting Vander. Okay.
Why? It's the only way.
That's weak sauce.
What did Benzo give himself in?
Because Benzo's a coward and Vander is not. That would be an interesting thing to establish.
His own
where Benzo is like, I'm not willing to sacrifice myself for others. Like, that would be an interesting dynamic.
It would be super interesting. It would also mean that he can't leave Benzo in charge.
A leader, actually, in some regards, like at least when you're talking about like political movements and like revolutions, they actually kind of have to not be self-sacrificing to a certain extent, right? Because if they're the thing holding everything together and they die,
right?
So it's an interesting conundrum, right? In some ways, like in the world, leaders cannot sacrifice themselves to the degree that we would think of a hero sacrificing themselves.
Okay.
Because the leader has a responsibility. And the hero doesn't.
This is a story, Brigham. Don't you? I know we've been bringing up cynical political points this entire time, but I draw the line here.
Cynical political
anyway.
point was my nickname in high school.
I really wish I could come up with a quip to throw back at you for that one, but I don't have anything.
He looks sad though,
Well,
Benzo.
He does. He looks very sad.
He looks sad.
Yeah,
his
I don't know.
friend.
Whatever. It is.
That's his only friend. That's the only person that ever comes into his shop besides Jace.
You should team up with Jace to set things right. He's like Jace. I'm going to send Vi out to go get Jace. Where's that kid? He's the only kid who ever bought anything. I became rich.
I became rich overnight because I steal things from people and then people steal them from me. It's a vicious cycle, Michael.
And actually gave me money. He increased my capital.
And he seemed happy about it.
When Jace is standing on the edge instead of Victor,
it's Benzo.
It's Benzo.
You made me a rich man.
He's like, you made me a rich man. Come work with me in the Undercity. No, don't do it. Sorry. It's not high enough.
It's not high enough.
Everyone knows this. Okay, we need to stop making jokes about it. It's just, oh, God. Okay, let's move forward.
What a disservice having cool boss lady just die off screen.
Oh, yes.
It's such a shame.
Yeah. It is.
Like,
I really liked her.
It would have been so much more satisfying if she had actually died on camera. Benzo gets that. I think.
See, I was just going to say, like, literally when I was just watching this, I was like, oh, that surely must have just been like a grunt.
No, there's only two enforcers. Well, maybe I'm wrong.
Well, didn't they show like a bunch of them marching down there? But they just haven't shown them.
Yeah, we haven't seen them.
They did.
They were just outside, I guess, then.
It could have been a grunt. Your point still stands because we see her later dead.
Yeah.
Like, we know that's what happens. But yeah, no, they don't show it.
It would be fine if she was quote unquote killed, but she had maybe like a final word or two. Like, just give her something.
Yeah. Or have her, I don't know. Have her like describe what happened or something. I don't know.
Yeah, you could have.
I mean, the thing is I am not at all opposed to the suspense of this shot if it's a grunt.
It's better with
like,
a grunt, yeah.
Yeah, this is a great way of like, okay, wait, what's happening? And that you see it from Vi's point of view, but then I mean, because they're trying to do like the Jaws movie monster thing, right? Where you don't show the monster until like near the end, but I don't know. I feel like it might have been better to at least have a little bit of it. I mean,
I'm fine not seeing the monster
restraint
in this opening moment, right? Right. This is your first interaction with the monster. Just it smacks someone so hard that the entire liquid contents of their body is sprayed against the wall.
All the raspberry juice.
They don't have anything else in them.
The ketchup.
People are just made of ketchup.
And people are made. They've got so much ketchup inside of them.
Yeah.
Ketchup and mustard and relish. Okay, sorry.
Man, that's a weird window.
It is a very strange window.
It's like a stained glass window, but it doesn't have an image in it, and it's in Zon. I mean, I guess the prostitute shop had a bunch of stained glass windows that looked pretty, but they had like actual images. And
you know, maybe Zon was once a much more prosperous place, and it's just gone down the tube. That'd be very interesting, and maybe like people just like but we don't know. As far as we know, it's a cultural thing.
Down the tube sounds like something a Brit would say when they're going to work.
Did I say down the tubes?
Yeah,
Is that what I said?
I think you said down the tube. It all went down the tube.
It all went down the toilet.
Oh, did you say toilet? I don't think
It
the Brits
actually,
would say that.
no, I said tube. I said tube. But what I should have said is it went up the tube because that's what Vi did when
Did
she
you
sent the
know
message.
that Brits call the room in which the toilet is the toilet?
Yes, I did know that.
It's just interesting.
It is very interesting. I don't like it. I think they should stop.
Oh, we fought a revolution, so we don't have to listen to.
Exactly. That's right. That's what we fought the revolution over. So we don't have to use your silly phrases. We can use our silly phrases instead. We call it the bathroom.
The bathroom,
Even
or the
if
restroom.
there isn't a bath in there.
Yeah,
Or
they'll call it a bathroom if it has a bath in it. It's then a bathroom.
I see.
It's not the toilet.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yep. She's just dead. Yeah.
It's
her.
such a slap in the face, and it's not like the kind of slap in the face that you enjoy. It's just like, come on, like give me something. I mean, I guess she's shot, but
yeah. I don't know.
Her face is pretty clean for the amount of viscera that came out of her.
Well, they didn't want to. They had to keep it. I don't know what they were thinking. I don't know how the blood got on the window. If she got smacked
it was just
against
punched
the building
out of her. Like she was hit with so much force that it just went out.
Went straight through her like a spaghetti western.
Yeah.
They should have. That's what they should have done. Is they should have zoomed out, and you realize they've zoomed out through the hole punched in her chest, and then she falls over. That'd be so bad.
Someone cast remove blood on her.
It zooms out of her, and then you realize it keeps zooming, and it zooms through like 10 more
people.
They all fall over like dominoes. And Silco is like,
it's
wow.
Dang. It's like a million times worse of that shot in Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade where he like shoots the one German pistol like through like 7 Germans or whatever, and they just all fall over like in different directions. It's like it's the way more graphic worse version.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
Apparently,
anyway.
Okay, a little bit of a sidebar.
Huh?
Apparently, like German weapons were really prized by the Allies because America's philosophy in World War II was not build quality items. It was we have more of it than you a lot of the time.
Right. Right.
So it's just interesting.
The German manufacturing quality was prized. Yes.
That is why we won the war.
To use all of our toys. To use all of our what's the word? What's the word for like toy? Dang it.
Yeah, I don't
all right.
have
Well,
anything
let's
for
move
you.
forward, doesn't it? Let's move forward. It's fine.
Oh yeah, there are other guys.
Yep. There's other guys. It took them all out really quickly, and somehow those 3 are fine. I guess he wants.
It would have been nice to see. You know what they need? They need an Uber Teen account. They'd be able to get out of there safely with tracking and highly rated drivers.
Add your team today. That's what he wants to do for Vi.
Yeah, get her out of there.
Stay in the loop with live trip tracking, highly rated drivers. I would go back into the shop.
That might be like a dead end, like
I suppose
barricaded.
Yeah, I suppose.
This person just punched the blood out of someone, like.
And they can't even see where he went. He just moved so quickly,
Yeah.
I guess.
That would have been nice to see.
It would have been nice to see. He's apparently super fast. It's almost like there is literally no reasonable way that Vi could defeat him later. No, wait, who defeats him later? Somebody kills him. I can't remember how he died.
We'll see.
Okay. I had it in my head Vi killed him, but that doesn't make sense even here.
No, I don't
They're
think
not
so.
that low. She does beat up a lot of people. That's fine.
Yeah.
Crawl back in your whatever hole, you.
Man, Benzo became really brave real fast.
Yes, he did.
It's
The
like,
moment
oh,
he-
Silco, you killed all these people. I don't care anymore.
It's like, you killed all these people. I will start shouting at you
Yeah,
so that I can.
You know what would
get
have been a
killed
better
by them.
response? Like, Silco, what have you done? Kind of like that, right? Where it's like,
Sure, yeah.
he won't cross over to Silco because of like that field of carnage from this near invisible attacker.
Yeah. To be fair, it is for some reason extraordinarily smoggy. I guess I don't know why it's more smoggy now than it is at other times, other than for the mood.
You see, Silco has a dial back at the warehouse that's like regular
brought a
smoke,
smoke machine.
like, oh, it's a nice day outside, and then the last one is we about to be evil, and he broke the dial. He went past we about to be evil.
Yeah.
Anyways,
It's just kind of interesting. We don't know why it's more smoky right now.
I don't
but
mind.
also, like, again,
It's-
I don't
it's
mind in
thematic.
principle.
It's not too weird. Theoretically,
guess
they
so.
live in an
It-
industrial world. You know?
Right. I guess it just fluctuates how
Yeah.
smoggy it is at different points. But the other thing I wanted to say is just, again, I cannot emphasize enough. We know nothing about why Silco is hated, what he has done before any of this. Like, what is their history? Why is Benzo reacting this way? Like, his reaction in this shot gives us exposition when it's the climax of the 3 episodes.
So-
Well, not the climax, but
I'm all right with the idea that we don't. Right, because we have a little bit of a perceptive that comes from the kids, right? And it
Right.
might make sense that Vander hasn't told them, like he's the boogeyman, right, Silco?
well, sure.
It seems
If
like he
it's
hasn't told
if it's
them
supposed to be from
at
the kid's
all.
perspective, then okay, yeah.
But I think the show is mostly from sort of the kids and Jace's perspective, right? So they don't know much about Silco here.
Right.
I mean,
And they never
part of the problem
find out.
is we don't know. I don't mind. I don't mind the idea of him being kind of an unknown entity. If it were structured right, it
I
would
have
just need to
major
be
problems with it, but-
structured right, and it isn't.
Right.
I don't think.
I feel like he is precisely the kind of villain who we need to know intimately. That's where his power lies. And that's what they seem
Yeah.
to want when they have him giving these speeches about, being reborn. And what you definitely need if you're going to have him become this sort of father figure for what's her face. Later, I wanted to say Powder,
Powder
but she's
Jinx.
Jinx at that point.
Yeah.
Powder Jinx. Anyway, it I don't know. It just feels a little empty here. That's just me.
Yes. It does feel like they're trying to force in some additional emotion to the audience with Benzo's reaction here, when
though. Right.
Benzo should not be charging at Silco with what we know just happened.
Yeah.
Like
I feel like their reaction really should have been a whole lot more like
we should
fight
run.
or flight.
Yeah.
Yeah. All 3 of them. Like Marcus too. He
Marcus,
didn't know
he
this was
doesn't know
gonna
what's
happen.
going on.
He's like, I didn't mean for you to kill everyone else. Like, this can't be Silco. This wasn't our deal. If
Oh
anything,
boy,
Silco's
we'll
already
get to
dead.
that.
Yeah.
We'll get
We're
there.
gonna get
Yeah.
to it soon. Yeah. Let's keep going.
Came out of. Benzo, stay back.
You never did know when to walk away.
Wait.
Well, that's meaningless.
Yep, that's meaningless. And there goes
And,
Benzo.
yeah, no, just like a shadow. And I mean, Vander's reaction isn't bad, right? But it doesn't feel earned as an audience because we don't know anything
Yeah.
about Benzo.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
just some dude. Like,
Some dude he's clearly friends with him,
Like,
but we've only had like
it's-
one scene between them.
It's not wrong for Viander to react this way, but I think it is
No.
wrong for the cinematography to focus too much on it, right? Because it's
well,
not
I
deserved.
think the real problem is we don't. If you're going to have this scene at all, you need to have more scenes between them. Oh, either you
think
do
you
that
can
or
have-
just don't have Benzo there. I don't know.
think you can kind of have this kind of reaction that obviously it needs to be toned down, but you can have this reaction that gives us more information. But as long as you don't like emphasize it so much that it feels like, oh, this was a character we really lost, I think you can get away with it. Right. It's like in the beginning of like a war movie where you've got like a group of people and someone dies and they're like, no, David, he's dead. And it's like, well, we don't know David. We know nothing about David. We know nothing about their interactions. And we won't know anything over the course of the story. This is just supposed to tell us about the stakes. But you can't focus on it too much or else the audience will be like, wait, why do we care that David's dead? Like,
yeah.
So, anyways.
Stubborn to the end.
Man, it's a good thing that evil monstrosity, doesn't harbor any feelings about getting the snot kicked out of them.
Yeah. It's amazing how well under control this purple monstrosity is.
No, it is just Silco and this monster, and it's like his Pokemon,
Yeah, literally. It's like, why is it so loyal to Silco? It'd be interesting if Silco, this would be a whole other thing if Silco had Silco's DNA in the poison or potion or whatever, so that it makes you loyal to Silco, so that even if I'm serious.
Yeah, I know. It's just funny.
And then then it's a whole other thing where he tricks people who hate him into drinking it, into thinking, oh, once I get this, I'll be strong. And then I'll just kick the tar out of you. And then they can't because they're like his loyal puppy dog,
Yeah.
They're like, I don't know how that'd be kind of a silly, it's like, oh, his DNA somehow does this to you. I don't know. But, but that would bring in a whole other, I don't know. That might be the best way to go.
You can pull inspiration from the Black Widow movie, and
Black Widow
in the Black Widow movie, Michael, the bad guy has all of the Black Widows trained so that when they smell his pheromones, they can't attack him.
What are you talking about? What was this? Is this like a stop motion movie?
No, this is Marvel's Black Widow.
Oh,
the guy who makes the Black Widows, he trained them so that when they smell his musk, they can't hurt him.
Musk.
They can't hurt him. That's what Silco did.
He trained them so that he. Oh my goodness gracious!
Anyways.
Yeah, that is what Silco did. But that doesn't explain why he doesn't immediately kill Vander and Marcus in a rage. But we're assuming, okay, he still has his
for some reason very has awareness of his own faculties
in control,
and very loyal to Silco for some reason.
Yeah.
Anyways, now we get probably one of the worst plot holes in Act 1 right here.
What the hell have you done? This wasn't the deal.
You had a deal?
Well, there was the implication
that wasn't
that
a deal. The implication was Silco told him where the kids were. That's not a deal. That's just Silco passing information.
We have no idea what their conversation was, though.
We don't, but there was no reference anywhere until now that there was
This
a
is
deal.
true.
There was nothing
Like,
in
I
their
don't-
conversation to imply that there was a quid pro quo.
Right.
A quid pro quo. This is the first news. This is the writer for episode 3 is like, oh, we got to make sense of that there's a deal that happened.
There's a deal. How do we milk the emotion out of this?
Yeah.
Yeah, the way I think of it is slightly different. I think more just in the sense of, okay, well, we didn't see the fullness of the scene, but we don't have to, because what on earth did the deal entail?
Well, we get a little bit of
what did it
information
entail?
right here, I think, on what the deal entails. So let's what the deal might have entailed.
Deal's changed.
The deal obviously involved money in some form.
Well, we don't even know that, because for all we know, Silco just changed the deal.
Seems to be under the impression that money will have an effect on Marcus, right?
I don't know if we even know that. Maybe he's just a jerk.
Why else
and
would
he's
he?
Like, this will be funny if I murder all of his people and then give him money as though.
Well, he's supposed to be intelligent, right? So
evil.
the assumption is here, maybe he's getting paid more because the deal was changed, right? But the deal was he would get paid for
which does not
ratting out
character.
Ratting out when the pickup was for the arrestees. No, it makes no sense with Marcus's character, because Marcus would hate Silco as much as Vander, right? He seems to just despise the people down here. And his motivation is like, this is the cancerous tumor on the underbelly of Piltover, and it should be removed.
Yeah. All of our questions here would be resolved if we had what would have been a very interesting scene after the scene where they first meet, which should just be changed a whole lot. But you have a scene where they meet and they make a deal, and we explain why they're making a deal and what the deal is, and we see this side of Marcus's character.
Yeah, you would have to.
And then this would be so much more impactful, 100% more.
You would have to build up the idea that Marcus has any interest in money prior to that deal too. Like, maybe you have him and the awesome boss lady talking, and the boss lady asks him about like his daughter's medical bills or something small, right? And Marcus is like, I'm taking care of it. Like, he deflects from it, right? Like, it wouldn't have to be anything big. But it would give you something so that this scene makes any lick of sense. Why the heck this is happening? But yeah, no, but we have to have Silco know when the drop is happening, and they're like their way that they wrote themselves out of whatever corner they felt they were in. Like, Silco could just have like Vander being followed. Like, that would make this way easier, and it would make sense. Like, but here they're like, oh, we need to, how does Silco know? It's amazing that they even thought that Silco, like, they were like, oh, Silco needs to know that the drop is happening, and they didn't just throw him there, because it's like, oh, this will be fun. Sorry, I have a high respect of the writers of the show.
You know how this scene got written? Like, I suspect many scenes in the show actually got written. Here's what I think happened.
Someone read the Bible and were like, wow, this is a nice scene where Judas gets paid off.
Okay, well, that's part of it. That's part of it, for sure. Absolutely. And that's why people, I think, are like, oh, this is great, because they immediately recognize the archetype, because they're not used to the Bible being referenced with, anyway. The thing I was going to say is, so, like, allow me to explain.
Yeah.
I will sometimes listen to music, and I feel like many people do this.
People sometimes listen to music.
Oh, I listen to music, but while I'm listening to the music, I'll like story ideas will kind of come to me. I'll sort of like picture scenes and like get ideas for like stories of like, oh, what if like I had this kind of and there won't be any backs. It won't even really be stories. Stories isn't the right word for it. Scenes will play out like a
Yeah.
music video. Right. And I might imagine a scene. And the thing about these scenes is that they always assume, I'll figure out like what the actual story is that makes this make sense later. But like the emotion that it needs to have when it actually happens, like all of that is perfectly clear.
Yes.
Right. It's
I'm
all
familiar with
crystal
this
clear.
feeling.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And it's like, oh, I need to create this. It'd be so powerful. It'd really touch people. But the problem is in order for it to really work and
You
not
have to
just be
construct a
a music
story.
video, you have to construct a story. And that often, and the problem is if you have a bunch of different scenes that you've come up with, like imagery and stuff that you've gotten while listening to music, and you're like, oh, all these scenes, and they feature characters who look kind of similar to each other, and or may just simply be the same character in your head, but there isn't anything linking them up together. There isn't actually that story, and then you try to write the story to link them all up together, and you realize, well, in order to really make this like whole Judas betrayal thing work, I kind of have to create all of these other scenes that are really more just to get me to this point. And I don't really want to do that because I've got all these other things. So I'll just stick them all together and kind of cobble enough story together to make it work so I can get to the music video scenes. And that's a part of what this show feels like at points. Like this is a perfect example of that, of like, what is going on? We had a deal. And it's like, no. You need to show the development of the deal, but that would take time. You'd have to cut out other things. You'd have to make a story about Marco.
I found the other part. Someone was reading the Bible while watching The Empire Strikes Back. And this is what was born from it. We had a deal. The deal's changed. Yeah.
We had a deal. The deal has changed. It's like, this gives us literally no information about, like, it's kind of brilliant in a way.
Yeah.
Because they've set it up so that literally we as the audience.
This is entirely meaningless. There's just nothing to grab onto.
We have the writers get away scot-free because they're able to say, well, there was a deal, but the deal changed. So there's no way to deduce what the deal could have been because Silco might have changed it at any point. And that we can assume, it must have involved money, but technically we can't even assume that. We could just assume that like if you had a scene where Silco offered him money and Marcus thought about it for a moment and was like, no, I'm better than that. I'm not like you scum or something. And then this scene happens where he's like, the deal changed, and he gives him money as literally like a screw you. You're not better than me. Like that wouldn't quite work, but like
it would work if he like flipped him a single coin, I think. Where it's not like he's handing him like a boatload of cash. He's just like, here's your penny for your thoughts or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
Where it's more, it's like when you want to irritate a waiter, you don't not leave a tip. You leave them a single cent as a tip. And that is how you
Have you ever done this? What you really have to do is you have to flip the coin into their face while they're carrying somebody else's drinks.
You got to flip it into the drinks.
I've mastered this technique.
I know you've been doing that all the time
for a long time. I can't go to the same restaurant twice. That's my philosophy.
Well, it's not because of how you treat the waiters. It's because you start spouting off on Jungian typology,
screaming about,
and people start like having existential crises as they realize
no one will listen,
that their entire soul is boiled down into 16 original forms.
That's right.
And
you're just a set of 4 letters.
Yeah.
You haven't developed anything else. You're not unique. Yeah, I'm trying to do a Silco impression.
You're a worm.
But I don't really know how to.
Anyway.
You're a worm.
That's 4
You're just
letters.
a number.
You're a worm. Anyways, we should continue.
Anyway.
So obedient. So thoughtful.
Yeah.
It gets just from that what exactly it should do.
Yeah, we'll just give it to it. You know what? If they had figured out how to set up, I mean, what I'll give to them is like, okay, well, this is like a super powerful weapon. It doesn't seem like there's any downsides other than apparently
They
he's
had
going to
guns
die.
and they couldn't stop it.
Yeah, exactly. It's super fast. You get an army of those. It's like, okay, cool. Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Imagine how, like in the next month, he's going to make an army of these things that take over Piltover. Imagine that, Michael. Like, that's what he wants, right? Like,
that's what they've set up.
They can't stop him. They don't have anything, Michael.
Literally,
they don't.
There's no way. It will be a slaughter like never seen before.
Yeah, and it's not like we're gonna see that he has a warehouse full of this stuff. That he learned to make it so easy that it is spilling out of his ears. This substance that gives people such strength that they can outrun gunfire, Michael. It'll be nice to see next act when Silco's just running Piltover. Because that's what must be happening, right? Especially if they have imagine if they did a time skip, right? Where he's just ruling over everything. Because what else would happen?
Well, okay, what would be interesting is if
I'm so mad right now.
If what Jason everybody did, if you made it so that after this time skip, they're
the resistance and they're in the undergrounds making hex tech.
No. What I mean is that Jace, like his breakthrough develops the technology that is somehow strong enough to fight these things.
They went straight to weapons, and it's just an all-out brawl. I see. That would be interesting. Yeah.
Or it'd be interesting if like this is a totally different story, but if like suddenly these guys start attacking the military, and then Heimerdinger is like, no, we still must not use the hex tech, and the rest of the council is like, no, we're gonna use.
Heimerdinger got punted by one of these Goliath things. He's dead, man. He's not around anymore.
They're just like up there in the council chamber, like where's Heimerdinger? We need to have the meeting about whether to use the tech, and then just like this little blood window.
It cuts to thump. Splat.
That'd be so bad. They're like, well, we're all voting for this now. We're doing it. We're doing this now.
Let's continue.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
This episode just irked me so much when I watched it.
There are many reasons.
And I couldn't even articulate at that point why it irritated me. But it was just like, man, why do people like this? Anyways.
Yeah.
And this is the best of the 3 acts.
Yeah. No,
I'm sorry, people who like this. I don't hate you. I hate what you stand for, but
it's not your fault.
It's not your fault. You didn't choose to be born this way.
I think I might have figured it out, or I'm closer to articulating why they like it. It's my music video theory. I think they like it because it's like watching a music video. They're like, oh, the story, it's here. I feel it. I can imagine. At every moment. I'm like, it's like that theory about the Dark Knight, the Joker from the Dark Knight, that he reinvents his story every time. It's kind of like that.
Yeah.
It's great watching.
Don't remind me of the Dark Knight.
Every scene.
I have to continue watching this, and I have to think about the Dark Knight, Michael. Anyways.
Okay, let's continue. We are like 1/20th of the way through.
I don't know. I'm just tired at this point. Like, I'm just exhausted. I'm sorry. I don't I don't care. I don't care that the music is crescendoing and that Vi
Oh
is
yeah,
sad.
exactly.
I'm just exhausted.
I think that's why it's exhausting, is that it's emotional. It's like emotional manipulation.
Yeah,
You're
it's
like,
blackmail,
there isn't anything
which I've
behind
only
this, but
engaged in once or twice, and man,
it's
is
like
it
somebody.
tiring.
No, it's like somebody screaming at you for like something that either you didn't do or you did do, but you do not understand why they're upset about it, and all their
Mhm.
reasons make no sense. But they're so hysterical, and everybody around them is like, "Oh wow, you know, he must have done something really bad." And you're like, I'm not exhausted because like you're hitting my emotions. I'm exhausted because I'm tired of you yelling at me as though I did. Like I'm like gaslighted here or something.
Mhm.
That shot, by the way, that one like shot of Silco like closing his fist, like this show is filled with those where you have these shots that you feel like, oh, that would be, it feel like that would be
That's
so
supposed to
impactful.
mean something to me,
It's supposed to mean something, and I can guess what it
but my
means. I mean,
cold, dead heart has long
like
since thrown
I,
out the joy of emotion.
the hand is closing. He's like,
Mhm.
aha, I'm clenching my fist on Vander. It's like, okay, that's an interesting concept for a symbol. You need a story to go behind it, though. We
Mhm.
need to know what is their relationship with each other. I don't want just vagaries about how Vander tried to kill him at one point. Like, you know, it's just, yeah. Okay, I know you're
Yeah,
exhausted.
I wanted everyone to know that I'm exhausted. Anyways,
That you're so filled with hate and weariness. Oh,
yeah, I don't know why
oh.
this music is here. Like,
Okay,
this music is really weird for what is happening and what we know about what is happening. Like,
I cannot follow you there. The music makes perfect sense to me. It's just not earned.
it's like epic, but this is
Yeah,
supposed to be like sad. Like,
it
I don't.
feels
It
sad
feels.
to me.
It feels jarring. No, this music does not feel. This is the end of the Dark Knight when they're playing that music, and it's like Batman is triumphant against all odds, even
Oh,
though he has to sacrifice his image. Like, that's what it sounds like to me.
I don't know. I mean, they could. I would certainly agree with you. Perhaps they could choose a better track, but I don't know. It doesn't
They
bother
could
me. It
choose a way
seems.
better track.
I think to me, it doesn't bother me because, in some sense, in a meta sense, I'm just like, oh, well, there's still plenty of the episode left. You can't possibly just kill Vander here.
It feels like the end of an episode. Like
It
the way the
does,
music is playing, and it's just like, what are
but
you
it's not.
doing?
I don't know. It
Who
seems
wrote
sad
this?
enough to me. I'm sorry.
Where
I'm not
are they? I
agreeing with
want
you here.
to take them out to eat and ask them some questions about who hurt them.
They might ask the same question back to
They
you.
would. They'd be like,
They
what is
would.
wrong
They'd
with
be
you,
like,
man?
You're really where it's like, no, that was very sad music. You know,
No,
so we don't know what
it
you're.
was quite sad music. You don't understand, man. I wasn't sad. I was inspired by it, and then sad things were happening, and it ruined my day, and I couldn't eat for 3 weeks. Anyways,
We've got to move forward. I know
No,
you're like
there's no
chomping at the
chance.
bit. We've got to move forward.
Oh,
Look at that. Look, no blood in it at all. And he just got punched by a purple monster who could literally have torn his head off.
He's pulling his punches, Purple Monster.
He really is. He's a very well-disciplined monster.
Yeah. Well-disciplined monster was my nickname in high school. That's what everyone called me.
That was that's what everyone in the club called me.
Yep.
Well-disciplined monster.
Anyways.
That's the title of my new book on how to pick up. Women want a well-disciplined monster.
It's a perverse inversion of like a Jordan Peterson philosophy.
Yeah, no, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's like you should be a monster, a real monster.
And then go to the club and find chicks.
You need to go to the club and find chicks. You need to be a real, yeah. Anyway,
Anyways.
we need to continue on. He captures Vander and drags him away. Look at the saliva. Everybody
there's
falling
blood.
down. Yeah, there was blood. And then
Man, that would be so touching if it meant anything.
I remember that shot. That's what I'm saying, is like the shots are composed very well. They just don't have anything behind them.
They just make me mad. You know, I started the series somewhat hinged. I think I'm a sliding door now, Michael. I think
you're
there's no
really
hinges
having
left.
some trouble.
I just forgot how much this episode irritates me.
It's it's fascinating to me that I'm just kind of like, oh, this at this point I'm like a surgeon at an autopsy.
Like a surgeon,
you know, I'm like,
you're cutting
thing...
for the very first time.
What?
That's a Weird Al.
Oh. Okay. Sorry, I didn't get your joke.
Sorry.
No, it's like I'm at an autopsy. I'm like, oh, it's all over now. This thing can't hurt me anymore. I'm just trying to figure out how it works, you know?
Yeah. It can hurt me.
Like, why?
Because it could have been so much better. Anyways.
I know, lost potential really hurts you.
Lost potential really... I would rather you languish in mediocrity than to show me ideas that are interesting and refuse to utilize them in any way to benefit the world. You should just become like someone who I'm too mad. I don't have anything.
Man.
Like,
I think that might also be the secret to why I think other people are okay with there being some ideas, and they don't recognize or have the taste to be like, oh, this is actually developed properly. Whereas for you and for me, it's like, oh, well, this is kind of sad. But for you, you are a storyteller at heart, and so it tears you apart. I'm very sorry.
I was promised twice baked potatoes, and I was handed a rotten potato, and I cannot help but cry. Anyways,
I just have a ball coming up with the stories myself.
Mm-hmm.
That's why yeah. Anyway, there she is. Like, look at these shots. These are amazing. That's what we should do next, Brigham, was we should just like take shots and then like...
Man, what a cut. What a cut. What a tone shift.
I don't even know what I was about to say, because now we're back to like Jason, everybody.
We're having fun doing homework.
Jason Victor. We're having fun doing homework. We're gonna figure out, this is me when I'm trying to study quantum mechanics.
Man, once again, I wish.
Anyway.
With episode 1, you might not remember, but we had talked about the kind of the jarring, like, opening scene compared to the heist scene, where that transition, it's a little bit better because you have the intro in between the two scenes.
Yes,
but
yes.
Man, that is raw. That is there's no buffer, there's no chance to feel anything. That is man. Anyways,
it's a real whiplash right there.
Yeah. Whiplash was my nickname in high school.
No. No. Whiplash is the
Marvel villain.
It's also a movie with J.K. Simmons that you should never watch.
Oh.
Ever find one of these lying around again, I swear to God, I will stop being so polite.
Okay. Anyway, after
we should
now,
continue. Yeah.
now I'm angry.
Unfortunately, we have to go back to Arcane.
Now I'm worried that the FBI is going to come after me after I talked about burning down a school.
Yes, you have to crank it. It works. On paper.
One night, and Victor has solved all the problems that Jace couldn't. Man, it would have been cool if Jace were smart. Anyways. It doesn't necessarily take away from his intelligence, but it does feel just kind of like, well, you couldn't figure this out, and Victor looks at it for like 2 hours and is like, I have fixed the problem. And it's like, really? Like, you didn't have anything else? Like,
yeah,
that's all it took? It just feels weak.
I don't know.
I do like that they're still in his apartment.
They are.
He just tried to kill himself right over there.
He did, yeah. They did. Well, where else are they going to go?
That's true.
He's not allowed back on the school grounds. So they've got to do it here.
He's banished. He can't even. He'll get arrested the moment he steps foot.
That's right.
On the manicured grass.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Well, we could test it if we had access to my equipment. Which is being destroyed tomorrow. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, I meant to tell you. That research is everything. My whole life.
Okay, so I guess the research books. I mean, he should have known that it was likely to be destroyed, anyways.
Yeah,
but like. The only thing that we have seen really, because I mean Victor has the research book that they needed to solve stuff, I guess, right? The only thing that we've seen that is maybe really hard to recover are the Bluestones, and most of those are gone anyways. And it's just funny, like the things we saw get confiscated they look like just like basic metal constructs, like. You could make those. Those are pretty easy to replace.
I thought he got them from Benzos, so it's not like it's his life.
We have no clue what he got from Benzos, man. Don't bring that back up. Look,
I don't know.
His genius brain only works when he has Zonian slurry dogs. A rare treat, and Benzo happened to be selling some Zonian slurry dogs.
Sounds like I don't know what a
sounds revolting, doesn't it? I was trying to think of how could I make a chili hot dog sound terrible.
Is that not a thing? A slurry dog?
I don't think so.
I don't know. I don't go to baseball games. It sounds like what you get at a baseball game.
They got high fashion dining at baseball games.
Oh, okay.
Anyways,
do they really?
This reaction seems odd. It just seems odd.
Well, it's to motivate them to. They have to go tonight.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh no,
Man, it would take interesting. Where did he get those crystals from? That would be an interesting story.
That's a very good question.
Where did he get the crystal meth from? It was Walter White. Anyways.
Where are the other drugs going? Sorry, that's like a dead meme. I apologize. I apologize
You're
for
with
that.
Me. There's no dead memes.
And everything else I've said this entire commentary. I'm so sorry for everything.
I apologize for everything.
That is the difference between you and I.
Yep.
All right, what's going to happen next? Oh, hey, look, they've got their own writing. I never even noticed that.
Well, that's because if they'd actually have to try to explain something if they wrote it in English. Benzos was in English.
No, wait, actually, I just realized something. I never even thought about that. When they're down in like on the like pieces of paper. That's clearly like, oh, okay, that's neat. It's like they created their own language for this culture. But then you go down to the Undercity and Benzos is all in English
Yeah.
character.
That's the only reason it's like this here is because they didn't want to have to write something substantive on that note.
That's amazing.
That's the only reason it's there.
That's amazing.
I don't blame
That's
them for
crazy.
doing that, but it's just that's the truth.
They just should have. They should have been consistent about. I mean, maybe it's supposed to be some kind of mathematical.
Well,
language,
maybe it's not that.
not what it
Maybe
looks
it's
like.
supposed to be like cursive. That's like illegible. Doctor's cursive.
There is
right?
no way. That is not that. Those are runes.
Well, the end of this
You know?
kind of looks like some English letters, right? The end on that note on the left, the very bottom. There's a few things that look kind of like English letters. So maybe it's supposed to be cursive. I mean, like I said, I don't blame them not wanting to have to try to put something substantive
I know
on the board and the screen because that can be hard. Anyways.
Continuing on.
Not without the crystals. The enforcers took them all. They're gone.
Once again, the issue is not will this thing work? It's
Dove.
if it could work, it would be bad anyways. They're
yeah.
they're barking up the wrong tree.
Yes, as we have
And
discussed,
Dove cannot help us.
Dove will not help us now.
No. You heard it. You're right. Then why? Why would you risk this? Do you think my life's ambition to be an assistant? Scientists seek discoveries, ways to make the world a better place. This hex tech dream of yours has the potential to do that.
I actually like that line. That's a good line.
Sure.
Yeah. That's not him. No one ever believed in me.
Right. Yeah.
Freaking
That
most
didn't make any
favored
sense.
person in Heimerdiger's circle.
I guess for me, it's like it's nice. I don't buy it.
There's no punch behind it. There's no oomph. There's no.
Because I don't know really much about Victor. It's confusing too that he's like, I didn't want to be an assistant. And it's like, but as an assistant, you can make discoveries. So it's like they're trying to weave in this element of Victor's being sort of mild-mannered, but also very ambitious, which is fine. But I don't know. It just seems, I don't feel like it's conveyed sufficiently here or something. I don't know.
That's fair.
I do like the moment that when he raises up the keys.
Yeah.
That's great. And I don't have a problem with anything he actually says. It's like, okay, this is fine. This is setting up the motivation.
You just have issue with there's no meat behind it.
Yeah, it's just not, I don't know. It's just not enough. I'm not
Need a
convinced.
drink?
I'm not convinced, Victor.
I will open the door. You be nice and don't eat anyone, all right?
I could use some brandy, yes. What? Oh, is he not at the computer? Oh, okay. My joke fell on deaf ears.
I'm back. Yeah, I was
Oh, he's back. Okay.
I was letting my dog escape the room. Anyways, let us continue.
The dog doesn't have to watch Arcane anymore.
Yeah. Even the dog's tired of Arcane.
Yeah. He's tired of us yelling about
Yeah.
Arcane. That's what it is.
Our hex tech dream.
Hey.
I mean, to be fair, yeah, Victor just solved all your problems in one night. Like, you owe him everything.
Like I said before, sometimes you need somebody to loosen the jar.
Yeah.
It's like that scene from Kung Fu Panda where he's like, I kind of loosened it up a bit for you.
Yeah.
The dragon scroll. Okay, so they're gonna go there.
They're going to go
Oh, no.
commit
No.
high treason.
We're back here now.
That's right. We have this to deal with.
Oh yeah, good grief. Oh, this is absolutely terrible.
Benzo, they... What about Vander? They took him. Where?
So, after witnessing or coming upon Benzo's death, Echo then follows Silco stealthily all the way to a warehouse.
Well, he's and then he goes all the way back
witnessing
and cries.
potentially his father figure, his sole true family member,
Get murdered. He
get
stealthily
murdered,
follows.
or comes upon his death. He has the faculties to stealthily follow the murder machine across town to the warehouse and report back.
He's
Freaking hate this
he
show.
really held it in. He really held it in till he got back to Vi.
Based on what we've seen of him, he's kind of a naive-ish boy.
Maybe the warehouse isn't that far away.
Okay, we don't know. But still, it's across the street. Where did they go? He points.
Silco. That's why Silco is just upset with Marcus. He's just like, oh, it was literally across from my evil lake. But those is just across. They had no idea that they were doing all their stuff across from each other. And Echo is like, I saw. He dragged him into a warehouse.
No.
Okay, anyway.
Yeah, I don't believe that Echo witnessing or coming upon that would have the faculties to perform the feat that they just gloss over here. And
it would make so much more sense if they it'd make more sense if they knew about Silco beforehand. They knew where he has his headquarters, and Vander's like, you never go there.
I think I could buy Brianna, quiet. I think I could buy Vi being able to do it. Right?
Sure.
Vi might be a little too headstrong and would actually try to, I don't know, maybe throw fists with murder hobo Goliath.
Yeah, that might be the main concern.
But Vi, I believe, based on what I've seen about Vi, I believe Vi might be able to keep her faculties about her to perform that feat.
Right.
Based on what I've seen of Echo, I can't believe it.
Yeah.
I can't believe it.
It's a plot contrivance.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're at this warehouse.
It's the second time they've had Echo just been like, oh yeah, I followed them to get out of the issues they're having.
Yeah, you're right. He did follow Jace all the way up to his house. He's just really good at following people.
He just, whenever he doesn't know what to do, he just follows people.
Follows whoever did the thing. Yeah. He's really good at it. They've set it up. They set it up with Jace. He's really good at following people.
It's foreshadowing.
He's very good at following. Oh my goodness. Oh, wait. He came back down from... Wait.
What?
We just saw a shot of the one kid.
Yeah. That stuff is temporary. Yeah. You didn't realize that?
No, I thought I had it in my head.
It's not
it was
permanent.
like permanent.
No.
So what are the downsides of it? Other than it makes you feel sick, apparently.
Get addicted to it, and if you use it too much, you get cancer.
Okay. But, like...
That's it.
Aren't people using it like it's heroin in the next section?
But like I said, they get addicted to it.
But if you use it too much, murder monsters.
You get cancer. Well, it turns them into a murder monster for a little while if they take the raw big dosage or whatever. But the smaller doses don't turn you into a murder monster.
Ah, I see. So why hasn't anybody stockpiled it and gone on a rampage? Why haven't multiple people done that?
Yeah. Imagine
there are many
if such questions had answers.
Yeah. Anyway, somebody is doing some blacksmithery.
I think this might be implying they're gonna torture Vander, but that doesn't make sense with what we know about Silco. Maybe.
I mean,
he was
I don't know what.
beating the crap out of that one kid for no reason.
Yeah.
So maybe.
Well, yeah. I
But
don't
he's
know.
supposedly grateful to Vander.
Well, it's an ironic gratitude. It's he's not. It's not like
Well,
he's
if it were
literally like,
simply
I
an
like you,
ironic
Vander.
gratitude, why not just kill him?
Well, I feel like that's what
Why
he's going to do.
Why does he want to like relish in Vander's?
Well, I think he's about to
suffering?
explain. I feel like he's about to explain.
I don't think he does, but maybe he does.
Well, we need to find out.
Oh no,
they're making weapons.
they're making war weapons. Never mind.
They're making.
I don't know why they need
tools.
those when they have this.
Yes.
Like, there's no purpose.
I don't know.
The other people had guns, and do a darn thing.
Well, we didn't hear them use their gun. I mean, I don't know.
We saw
the
one lady had fired. There was smoke
she
coming
had.
out of her gun.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So they did try shooting. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep, there they are in their meth lab.
And it's easy to make, and there's plenty of it.
Apparently.
Violence necessary for change, but we both know Topside won't listen to anything else.
Even with your monsters, you won't win a war against Piltover.
Will he not? I've seen no evidence so far that, and he can make a lot of monsters.
He could, and they seem very powerful. I mean, I'm convinced he just took out a whole bunch of.
And they had
soldiers.
guns.
I don't know. Maybe Piltover has really powerful stuff that we've just never seen.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So it is a little interesting because he seems to have no desire to take over Piltover, right? But he's unhappy with the current arrangement that is occurring, even though Piltover seemingly doesn't exert any influence on Zahn.
It's not really clear.
I don't know what he wants.
Yeah, well, he hasn't told us what he wants, frankly.
Well, theoretically, he wants the
to.
freedom of Zahn, right?
Right, that's what he's
Zahn
about to say,
already
right?
seems pretty free as long as you leave Piltover alone.
Yeah. So I don't really know what he wants. It's contradictory. The story is contradictory. I don't know how else to put it.
Yeah.
I just need to scare them. They won't dare set foot in the underground again.
You'll get people.
They're already not in the underground. I mean, except for.
Well, they were
in the underground. Yeah.
Do they want us? Yeah, I mean, have we been pushing too hard on the idea that they're not in the underground normally? I mean, I thought that was the implication from Vander and what's-her-face's
That's what the arrangement seemed to be to me. Maybe we're interpreting it wrong, but it seemed to be pretty clear. You keep the enforcers out of the underground, and we don't do anything to Piltover.
Yeah.
That seemed pretty clear. Pretty clear cut.
And they haven't. If they want us to, believe that
it's the exact arrangement that Silco sets up in the next act.
Yeah.
In many ways, like he changes nothing.
Yeah. Yeah. It's what Vander has. I mean, that could be a whole thing to itself, but in that case, it's just like, well, then he's just after getting rid of Vander so he can rule, and that's kind of a different character in some sense.
Mm-hmm.
But they seem to want us to think that the Undercity is like, indentured to Piltover, and that if that were the case, then you need to constantly be showing guards down in the Undercity all the time. And
there would probably be a lot less crime down in Zon
Well,
if you
there would
had
probably be
guards
a lot
running
of-
around all the time. And there might be crime that the guards are committing on the people.
there would be all
but,
kinds
like,
of crimes the guards would be committing. Yes.
Yeah, but they mostly just seem to be committing crimes against each other down there.
Well, I don't know if we've even really seen that. I know we joke about that. But have we even? We don't really know what people
It
do in
is
the undersea
pretty
besides
heavily
prostitution.
implied because they have jobs that they do, but they're not allowed to do jobs in Piltover, and their jobs are all unbecoming of the youth.
Yeah, I know, but I know we joke about that.
I mean, it
but it's
hasn't been
like-
explicitly said that they're just stealing from each other all the time, but what we've seen would imply very heavily that's what they do.
Yeah, it's not coherent,
No.
is what I'm saying, because there's no way
they
that
don't
that
know. They don't
works.
know what's happening.
Yeah.
Anyways, this guy,
Anyways,
he's having a
this poor
rough
guy.
time. Yeah.
And the other guy is laughing at him. And when the other guy's laughing at him, I feel towards him the way I feel towards J.K.
Simmons and Whiplash.
Get the fuck out of my sight before I demolish you.
What? Pride?
For respect.
And once again, we have a different, right? His
Yes.
first thing is like power. His second thing is what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And his third thing is respect. And they don't seem to be connected or
Yeah.
like, it just seems like he says what he needs to say at the moment to make the script sound cool.
Yeah. Yes, that's exactly what it is. It sounds like a mosaic of a story. Not even a mosaic, a collage. It ends up
I
kind of
went to
looking like
collage
something
once.
at the end.
Sorry.
Did you go to collage on the Navy's dime?
No. No.
Are you nuke?
I'm
are
not
you
nuke smart.
smart?
It's really funny. We keep mentioning nukes because of the blue orbs,
Because of-
the crystals. Anyways.
Opportunity. Everything they've denied us.
Okay, you know what? We need to rewind just a little bit because we've been talking over Silco's speech, and I feel like it's important for us
All
to
right.
say anything about it. So we need the full thing here. We need the full thing. All right. This is no. We went too far.
We'll get it. We're doing it
Okay.
again.
Okay, we'll get the full experience.
You are my brother.
It means nothing. We never know anything about it. It's
Yeah.
just, it's so empty.
It's
so
frustrating
empty.
because it feels like it should be so impactful. There's so much power here. I so much potential here for like their whole relationship, of like, oh, but they only hint at it here. They hint at it in the same way that one might like hint at it in the description for characters on a League of Legends page of like, here's this character. He's got a dark past with Silco, but we'll just hint at it because we don't actually know what it is. But we know they have a dark past because that's the character,
Mhm.
But
I
it's
think
even more
the
painful.
League of
here.
Legends pages actually are pretty detailed usually.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know. I don't look at them, so I do not want to besmirch them without
Yeah, okay. I
proper
will
cause.
not besmirch.
They might be
I will
better
not
than the
besmirch.
show. It's not a
The
hard
point is-
bar.
What I want to say a few things about that exchange that just happened, because so at this point the show seems to be under the impression, and to some extent they're correct, that although we keep emphasizing that the enforcers are not like a constant presence in the city, and that's the whole point of Vander's arrangement. Apparently, they can still go down there in certain
Well,
events.
they clearly can because they have.
And rough people up, which I was complaining about earlier, of like, okay, well, that's no good. So I can certainly appreciate the idea of Silco being like, no, we just need to scare them so they don't come down here anymore, and we can establish a free state or something. I guess it makes sense, but
Yeah.
sorry,
Kind of.
do you have a class or something in here, or? Oh, okay. I can switch rooms real quick if that would be better. Yeah, no worries. Just
That's all right.
what's that? Oh no, you're good. You're good. I'm going to be talking with a guy on the phone here, so I am going to start packing my stuff just to switch to a different room. Because some people are going to have a Friendsgiving in the room that I am currently in, which is delightful of them.
Oh, that's nice.
So I will, So I will get out of their hair.
We did that last night at my work. I have to go pick up a bunch of leftovers from the fridge at work today.
Ah, I see.
So that I can eat them
With
veracity.
As opposed to what? Exactly.
To bathe in them, Michael. It has been my dream ever since I was a child to fill my bathtub full of mashed potatoes and gravy.
Wouldn't it be amazing if that was the speech that Silco gives here? He's like, it's always been my dream.
So, okay. Yeah, it's...
Anyway.
Are you in the clear?
I was finding myself being like, okay, I was talking myself through it and being like, okay, I mean, if the idea here is simply we don't want them coming down here at all, what you've done, Vander, is only half of what needs to be done. You've settled for less than what we should have settled for. I mean, that makes sense, but then, it'd be nice if it were a little more clear that's what's being said, but then, I don't know.
What does he do after? Right. So one of his things is that apparently the Undercity is not united, which is clear. They're not united.
Right.
I don't think there's even factions. I just think it's every man for themselves down there.
Yeah, but then how is Vander maintaining control then?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, what does that even mean?
We don't know.
Vander is like the key guy. We don't know. I don't know what the lanes are, to be honest with you.
I think they're the underground part of Zaun.
Okay.
And you have like the overground part of Zaun. Maybe.
Huh.
But so he wants to like unite them under one banner and then scare them away. I mean, what would be better, because they were already scared away, right? What would be better is he wants, or instead of, he says scared away, I think what he really means is revolution. I mean, because
I don't know. It sounds to me like he's just saying, you never come down here again or I'll sick my dogs on you.
That's called revolution.
Yeah. But it's not really. Yeah, what's odd is that, like, say it's kind of two-sided, or, oh, sorry. Trying to get room here. Mm-hmm. Here we go. One of the things that's odd about it is it's like, okay, so, because the way it's framed is like, well, the only reason Piltover came down there at all is because one of your people blew up a building. Like, so they went down there to go find, like, what's going on, like, or to get the people or something. So, like, if you realized a bunch of people from Piltover went into Zaun and blew up a building, would you send your guys up into Piltover? Like, is this really like a matter of domination, or is this more of a matter of like we're neighbors and you did something and we're sending people in? That's why, in some sense, it's weird to me that like there wasn't like it seemed to me that so the moment that these enforcers come down here when they haven't been down here for a while, the first thing that's going to happen is there's going to be a riot.
Yeah.
Like, why wasn't there a riot? There should have. I guess the idea was Vander was keeping them from rioting, which is amazing. But in some sense, then it's like, well, Vander, the whole reason you're in charge is because you keep them out. Well, how do you keep them out? Well, because you lead us in fight. Like, it's all just confusing because it's like, I don't know.
They seem to not really connect consequences and actions all that well.
Yeah.
At least on a grand scale. Right.
We just don't even know what how many times have I said socio-political while doing this?
I think this is the first time.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
I don't remember socio-political.
I feel like I must have said something pompous like that at some point while talking about
You said
this.
something pompous, but it wasn't socio-political.
I've said many presumptuous things because I just have such a big vocabulary. I'm a big word boy. And I feel like I have a right to say that because you make fun of me for it. So
Big Word Boy was my nickname in high school.
Okay. Now, just so you know, I'll need to head off in about 15 minutes. So we've got 15 minutes of footage here. We got to finish the episode.
We're not finishing this episode.
15 minutes.
We'd be lucky if we finish this scene. It's a nice shot.
Look at that shot. Look at the implications here. They're talking about.
Eye is so interesting.
Oh, it's great because you know where he got that eye was from being doused in the chemical waters.
Yeah,
like that's made pretty clear.
That is.
Yeah. Like that's why he's got to squeeze. Like there's so much here. There's so much here. Like I remember even like not long after watching, I think it was in conversations with you that I was like already spinning like, okay, what was the relationship here? Like there's a whole story here that I want told. And I don't like the fact that it's just like implied here. It shouldn't be implied. It needs to be like, I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah. Okay. Let's continue.
Yes.
Maybe we'll finish something today.
Yeah.
No, you still don't understand. Can you imagine what it's like when your blood mixes with the filth and the river toxins eat through your nerves?
Silco, what does
like
that
a non sequitur.
Yeah, exactly. What does that have to do with what you were talking about? He did just literally say, I've never forgiven myself for what happened. Why didn't he say that to Silco before, like years before? How many years has it been?
We don't. Well, it's been, because assuming that this event happened pretty close to the bridge incident, it's probably been 10 years.
We don't know if this happened before the bridge or after the bridge or during the bridge or... I mean, it can't really be during the bridge, but
now Vander
we
just
have
jumped
no idea.
off the bridge to strangle Silco, and then he climbed back up.
That's what happened right before he climbed back up and punched one of the guards with his fists.
No, this is maybe he suffered a mild amount of brain damage during his asphyxiation. And now he has a hard time, like, staying on topic, you know? That's why he constantly talks about a different ideal, is he just doesn't have any. He just...
Everyone in the underground suffers from this because of the bad air.
Oh, all right. Let's continue with this non sequitur.
Okay, he's gonna talk about. Oh god, I hate that. It's like a monster movie.
But as time passed, so did my hate. And I was left with an understanding. The only way to defeat a superior enemy is to stop at nothing, to become what they fear.
Now he's back on his power bend.
Yes, which is fascinating. His idea here, but I don't know. I'm just looking forward to like later
because he's like, oh, you have to become what they fear, and it's like,
what is Vander fear?
What is like? Because right, and you're overplaying this, and it's like become what they fear. No, you grabbed Vander's knife and slashed him. Like,
yeah. Like,
what do you mean? What did you become?
This would be more impactful if we knew what Silco was before.
Yeah,
like if he was
a
much
pacifist
more like
before.
Yeah, like wouldn't that be crazy?
That would be nuts, man.
If the reason he tried to kill him was because but then his speech would change a bit where he's like, I have become what, isn't it so interesting how we have changed, how this one event changed you into the pacifist and me into the one trying to carry on your work.
And now I tried to pacifist through anyone in front of... That's a Metabots. That's a Metabots pun.
That's glorious. That's amazing.
A pacifist. Until you got mad and tried to pacifist through anyone who got in your way.
That's amazing. I forgot about that. Oh, God. Anyway, the point being that there's many ways you could go that would be extremely powerful if we knew who Silco was before this event. Yeah. And then many of the things he says would have something behind them, though not all of them, because they're kind of contradictory at points. But this in particular, it's like, I had to become the thing that you feared most. It's like, well, that could mean something if A, we knew what Vander feared most, and B, we knew who Silco was before.
Yeah.
If Silco was a pacifist, and this was the first time and that's the reason that Vander attacked him was because he was holding back.
Yeah.
Though then it doesn't really make full sense. Well, it could still make sense if like they were brothers.
I mean, we've already established that if you want to accomplish anything in order to revitalize this show at all, you would need to overhaul so much.
Yeah.
That you cannot change one thing to fix it. You would have to change so much.
Yeah, and you'd have to leave out some of the opportunities to capitalize on others. You know, you've got to choose certain things. You need Silco to actually be something.
Bringing opportunity cost into this gosh darn.
Yeah,
gosh darn.
That's the problem.
You're pulling like some socioeconomics into this.
The show is like a quantum superposition. It's like a superposition of many different stories, but it's not any one of them.
All right, and you won.
And in order to make it good,
you won.
In order to make it good, we have to observing it. No matter how many times we watch it, it'll never collapse into one of those good stories. Brigham. It's an eternal superposition. There's nothing we can do.
Eternal Superposition was my nickname in high school.
Oh, God.
All right.
6 times. It's amazing.
Silco stabs Vander. Or
Silco stabs Vander, which I remember. I remember distinctly. It's an impactful idea. It's like something I would have dreamt up when watching Whiplash with Jake.
I'm not going to be able to cut it if you keep referencing it.
I know.
I refuse to do what this show has done to us, Michael.
I'm sorry, I'm making it worse because now it's a funny bit, but I'm just embarrassed that now I'm worried the FBI is going to come after me for.
I thought you were reasonably
okay
contextual that you wanted to kill him in Minecraft.
Yeah, that's exactly what I meant. If we were
the character brings out a hatred that
the character brings out an irrational hatred in me. If you've seen the movie, then like I think that's the thing, is that if you've seen the movie, I'm just like, listen, the reason my reaction is just so extreme is because the movie is just absurdly extreme. It's like this guy is a psychopath and they're just letting him teach in this school. And I'm just like, this is absolutely unconscionable. This is like having Adolf Hitler like teach at your school. So if you don't agree with me and you're like, oh, you know, he's just sort of, he's going to bring out the best in them. I'm like, no. He needs to, I just have I really do not like evil teachers, like, which is not a controversial sentiment. So that's why. And then so that I'm trying to make myself feel better about what I've said.
Yeah.
I've spent so much time on this. I am really digging a hole. I am just like, it's what I do. I get caught up on something and I'm just like, I'll fix this by digging the hole deeper. Maybe I'll find treasure at the bottom.
Yeah. You ready to continue with Arcane?
I think so.
Right.
I think I got it out of my system.
All right, good.
Well, let's watch Silco.
We don't want to give the viewers a whiplash.
Oh, this show is going to give me whiplash in a moment.
Yeah.
I hated you, but you kept my respect.
Now he's back on respect.
Peace with them. Played lapdog after everything we suffered.
I had no choice.
Perhaps.
I don't know. Torture is implied, I feel.
Okay, go back a little bit because I lost track of what was happening.
All right.
No. That's way too far. Okay.
I don't know
It's
the
fine,
definition
it's
of
fine.
a little bit.
I hated you, but you kept my respect. Until you made peace with them. Played lapdog after everything we suffered.
I had no choice.
Perhaps. But now you do. Gemma, we have the power. We can finally realize our dream. Brother.
Okay, pause.
They should have called it X-Volt. I feel like would be better than Shimmer. You know?
X-Volt?
X-Volt. You want it to be the same as an energy drink name. That's what you want.
Oh.
Sorry, I'm just spitting nonsense. Anyways.
Sorry, I was just... I didn't follow up your joke there. I'm terribly sorry.
Mm-hmm.
So it's... I can't...
What does he want from Vander here?
He seems to want Vander to join him, which killing Benzo is kind of a weird way to convince him to do that. It's weird because it's like, wouldn't this conversation have happened earlier? Also, it seems to imply, but nothing is certain, it seems to imply that the reason Vander tried to kill Silco is because Silco didn't want Vander to make peace with the Enforcers? Which, when did that deal happen?
No, that happened afterward. I'm pretty sure
you're right,
their
because
disagreement
he still had respect for him for a while.
They never tell us what their disagreement was about. The disagreement that was so heavy that Vander tried to kill him and regretted it afterwards. We have no clue. We just don't know.
Like me talking about J.K. Simmons. I regretted it afterwards. I've never forgiven myself for what I said to you, J.K. Simmons.
Anyways.
Have I reached China yet with my digging? Anyway, the point is, I can't remember what the point is.
So, I don't know. The way I would have done this, right, is... maybe an idea I had, maybe not the way I would have done it, because right, you'd have to overhaul everything, and when you overhaul everything, some of the ideas you have shift. But it would be Silco kept him alive not because he wants him to join his side, but he wants to keep him around so that when the dust settles and Vander sees it, Vander can say that he was right in the end. Like, he still has this kind of like respect and this desire to make like Vander proud. And it's so deep that he can't kill him and has to keep him around to see the end of it all.
Right.
And that would explain why he keeps him around. It wouldn't explain like why it looks like he's going to torture him, but it would explain.
Yeah.
It would make that kind of like weird brotherly kinship that they're supposed to have feel a little more like, you know, where he's like, I could never kill you, even after you tried to kill me. And
well, clearly the parallelism they want to set up here is that Silco is like Powder and Vander is like Vi. You know,
yeah,
and they're trying to set up something like that,
maybe,
but excuse me, like that seems clear to me, but it doesn't, you know, it's it's like, but we don't know what we, at least with Vi and Powder, we at least saw their relationship, but we have no idea what Silco and Vander's was.
No.
But the reason I brought that up is because it would fit in very nicely with what you were saying, your suggestion, which I think would work very well, of the idea of, oh, you know, Silco looks up to Vander as the older brother. And when Vander tried to kill him, which is paralleling Vi punching Powder, it would sort of, I suppose, be the idea. Even after that, even though he now hates Vander, he still respects Vander and wants, I mean, that would be a very interesting idea. You're right. But it just struck me that it's like, okay, maybe they had something like that in mind, but it's just not communicated.
But yeah, I'm not entirely because you're right. It does on the explicit surface, it does seem like he's trying to recruit Vander. He did a terrible job of it. Like he's as incompetent as the council. And so, yeah, my natural instinct was just like, well, no, he doesn't want to recruit Vander. He must want him around because he can't bring himself to kill him. And he also wants to be proven right in the end.
Yeah.
And yeah, no, this is baloney. Anyways, you ready to continue?
I actually do need to hop off. So this is a good moment to hop off.
We got like 15 seconds left of the scene.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll finish the scene then. We'll finish the scene.
We won't say a word.
You've done. And so, these kids, in fighting topside, you'd sacrifice everything that we are. It's not the way. Can't you see that? Kill me if you have to. But please, spare the lanes.
You die for the cause, but you won't fight for one.
I'm just not that man anymore.
Now I'll show you what you really are.
Oh, there she is.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just
I don't
know what Silco
I have no
wants.
idea.
I don't know what his intention is with Vander. I'm just tired.
It's good I'm about to head off then. The thing that I do like
trying to carry water for this show.
I do like the line where Silco's like, you're willing to die for the cause, but you won't fight for it. Well, I do really like that.
Especially right after he gives himself up. Like that's a powerful line, potentially.
So we'll end on a good note.
On a good note.
Yeah. Okay. Well, on that, I must be off. But as usual, fascinating. We will pick up next time.
And hopefully I will have fixed OBS by then. Woo!
Yeah.
All right.
Alrighty. Take care, sir.
Bye.
It's been explained to me several times, but I can't retain any of it.
We have an Alabaman family tree.
An Alabama?
It's recursive. No.
Do you really?
No,
really?
No,
okay. Like, I'm my own grandpa.
I love that song. It's so good. Which means that I am my own grandpa.
Have you seen? I'm assuming you. No, actually, I think you're the one who sent it to me.
Probably.
The video where it's like diagramming it
Yeah.
out as he's singing. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
great.
It's like he just sounds so confused while he's singing it. Like that means my wife is my sister or whatever. He's just going like
My wife is my sister, but
Sister-in-law.
also my niece or something.
and
I don't know.
And if that means that, then that means I am my own grandpa.
Grandpa.
Oh,
Oh, it's glorious. Glorious, it's glorious.
I fixed OBS. I
Yay!
downloaded all those plugins that I was using, so that's nice.
Yay!
We had just been discussing how Silco. We don't understand. We don't get what Silco wants.
Yes, it is not sufficiently clear what his goal actually is.
I think his goal is to look cool.
Well, he's succeeding at
Yeah,
that.
he's very cool.
Everyone in this show, maybe not everybody,
Man,
but
Vander gave him
most
a black
people.
eye that's lasted forever. That was a good one.
I don't know if that's it's not really a black eye at this point.
It is a black eye. The eye is literally black.
Is it? No, it's got like kind of a yellowish thing because he's got the
Well, the center
like,
is yellowish,
mechanical
but
thing.
like his silver
okay, that's true.
In fighting topside,
Come on,
Oh, no, that's-
come on, hurry up.
Somebody.
that we are.
I'm looking. I don't know if you're watching the stream yet, but
Yeah. No, I'm watching the stream. Are we recording or?
yeah, we are.
Oh, okay.
If you have to,
We need a close up on.
spare.
Come on, it's the wrong side of
Hurry
his face.
See, it's
There
black.
we go. Oh, you're right. Okay.
It's black.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
got it's got the supernova going on in the background, but
it's got a super. Yeah, it's really cool. I love Silco's design.
yeah,
It's so cool that
his nose is almost as long as that
it-
one drawing of you that I made, where
That's why I like him. He reminds me of myself.
where the nose was so long that I go back and look at it and it's like, wait a second,
I'm trying to
that
remember.
nose
this
is like
picture.
half of the face.
I don't remember it being that bad, but I don't know. I don't seem to have
it was
the
pretty
best
bad.
memory for these things.
Anyways.
I didn't remember that everything around his eye was black, even though I knew he had scars because the idea, right, is that he literally got like his face gashed open and then dumped into a toxic river. But that's what I thought was the problem. And
That
what
was
happened to
my
him.
Batman villain origin story. Was I had my face
When
gashed
you got your face
and I was
gashed
dumped
open.
into a toxic river.
He's basically the Joker. You know?
Well, if you're following like origin, yeah, kind of. I guess. I guess
I meant
he's,
that as a joke.
he's deluded Joker, right?
Deluded joke.
Because
Oh,
the Joker
yeah.
fell into like 100% goo.
All right, let's get to it. Let's get to it. What's gonna happen next? I'm so excited.
We
Are
have
we
other
back to
problems.
Jason Victor?
Yeah, we're back to Jason.
Oh,
Victor.
okay. Oh yes, there she is.
Nice place they got there.
Yeah, very nice place. Is that? Oh, Heimerdinger. Okay. Yes. Yes.
I mean, I guess 4 keyholes would just slow you down.
I knew.
Right, if you had to-
I knew that's
If
what
you had to pick it, right, assuming that they're all, it just seems terribly inconvenient, you know.
Yeah, that's the point. Is he usually keeps it unlocked, but when it needs to be secure, it you have to have 4 different keys. It's like a puzzle. You have to solve this puzzle to. I don't know. It doesn't.
It's like a Legend of Zelda
doesn't-
puzzle.
Yeah, it's like a little Legend of Zelda puzzle. It's like a D&D puzzle. You've got to figure out which key to put the key in first. Otherwise, it like shocks you.
I do like his as the Brits would say, his torch.
Yeah, that's cool.
Like that's an interesting little design that I could believe is
absolutely.
I like that design. It's not like the nose hair trimmer from episode 1. I'm still not over that.
Nose hair trimmer for ogres.
No, it wouldn't even work for ogre. It doesn't do anything. It just chatters. Anyways, okay, but yeah, 4 keyholes. Yeah, I guess it would just slow you down, which maybe is the point.
Definitely the point.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It just seems terribly inconvenient. As someone who has to open like 2 doors every day at work, like if I had to unlock 4 locks on each of those doors, I would give up. I would quit. Like it's not a big deal, but it just eats at your mind.
That count.
It just eats at your mind every day. Like, it's like I have to open these 2 doors.
Yeah, the thing is funny is I literally this is a perfect example. Is I just look at this door and I don't even think about it. I'm just like, oh, that's a kind of an interesting design. It's a fantasy world, whatever. If it played into the plot, then I would definitely start having questions. But
well, it does a little bit because they have to open all of them to get in.
Right. So. It's also, but what's funny is that I totally agree with you. It would be nice if it made a bit more sense. I don't know. It clearly it's more style over substance here. This is such a minor point. And
I don't even know if it's style over substance. Like I don't work in like a high security facility, right? So I don't know if they have 4 locks on things.
Well, you know what they do have? They have microprocessors, as we've.
Well, yeah. Well, let's.
They could.
Don't remind me about the microprocessors, Michael.
Be digitally.
Yeah, it could be a keypad. Yeah, it definitely should be a keypad based on the fact that they have a.
Wouldn't that be amazing if just out of nowhere it's just like, how do we get in? How do we get into his office? And it's like it's a keypad, and no one ever comments on it.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be great.
It's just a retina scanner out of nowhere.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Anyway,
I mean, even anyway, we gotta push forward here.
Retina scanner's got to be hard to trick.
Yes.
Anyways,
I don't know how you. It might make it easier because if Victor is in the system for the retinal scanner,
he would be because he's got the keys. Like he didn't steal the keys. I'm pretty sure. Like he just
right. So actually, like, okay, well, let's watch the scene. Because I can't remember how this works actually. Let me see. Here it comes there. Okay, so he does have the keys. So. Okay, so it does seem like
before we get to Mel. So far, so good. Like, were you not expecting the keys to work?
It seems to imply there's some kind of a security system or something. They don't really elaborate on it, but
it's such an odd thing to say without any context that makes it.
Especially if he
if he said something that was like get in. If he said something like, "Oh, this will just take a second," right? Like that makes sense because he has to unlock 4 things. But he's like, so far so good. Like he was expecting something to jump out and bite him or something. I don't know.
That I think is the implication. They seem to be implying that I think to like raise tension. They're like, it's like implying there's some sort of complex security system thing that if he doesn't do it right, which obviously they don't set up anything for that, so it doesn't make any sense. And also because he has the keys, so even if they did have something like that,
and I don't think he stole the keys, like because he opens this door, like this is his job.
He's the second in command.
This is his life. So I don't know.
That's another thing, by the way. I didn't even think about this. Victor is second in command to Heimerdinger, right? Is that a correct way of putting this? That's how they've expressed it.
Maybe not quite. He's an assistant, so he might not be second. Okay. It would be like he's the secretary to the president of the United States, right?
Okay.
The secretary doesn't take over when the president dies. The vice president does, but the secretary still has a lot of access and power.
Access, absolutely.
So
this is the point.
Is he not allowed to be in this room? Yeah.
Well, even beyond that, just the fact, especially if he is allowed to be in this room, we haven't dwelled. I mean, we don't have time, obviously, but we haven't dwelled at all upon the fact that Victor is betraying Heimerdinger hardcore.
Oh yeah,
he's betraying the university.
Yeah.
That's a whole story unto itself.
He's a cold-hearted guy.
That's the implication. Is that he's like a sociopath or something? He just doesn't even think. I know that's not.
He doesn't believe in the principles that stop him from doing what he's doing here, right? And
I don't know. It seems to indicate he doesn't have a conscience for loyalty, which doesn't bode well for his relationship with Jace.
That is definitely true. He does not have. He definitely takes his own vision and future and ambition above any loyalty that he might have. And I don't think there's anything in the rest of the show that complicates that. From what I've seen of season 1, right? Because he just always follows his heart, right? You know, I don't take issue with that.
But you can't just say he follows his heart, because it seems to me that his heart would surely have some feeling for Heimerdinger, who pulled him out of the gutter. I don't know. It just doesn't.
Yeah, he comes off as a character in the show as one who doesn't owe anyone anything, and doesn't really he knows how to play within the world, right? He's not oblivious to the fact that what he's doing the rest of the world would frown upon. But he just doesn't care. So he might act in a way that makes it so the world doesn't find out what he's doing, but he does not care for others' principles or loyalty to them or anything like that.
Right.
And I don't take issue with I don't think they've done like a bad job by not further setting that up, or it's just a detail about his character.
I don't like it. You know who I also don't like? Mel, because she's so freaking beautiful and I hate it. That's my problem. That's my problem. Shining that torch, I'm just like, why are you? Okay. I think I'm done with that.
You're ready to keep going?
Yeah, I think so. What do you have to say, Mel? Actually,
that's you.
I don't know why that makes me laugh.
Getting burned by the beauty of Mel.
He's like, false light, you witch! Get away! Be gone!
Let me enjoy my Dove holiday treats in peace. Anyways, you were going to say something else?
No, I was just going to say I regret stopping so much, because there actually is a moment that has always stuck in my brain as very funny and genuinely enjoyable, and we've kind of ruined the pacing for it. Possibly, we'll see. We'll see. You might know what I'm talking about.
Willing to risk exile for your endeavor. That's quite the conviction.
Counselor, wait a minute. What is it, my bedroom?
Okay, pause it.
That's
the little
that's
moment.
Not bad.
I love that. I don't know why I love that so much. It's just his delivery is like Victor's delivery is like, wait a minute, this isn't my bedroom. He just immediately is like, it's kind of fascinating because
Yeah.
it's like, okay, he's a very clever.
Well,
Yeah,
his
I don't
delivery
know.
is, he's not charismatic, but his delivery's spot on for a decent
Oh, it's-
lie.
he's
But it's
great.
also
It's obviously
absurd
fruitless.
enough that, yeah, it can't be, there's no way
It's
you're
not
getting
gonna
away
work,
with that.
I like that he just immediately leaps into that, which I guess does actually support what you were saying before. That Michael, he is kind of a colder figure, perhaps,
Yeah.
than I seem to think. So maybe that is their intention. But Jace, it also shows the difference between him and Jace, which is really good because Jace is like immediately
Jace
like,
fumbles
I've
and
been
is
caught.
flusters.
Oh no.
Yeah.
And Victor is just like, I have to figure out. I like that.
Not
it's
my
great.
bedroom. What the heck?
This isn't. Yeah, my bedroom doesn't have 4 locks.
So I suppose that in this situation, we are to believe that Mel was working late and stumbles across this encounter.
And is still wearing her strange ceremonial looking
It
gown.
makes her look hot, so I'm not going to complain. No, right, you would have to design new clothes and make a new character model if you're going to switch it up. So I don't take issue.
Exactly why.
I don't take issue with them not. It's like how in like old cartoons, Shaggy's always wearing the same shirt and pants.
Yeah.
Right. It's because that's money right there.
Yeah, but they spare no expense in all kinds of other places. But anyway,
I think it's very flattering for her. So I can't. I'm just a man, Michael.
I'm sorry you've been seduced to the dark side by this. It's so funny because I haven't even finished the whole show, and he changes characters.
Oh, she becomes a bleeding heart in the second, third act.
That's the thing.
It's so absurd. Anyways, we'll get there. But I mean, I guess there's nothing. If I were making this right, I would probably show her working late and maybe have her walking down the hall, and then she hears like a jangle of keys and she diverts from her path to figure out what's going on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, it's the same.
You could show them
a little bit of
sneaking
suspense
into the building and then switch to her working, and then a noise happen. You switch back and forth between is Mel going to find out? Is she going to go there? And then you have the little not jump scare, but little thing of she did show up.
Obviously, the end result is the same story-wise, right? Well, okay, not story-wise, like going forward with the story, because that's a little story in and of itself. But so I suppose
it's fine.
I suppose I can't take issue with her finding them, right? But without the rest of that stuff, it kind of feels like she just knew they were breaking in and was waiting for them.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that is true.
And that I take a little bit of issue with, because I don't see any reason why she would believe that. Because one, for this to really work, or for her to really know, she would have to know that Victor was on his side, and she would have to know a fair bit about Victor. And she doesn't really seem to know too much about Victor, and I don't see any good reason why she would believe that Victor is on his side. So
I mean, I suppose that it is quite a leap to suddenly go, I guess you've betrayed Heimerdinger and the institution you've worked for a long time.
She hasn't seen them chat. She hasn't.
Yeah, she hasn't seen. She really
probably
hasn't seen much of anything.
Well, the only thing she's seen is the trial. She was there at the trial. And Victor wasn't there, I don't think.
Victor was not there. That's her only interaction with Jason at this point, beyond finding out intel from other people, which
and
I suppose
so
is considerable. So.
Yeah, I think it would have made a lot more sense if we had taken the time to show her working, and maybe you could drop a few more things about the world in, right? When she's working, and maybe about her assistant, because she's keeping her assistant late, and her assistant's like, I really need to go home. Like I got like kids at home, and Mel.
Oh, that'd be great because you could learn more about Mel.
And Mel, like, either
Mel is learn. Okay,
maybe Mel does say, oh, I forgot, and you need to go home, or maybe she's like, well, I pay you to help me with these things, and I'm not done yet, right? You could. It's an opportunity to learn about Mel.
Absolutely.
And
you know what's so bizarre?
What?
You know what's so bizarre is that just like hearing that idea of like, oh, we'll learn a bit more about like what makes Mel tick.
Yeah.
Instantly if they had that, it would and maybe they do later on, or they think that they do later on, but instantly like alleviates my bizarre irrational frustration with Mel. Like if they had that,
I mean,
would probably
I have
like,
an irrational frustration with Mel, but yeah, that's just because she's pretty and not real, you know, and that's
totally
frustrating,
not,
Michael.
Totally not my problem. But definitely not. But no, like, I don't know. Immediately my brain was like, oh, just in a few lines of dialogue, you'd communicate so much about her motivations. Like, oh, like, wouldn't it be great if the exchange was something along the lines of her assistant is like, you know, you realize, oh, her assistant actually is like married and has kids or something.
Yeah.
And is like, I really need to go back. And Mel makes some comment about like, you know, I'm glad that you seem like you're a good mother or something like that, you know, like to be like, oh, so when we meet Mel's mother, we've already got it seated. It's not totally necessary, but yeah, no, I like there's a lot of different things you could potentially do.
Yeah.
I think I don't know. To give her this,
for a show that is often praised for its subtlety, its show don't tell, right?
Yeah.
I feel like watching it, it's very heavy hitting a lot of the times, and I would really appreciate some of these more subtler things that tell us about the character that isn't directly affecting like the primary line of story. And yeah, you're right. There would be a chance maybe if you wanted to set it up to explain that Mel has issues with her mother, right? Or just to set up that she has issues with her mother before her mother
issues with her mother, and that this clearly helps to inform elements of why she
behaves the way she does.
I think that's what it is it's just the hint of giving more of an explanation for, oh, this is why you're a ruthless businesswoman. You're, you know, not ruthless being the main key, because I was under the clear impression they were trying to set her up. Well, we've already had this conversation.
Well, we're about to see a little bit of ruthlessness right here.
Yes, exactly. She's about to be like, you can serve me and my purposes. I don't actually care about you as human beings. I'm the equivalent. I'm the equivalent of like big, fat CEO capitalist man, but it's all okay.
But in a more palatable shape for the rest of us.
Exactly. And that is part of what bothers me, is it's like a big, like, classic evil CEO man, but he's been recast into the shape of like Galadriel or something. And I'm just like, stop! I don't like this. Okay, I've complained about it so much.
Let's
this
have
is very helpful for me. It's like therapy.
And then we can talk about it.
Okay.
We'll see. Maybe we can make it to the end of this scene before we talk about it. It's only a minute. We'll see.
Okay. Yeah. Well, let's plan on it.
You couldn't do so earlier today. How is tonight any different?
Never mind. We can't do it. Once again, we have the issue where in the council, the primary issue I felt like was not that you couldn't make it work. It was if you did make it work, I'm sure I've used this example before, but it'd be like making a firearm in your backyard, and it's like, well, so far my experiments haven't worked, and it's like, well, the issue isn't that it isn't working, it's that when it does work, we don't like what it does. There's two issues. Like, we don't want you blowing yourself up in the backyard anyways, but also we don't want you manufacturing a functional firearm in your backyard that's unlicensed.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And the show has pivoted hard to the issue being the secondary one, which is that the gun that you're making in your backyard doesn't work. And it's like, I'm pretty clear with what I have been told about the society that is very secondary to the primary problem is if it does work, we don't like it.
Yes, which is represented most of the time by Heimerdinger, but is dropped when it is convenient.
Oh yeah,
for the story.
It's dropped immediately in the second act. He no longer no longer is fretting about it. Once again, it feels like two different people wrote the scenes. The council scene was very much someone who's like, the society doesn't like magic. Obviously, magic has been in the hands of like specially born people in the past, but they don't like the awesome power that it dictates. And and then you have these other people who are writing these scenes. It's like, well, it doesn't work. You know?
Yeah. This is that kind of trope. This is that trope in story. No one believes he can get it to work versus the other one where they believe
knot in Jace's tie. I like how they tie their ties.
They do. Actually, I just realized they have. They are dressed. I guess that's the point. They're dressed very similarly. I guess that's how people dress.
Yeah, they're
dressed exactly.
I don't know if that's from
the
academy or if that's like the academy.
I'm assuming
uniform.
it must be. It must be. Yeah, but their ties indicate status or something.
And
they indicate their personalities, because Jace is very passionate and Victor is cold-hearted and rational.
Oh no!
That's what's going on.
Michael,
don't you know about color theory and symbolism, Brigham?
Michael, what? I have a problem, Michael.
Did I kill you?
I shouldn't have looked at the ties, Michael.
Hey, listen, I'm okay with stuff like that. I like symbolism and stuff. It's just can't, you need a story behind it.
Okay, so Jace's tie here has like a strap that goes across. This is not related to me. Which seems to imply that the collar is like maybe free floating or something. I don't know, but
you weren't even listening to what I was.
But Victor here, it doesn't have that strap.
So
and
I don't know why Jace has it. It seems like
something looks wrong. I don't know what's wrong, Michael. Something looks wrong. I assume that these little metal bits don't connect the collar to the shirt, because if they did, it would cause problems. Maybe it's not as bad as I thought it was. Anyways,
just so the viewer knows, Brigham
I'm
did
autistic.
Take I wasn't going to say that. I was going to say you took a history of fashion class.
So the other thing is
fascinating. You were telling me about.
You can see this tie above that like strip. And it goes right, because if the collar is just like the bent over portion of the shirt, that means there's a cut here where the collar detaches from the shirt, which is weird. But here it's not the case. But we also, I suppose it can just be open. We can't really see the shirt connecting to the collar here. So that makes me feel like they're free floating, but they can't.
So wait,
be.
Okay, hold on. Is that actually a strap or is that a shadow?
That it has to be a strap.
Well, I don't know. We got to play it and see, I think.
Yeah, you can't trick me.
I'm sure you're right.
It's a strap. It's definitely a strap.
I don't know how you can tell that from here.
It has to be a strap, Michael.
Okay. Well, anyway, let's continue. Let's continue.
Stop talking about.
We gotta get through this scene.
Please. We can prove that it works.
You couldn't do so earlier today. How is tonight any different?
Oh, burn!
We figured out how to stabilize it.
Victor did.
You're the professor's assistant.
No, he's my new partner.
Even if you managed to prove your theory, the council would destroy it.
Oh, they even admit it there. What the heck? They even know.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, it's very strange. Also, many elements of this conversation do not make sense upon scrutiny, because it's very odd that she's like, "Oh, you're the assistant to Heimerdinger," and then he's like, "No, he's my partner," and I'm like, "Why did you?"
Yeah, that seems like a.
That doesn't make any sense. Wouldn't it help you if you said, "Yeah, he's a guy with clout, and he's supporting me"?
Yeah, maybe instead of saying he's my partner, you would say, like, he's helping me, right?
Yeah.
Like, because there you're like, no, he's not Heimerdinger's assistant, and it's like, well, I have your W-9 here, and it says your occupation is Heimerdinger's assistant.
Like, why would you say he's not the assistant?
He clearly
is. To protect him or something?
No, Mel's obviously identified him. Like, you're not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like the reason they threw that line in is to be like, well, we need to establish that they've got a connection.
Yeah.
I mean, we've established it before, but we just, we want another line in there to show, you see, he thinks of him as a friend. And it's like...
I don't want to be mean. I'm sure I would love if I met the people who, like, wrote this stuff, but I feel like I want to sit them down and be like, did you not review your dialogue? Like, did you not say it out loud to each other before you like put it into production? Because like these seem like simple things that are just so like they have so many issues right next to each other. Like,
I have to assume.
How did you not catch these things? Did you not work? Was this the best you had? Like, you workshopped it and you got to this? Like, really?
I don't know.
I don't want to be mean. I'm sure they're fine, wonderful people. They shouldn't be allowed to touch a script again in their life. No,
they need to learn.
I just don't understand how. I don't understand how it happened. Like, because there's so many little instances where it's like,
yeah.
And obviously this isn't a big deal, right? This doesn't change the course of the story, that particular verbiage, but it does not really help the story. No, it makes the conversation feel jarring.
It's very, like I've said before, it's very impressionistic in the sense of like they have like if you don't like zoom in, then it kind of looks like.
Well, the problem with impressionistic is from a distance, you can already tell that it's hot garbage. And
you are a Philistine. I cannot understand why you hate impressionism.
Okay, there's some impressionism that's okay, but
it's more than okay.
A lot of it is hot garbage.
Wonderful. It's wonderful, and you are a Philistine. Yeah. That's all I have to say, sir.
Sir. All right, let's continue.
Let's continue on.
Will recognize the potential.
He already does. It scares him.
I forgot they admitted all this here. Why the heck? Why the heck?
Decide. They go back and forth. That's why it's so confusing.
I don't.
It
is clearly stated here, and you got to assume Mel knows what the council will do to a certain degree, right? And
well, yeah, because she's on the council,
and she's one of the two competent people on the council.
The council. We've established for all intents and purposes she might as well. I am the Senate. Yeah.
From a storytelling perspective, she and Heimerdinger are the only two people that matter on the council at this point, right? Everyone else just falls in line with them to a certain degree, and they don't even have to have like long conversations to convince them to vote a particular way or to bribe them to vote a particular way. They fall in line with Heimerdinger and Mel.
Yeah.
And Mel says here she would know what the thoughts of the council is based on how she's been characterized. So this right here should invalidate what happens later in the episode.
Yes.
It should. What
Absolutely.
the heck?
Absolutely. Hey,
I swear the show wasn't this incompetent the first time I watched it. Oh, gosh, darn it.
That's the key thing. I think that's the key thing. That's the thing. It's what's called a logical contradiction, Brigham. And the thing about a logical contradiction, when you say one thing and you hold one proposition, and then in another context, in another place in your proof, your story, your whole, you hold a contradictory proposition, a proposition that is directly opposite to it or contradicts the other one. Within the logical system, if you know the tricks of the trade, you can just bring out one proposition when you want to prove one thing, and then you can bring out its opposite when you want to prove the other thing. And so you can prove anything you want, Brigham. This is a well understood fact in symbolic logic. So it's actually very clever that they have introduced a contradiction, because now they can just do whatever they want in the story as long as they sort of conceal it.
I don't know if I'm following, but
okay. I was trying to be smart. I could get a whiteboard.
It's too smart for me, Michael.
I could show you. Logical contradictions.
If there's not M&Ms and Skittles involved, I'm lost.
I was trying to drink my water. M&Ms and Skittles. I don't know. That really got me.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Piece of candy. We gotta move
Press
forward
on.
here.
Scares them all.
What about you?
I recognize that any worthwhile venture involves risk.
See, this is an interesting thing that they don't really bring up. I don't fault them here for it particularly, but Mel is from a different world of sorts,
true.
right? And so you could bring in where she's like, I've seen magic before. It's done terrible and it's done good things, right?
That would be interesting.
Which would fall in line why she's not like afraid of it like everyone else. And Heimerdinger, right, has just dwelled on the bad nature of magic, right? But she's like, yeah, I knew a sorceress from my homeland, and she made the rains come when we were in drought or something like that.
Make rains come, it's good. Yeah, I don't know if that would fly, but I know what you're trying to say.
Right, where she brings in a foreign, diverse perspective.
Absolutely. And you know what? You could, there's a story you can tell about diversity, and it doesn't have to be cringe, because you could have Heimerdinger, who you could have people on the council. It's not that they're racist. It's just that they're like, well, Mel, like they're frustrated with Mel because they're like, well, you're not on the same page as us.
Yeah.
Because you seem to like countenance this, but that's because, they don't want, and they realize that they want to say it's because you're from a barbaric culture or something.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, well, we can't say that. And it's a whole thing. I mean, it's probably for the best they decide not to go down that route. It's just, I keep coming up with these ideas for routes you could go.
But I think that would have been a very compelling explanation of why Mel is different than the rest of the council, is because she has seen magic and it wasn't awful, right? Maybe it wasn't good necessarily, but it wasn't awful. It's
her motivation here doesn't seem to be that. The implication, it seems to me, is although she's saying it in this buttery language, basically it's that I want you to do it because
any means.
I could profit by it.
Well, if we follow what she said earlier, right? She wants to become, I guess, richer than her siblings or whatever. And
exactly.
So putting that in the context of here, it's very clear that it's like, I could profit off it and, damn the risks.
Yeah. And I'm a coward because I'm not actually going to like back you with any like I'm going to watch and see if it works first. So I'll partially ingratiate myself to you here, but not commit myself.
Yeah,
it's very smart. It's very cunning, and I don't like it.
The only risk of it, let's finish and then I guess I can talk about, because the only risk is she wouldn't have control of it, where if she sponsored it, she would have more control over whatever it is. But anyways, let's continue.
Counselor, this technology, it's real. And no matter what happens here, it's going to change our world. We should be the ones to lead it. Piltover, the land of progress.
Which is a very interesting
tidbit.
Well, so my assumption is Jace, this is an interesting thing that I don't think we get to explore about Jace's character is, does he want progress for everyone, or is he a bit of a nationalist, right? Where he's
That's what I was about to say.
I want progress. Because, this is a very good convincing argument for Mel, right? If it's like, well, you live here and you have a big stake here, and, we want to be the ones who make atomic energy.
On the ground floor. Yeah, exactly.
But it would be interesting if we could delve into Jace's mind on maybe this is the reason why he doesn't want to go somewhere else and do his research. He is a nationalist.
A good way to do it.
And he's like, I don't want to give this technology to another nation.
That could be a character flaw.
That would be interesting. It would be very interesting.
Because then he starts developing this romantic relationship with Mel, and it's like, and he's racist.
No, he's not racist. He's nationalist.
I know. I know. I just
stop going back to the racist, Michael.
I don't know. I can't escape it.
I was supposed to be the fascist.
No, but that'd be a classic kind of. You'd have to, if you handled it delicately, it could be done very well. Where it's like, no, he's a nationalist about Piltover.
You could have
about the dream of Piltover and wanting to make it greater and blah blah blah.
And I mean, later you could have a bit of a tension between Mel and him,
right?
Where her mother shows up and starts offering advice, and he's like, "Why the heck is this national leader from another nation here?" And we're following her advice.
Well, so in some sense, that there's a bit of this already introduces an interesting conundrum, which I didn't bring up before because I didn't know if I was missing stuff that's revealed later on. But if Mel being on the council sure seems a whole lot like having like Vladimir Putin's cousin on like the Supreme Court or something.
That is an interesting. I mean, we don't know
what's the relationship between Piltover and this other nation.
Yeah, we don't get told that. It would be an interesting
Mel a
thing.
Nationalized citizen? How's this work?
She has to be. We don't know how citizenship works. My assumption is Piltover is a very merit-based society, and it's like, okay, you've sworn to be, to work in the best interests of Piltover. You are highly competent. We are going to elevate you higher into the society. That could be an interesting problem for Piltover, right? If other people interfere in their meritocracy and elevate specific people to the top, or help elevate specific people to the top.
It'd be interesting.
I don't think it's something the show has thought about at all. So
no, they have not thought about it at all, as far as we can tell.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, the one guard in this building.
Well, assuming there's more guards outside.
How did they get past those guys? I guess because there's no good way they could have gotten past those guards because Jace isn't allowed on the ground.
If it wasn't for Jace not being allowed on the grounds, right? Because Victor could just be like, "Yeah, I'm going inside," right? And they're like, "Okay, go inside." I mean, obviously that kind of ties them to the. Maybe they climbed in a window,
You never know.
You never know.
No, they couldn't have because Victor has a bad leg. How is he going to climb in a window? He can't even move that fast. He's got a limp.
You don't understand. His cane is a pogo stick.
His cane is.
It unfolds into a pogo stick, Michael. And that's how
Is that his League of Legends character?
No.
Pogo stick man?
And
he goes hopping around, he hops on your head with his pogo stick.
Victor got on Jace's back while Jace was on the pogo stick, and they leaped through a window, Michael.
I want to see that scene desperately.
It is an interesting question. How did they get, assuming that this, because it would be one thing if it's like, oh, there's no crime in Piltover, like, and so we have minimal guards and.
Yeah, that certainly would be interesting.
Yeah, it would have been nice to see them get in here. I mean, it's not all that important.
It's not important.
It just would have been nice. Important.
Yeah,
Anyways.
It just struck me. Anyway, let's continue this scene.
I know it sounds impossible.
Wait, let's go back a second.
What happens here, it's going to change our world. We should be the ones to lead it. Piltover, the land of progress, equality, innovation. I know it sounds impossible, but when have we ever let that stop us?
There's like a whole like nationalistic thing going on there.
Well, yeah, the nationalistic thing's interesting, but it could just be an argument he's making because he thinks it would appeal to Mel, right?
Maybe.
We have no idea if that. We don't know if that is true belief. It's interesting that Piltover is called like the Society of Equality.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
That's
Are they just completely like blindsided?
To the Undercity?
Is that the
like
point?
Progress and like innovation? I get that, right? Because they got that.
Sure,
but it's interesting that he mentions equality. Well, okay, and the thing that's really fascinating, right, is because one of his prime motivations, supposedly for this technology, is to help out the lower class, right?
Right.
And so it's like, why would you clearly have noticed this difference between the upper class and the lower class here in this society, because it's one of your driving inspirations is to help them out, at least in the second act.
Has he actually specifically? Well, maybe
not in the first act. It shows up in the second act.
Okay.
In the first act, it mostly just seems he's been enamored with it because it saved his mother's life.
Right.
But like the first things he's inventing in the second act is all tools for the lower class down in Zon. Like,
right.
He's not inventing anything else. Like all of his time is spent on trying to make their lives better, or at least more efficient. And so it's interesting that he would bring up this view of Piltover's. Well, I don't know. If Piltover is the most equal society there is in the world, I want to see the other societies.
That's a very good point. Yeah, that's what I was. It'd be interesting if the argument was more along the lines of we are supposed to be, our legacy or whatever. We're supposed to be it's written in our Constitution and our Declaration of Independence or whatever that we're the land of equality. Yet look at Zon. This will help us be equal or something like that.
Yeah, that would be an interesting.
We got to live up to
one of those
ideals.
things that he mentioned was not like the others, right? He's like progress, innovation, I
didn't even think of
equality, and it's like, wait, hold on,
what it is?
Back up.
You know what it is? They just threw those things in there because they knew that it would sound good to modern ears, but they didn't think about the actual implications for the story. And then
I
they
want to
can get away
know
with it.
What Jason's opinion is on equality and how and
we
how
never get it.
We get a little bit of it in the second and third act. We don't get because like I said, he spends all his time creating things for the lower classes, and then he kind of turns into a classist for some reason. Like he says some things that people would say are classist, right?
Well, you know what? I'm not going to make my political point I was about to make.
Yeah.
What I will say though is completely unrelated. Isn't Mel cold?
We don't know the temperature in this room.
That is true. I don't know.
Also,
It strikes me as a cold-ish room. I feel like there's a
she's
draft.
she's so hot. She has to vent off.
That's a perfect answer. She's so hot, she has to vent.
That's why she's got that slit that goes all the way up to her waist, you know?
Yeah,
Her legs are
exactly.
just on fire, you know?
That's right. You see, Rickham, that's the best thing I've ever heard all day. Oh gosh. What I would give to actually use that as a pickup line that would actually work. Like, oh god, I must never do that. It'd be so bad. That's amazing. Oh god, I love it. Okay, anyway, I consider my question thoroughly answered.
All right. Um,
Proceed.
Please, just give us a chance.
One night, gentlemen.
why one night?
Yeah, that's
Is she going to turn them in
that's a very
tomorrow?
good point. Yeah, that's a good question. She'll like wait there by the door in case they come back the next night.
See, I love my idea so much better. I know I know I'm a narcissist, and of course I love my idea so much better.
What?
Right?
You
But
mean your idea of this being like Breaking Bad, but for Arcane?
well, kind of. Right, where she comes upon them and she's like, "Oh, this has potential. I want to be a part of it, but obviously I can't be too much of a part of it. If you get the equipment out and get out of here without getting caught, go to such and such place, and I will ferry you to the outside of town where there's less people. It's like my countryside villa or whatever." And
that'd be great.
And you can do your your research there as long as I can have a piece of it, right?
Yes. I will
and
let
that-
you use
and
my
then-
villa.
And then, the end of this is they get it working, and then you spend the second act trying to convince people to accept it, right?
Right.
Or maybe they start using it, but it's outside of the city limits or something like that. And Mel comes to the different people on the council and is like, "Oh, we've got this great thing working where we're ferrying people," because the thing they build is like it's like the transport shooter or whatever, right? Where you like fling these ships, I guess, across the world or something like that. And it's like they build this like far enough out of town that it's not really under Piltover's jurisdiction, right? And it's like, yeah, we have this operating, and wouldn't it be nice if this was in Piltover? You could tax it, and where it's like, but here, it's just a little weak. She's got no skin in the game, right? But she also put in this arbitrary, like, I don't know, it's weird. I should let her finish though. Spout off, queen.
Please, just give us a chance.
Give us a chance. Give me a chance, Mel.
One night, gentlemen. Impress me, or I'd suggest you pack your bags.
Okay. That's how I am every time Mel shows up on screen. He's got a Nietzsche stash. What the heck?
He's got a nice stash.
He's got an amazing amount of hair. I just want to comment on something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I'll be able to do this articulately, but that's most of the things I feel like I say while doing this. It's just her, I don't know, the way that like her final comment there, where she's like, "One night, gentlemen, and you better impress me or you'll be packing your bags." Like, I mean, I'm really
Is she
just
gonna
kind of
hunt
adding...
them down? Like,
Yeah, it feels like It feels like the only reason they have her say that is to really emphasize, oh, she's in charge. She is so powerful, and I don't know. I just
I don't, based on
annoys
what
me.
we know about the character, the fact that she's willing to overlook this for the sake of potentially bringing, I guess, progress to Piltover. I don't understand why she would draw such an arbitrary and
There's
authoritative
no
line.
reason for it.
Like
There's no
I don't
reason
get
for it other than to just have this little moment where it's like, oh, they've got to impress the lady.
We gotta ratchet up the tension. We only have one night, and it's like,
We only have one night.
Why would she? It's not like she's like funding their experiment and is like, if you don't press me in enough time, I'm pulling my funding. Like that works, right? But here she's not doing anything for them. She's just okay. I guess she's distracting the guard, which I mean, if I were a guard and Mel came up to me, I would be distracted. But
I would be very distracted if I turn a corner and suddenly that face comes out of the darkness like a jump scare and is like, "Hello,
yeah,
hello, everybody. My name is Markiplier."
Why, hello, everyone. My name is Markiplier.
That's what it should have been. It's Wilfred Warfstache. That's who she jump scares there.
But no, it's like, yeah, those are bad lines. They're just, maybe they would work somewhere else, but where they are, like, she probably should just have said like, all right, gentlemen, impress me, and then left, right? You know, then you get a little bit of her like putting like a mode of confidence in them that she doesn't want to be disappointed in, and they can feel the weight of that. But also she's not just like leveraging her power against them for no reason. Like,
yeah, it's the for no reason that's the most important part of it.
Yeah.
It's like, what I guess the idea, well, anyway, I don't know.
She's gonna rat them out if they don't make something nice.
Yeah, it's like, what? Okay. It's like, I don't know. It just doesn't. It's
doesn't
more of
fit
just the whole context of it. Anyway, I want to know what's going to happen to Wilfred Warfstache.
If she poisons him, but anyways.
Oh my gosh.
Another late night. The work just doesn't end.
Well, I suppose that's a sign of good business, huh?
He seems like a nice fellow.
Okay, something I didn't think about. This is the Academy, right?
I'm so glad you've brought this up because I was like, we have too many things to talk about. I'm not even going to get into.
This is the Academy. Why is she in the Academy?
Yes, why is she working here? I was just like, I liked your idea of like, oh, she's working there. I like that so much that I'm like, why?
I mean, unless this office is right. Okay, what would make more sense, right?
The White House?
If this is
something,
right? This is a government building, and it was seized property, so it doesn't go to the Academy because it's not like they're going to study it; they're going to destroy it. And so it would make sense if this was a government building, and then maybe it is a government building, and we're just mistaken in thinking it's the Academy because Heimerdinger is a government official, right? So if this is supposedly his office, it feels like you wouldn't want to conduct your experiment in the middle of the government building, though. I don't know why that was a choice, but no, okay, maybe this isn't the Academy. Maybe we're wrong, right?
That's possible.
Because I don't think they've explicitly stated that it's the Academy. We've never seen a picture of the Academy.
Then that could explain why it was easier for them to get on there if they're only barring Jace from the Academy and not apparently.
I still think they don't want to be. They don't want to be seen, right? Because if the research goes missing, right, and it's like, who was here last night? Oh, Victor and Jace came into the building.
Victor and Jace, we saw them. They came into the building. Also, Mel was there late at night around the same area.
Because if it's a government building, she works there, right? You can't tie her that closely to it. But Victor and Jace showing up the night things go missing is very suspicious.
Yes, very suspicious indeed. Anyway, look at Jace's face.
I mean, that's me every time I see Mel, you know?
Victor is
You're
me every
Victor.
time I see that. That's my face. I'm just like, ugh. I do not trust you. Oh, look at that.
Well, if the enforcers hit tonight, we'll be ready. I think.
Dibs on the bat.
No. I found it.
But I called it.
What do you mean if the enforcers hit tonight?
Stop being such a big baby.
Well, remember they
What
showed
does
up
that
and just
mean?
beat the crap out of people for no reason. So
They seem to have, but they've been doing that for a while now. I guess maybe that's what they mean. It seems like the way it's odd because the way that was phrased and the way that it's framed, the way the joke is framed, it makes it feel as though like there's this whole thing they haven't set up of like, oh, tonight's the night.
yeah,
that
it does.
Excuse
It
me, the
does feel like
enforcers are
we know the enforcers are coming down, and if they show up here,
they're gonna
yeah.
come down in full force this time, and it's like that. What? They're already
Enforce her.
down here. Meanwhile, Powder is. So I'm guessing the other two have no idea what is going on with Vi.
So did Vi tell Powder that
that
she
is
was
not
leaving?
clear.
That is the
That
face
is-
of someone who knows.
That it doesn't make a lot of sense.
No, it
Actually, it doesn't
doesn't.
make any sense. It goes back into how did Vander know? It seemed to be implied Powder told him, but clearly she didn't.
No,
tell him.
I
She just
don't think
came
that
down
was
and looked
implied at all. I think he
at
just saw. It was implied was he saw the rabbit and he knew from the rabbit that
somehow the rabbit whispered to him. It told him.
said, "Release me."
It said, "Touch me, touch me harder." Have you seen that meme?
No.
Okay, anyway. No, it's one of the funniest things I've ever seen. It's this like anime that's been redubbed, and it's this girl who's like, "You don't understand. Mr. Bubbles or whatever the rabbit's name was my best friend. I loved his little laughs." his funny little requests. Okay, sorry. Y'all can look that up on your own time. It's from an anime called Ghost Stories. I haven't watched the whole thing. I've just watched clips, but that really gets me. Anyway, Powder is sad. We have a sad Powder.
We have a sad Powder. We don't fully understand why she's sad, but she is sad.
She's sad. She seems to know Vi is.
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyway.
I don't know why Vi would have.
Maybe it'll hint at it later.
Is
we'll
the
see.
relationship between Vi and Powder so strong that Vi would have assumed that Powder would not tell Vander? Because that is a lot of trust. Like
that clearly.
That is a lot of trust.
That hasn't been placed in her before.
Well, because it's not just one
true.
relationship, right? It's two relationships, and it seems to be that she has a decent relationship with Vander. We haven't seen too much, right? But she's got a decent one with Vander, and she's got at least a decent one with Vi, and Vi says, "I'm going to turn myself in. Don't tell Vander," and it's like you have to pick now, and it's like. That
would be interesting.
I don't believe, based on what I've seen, and we haven't seen that much between her relationship with Vander, but it's like I don't think Powder would stay quiet about it. Like, I just don't.
It would be nice at least to know that was the case, because at least that would be very interesting to see if it's like Vi tells Powder what she's going to do and is like, do not tell Vander. And Powder just goes down there and is like, really wants to say something, but just can't. And is like, really, because she has to choose between Vi or Vander. That'd be fascinating.
And you could have Vi, like the reason why Vi doesn't let her come or whatever is because she told Vander and is like, no, you can't come with us. Like, I don't trust you. That you'd have to have a very different relationship for that to work, right?
That would be very interesting.
But or even she comes back and is like, they took Vander and it's all your fault, right? And
that would
really dug it in, right?
That's really interesting that conversation didn't happen, actually. But in some sense, it can't really happen because it can't happen because Vander never tells Vi how he found out. Vi would have to infer that.
But I feel like if you told Powder and Powder was the only one you told, and Vander shows up, exactly, at the last minute, you could make a. I mean, maybe she doesn't come in and is like, "How dare you tell Vander?" It's like, "Did you tell Vander?" And Powder's like, I had to. I didn't want to, but I had to. He asked me what was wrong, and it's like, you're the reason he got captured or something like that. You know,
you're the reason he got captured. You stay here.
Stay here and think about what you've done.
And we're gonna go save him.
We're gonna go correct your mistake.
Yeah, and then she's like, I can correct my mistake for myself. Finally, like that's why she has her nervous breakdown. Not that I care for that scene for many reasons, but I suppose it accomplished what they wanted it to. But that would make more immediate sense what's going on, because it's like, oh, now she's like, I'm not a screw up. Like it makes it more. I mean, I know that's what they're going for anyway, but it would make it more immediately present because she's like, And then, of course, it just gets everybody killed, which is just a horrible nihilistic message in this story. But anyway,
that's it's the hard truth about the world, Andrew.
No, I don't like it.
What I call you, Andrew, Michael.
We'll get into it. I don't know why you called me Andrew either. You're gonna blow my cover.
I was trying to speak to my. I was trying to speak to my friend who loves this show. Anyways.
Oh no!
Anyways,
is he going to be your friend after this?
He already knows I don't like this show.
Oh, okay.
We don't talk about it anymore.
yeah. I see. Anyway, we must press forward.
Hey, those are Vanders. Slow down. What's going on?
Why do you have them?
That's a good question.
Right, because they collected all these things to have a fight with the enforcers, supposedly. So, shouldn't they be...
Yeah, that's a good... Why is he criticizing her?
If it were like, hold on, what's going on, right? Like, because he...
Yeah, that's
if someone walked into a room and I had a loaded gun on the table, and without saying anything, they went to grab the loaded gun, I would be like...
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. What's going on? What? Why do you need this? Yeah,
that'd be perfect. Yeah,
but
that would make perfect sense.
His first response is, "That's Vander's," when it's not where Vander put them.
I'm sure. Yeah, that's the thing. It wouldn't it be more impactful if she went to go get those gauntlets when they leave as part of their suiting up?
Yeah, that would be
montage
nice.
Or whatever.
Yeah.
That would be a little more impactful. But anyway,
they're walking out and she sees them hanging up and she gets up on the bar and takes them off.
I have two unrelated points though. One is that I do really like this genuine concern that Milo shows here.
Yeah.
I wish that was the majority of their interactions because it would make it clearer why they're friends.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That little interaction there is like, oh, they're friends. He can tell she's upset. He wants to know why she's upset. They're not just constantly yelling at each other. But the other thing is that moment where she looks at Powder and is about to cry. It's like a part of me was like, oh wait, did is our fan fiction about to manifest in reality, where the first thing out of Vi's mouth as tears start streaming down is, did you tell Vander? That would have been perfect and a punch in the gut. Where she's like, "Did you tell Vander?" And you know what's going through her head is like, Powder told Vander, and Vander's been captured, and Benzo's been killed, and it's Powder's fault, and she doesn't know whether or not to tell Powder. Anyway, I'm talking about what could have been, but that was like a perfect moment for that to happen, but it doesn't happen. It's very strange.
Mhm.
Anyway,
does your teen need an account?
you've been waiting for so long. No, my Unterteen doesn't need an account, but my Uberteen does.
Uberteen needs an account. For a better society, we will
My
need an Uberteen.
My Uberteen needs Ovaltine.
Ovaltine?
I teach Ovaltine. Have you never heard of Ovaltine?
I'm dumb, Michael.
I don't even know if they sell that anymore. I'm sure
what is
they do.
Ovaltine?
It's basically like a no. It's a what is it? It's like a chocolate milk kind of thing. I don't know. It's like a chocolate milk kind of thing.
It
That's
sounds
the
so
closest.
appetizing when you.
Yeah, I know, right? Ovaltine. It's great. But anyway, the point is I teach the Uberteen. The teen is something that shall be overcome. What have ye done to overcome them? The Uberteen is the meaning of this show.
The Uberteen.
You have no idea what I'm doing, and no one else does either. But I'll just sit here and be smug in my cultural pretentiousness.
Oh, right.
The Uberteen.
Uberteen.
Okay. Continuing on to what's going to be very painful to watch.
Benzo's dead.
Dead?
They took Vander.
Who took Vander?
I don't know, but I need to help him.
We're going with you.
You don't know? That's
yeah,
true.
Soko and all that stuff has been kept.
Wouldn't Echo have said? I guess Echo doesn't know
who they
is.
are. He just knows where
Which
they
is
went.
bizarre. You'd think they would know. I guess Vander never told them, and he, never told them don't go down. Maybe they didn't know where Silco was. He never saw him after that incident where he tried to kill him. He never saw him again. And they've never interacted except up until that very moment when Benzo was like, "You again, it's been 20 years, but my immediate reaction is to murder you." That's all very strange. It doesn't make any sense, and that's all I'm going to say.
It would be interesting if they did know who he is, but not really that too much about him, right?
Yeah, that would be interesting.
Right, it was Silco. Oh, why?
It was Silco. Why did Silco take Vander? Like,
Yeah.
I didn't know he hated Vander that much. Vander didn't like talking about him, but like, what's... Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Which, it does seem to imply that Silco's just been underground for 10, 12 years. Like,
however long
does he
it's
not
been.
have any presence within the community? I mean, I guess maybe they wouldn't know because they're kids, but
well,
you would think he have some presence in the community.
Well, clearly he does because he had that one kid working for him, so he recruits people. Savika knew where he was and went to go
could go
work
right
for him.
to him, so
She knew exactly where he was, so clearly Vander knows that he's there and is operating. It's not well thought out.
I mean, I can understand Vander not knowing where he is exactly, because maybe he, he calls his bed one place and he works somewhere else, right?
Right.
But anyways, we must all press forth.
We must press forth.
Benzo was like nothing I've ever seen. It tore him apart.
You're not doing this alone, Vi.
He's our father, too.
That's not the correct reaction. I mean, it's okay. It's okay. It's the correct reaction, but only like after a lot more is explained.
Yeah, it should be whoa, like start from the beginning.
Just
what
explained
happened?
Like a giant ferocious werewolf tore Benzo to shreds before my eyes, and they're like, what drugs were you doing? What are you talking about? Where were you? How did you see this? How are you alive? What's going? But they don't have time for that. So they immediately go to the schmaltzy, like, we're with you. You don't have to do this alone. And it's like, what? You don't even know what you're up against. You don't even know what she's talking about.
No.
What is going on? But they want to show that they're friends. It's like, oh, okay.
I know we had talked about this in episode 1, but we were wondering about the relationship between Vander and Clagger and Milo.
Yes.
And, I guess that
and
there
you just
does solidify that
you're right.
they're supposed to be in the same boat as Vi and Powder, but
that's
they
why
seem
they're always
to be
hanging out there.
treated very differently.
Yes.
Vi and, I mean, I know they're girls and they're boys, but like, he doesn't seem to give them anywhere near the amount of attention that Vi and Powder get.
Yeah, it's as though the person who wrote those scenes was like, oh, they don't live there. They're just like, clubhouse friends. So he doesn't have to. And then the person who wrote this scene was like, oh, well, they totally live there, right? And they didn't communicate with each other
Yeah.
about this. Yeah, you're right. He just straight up says, like, he's our father too. We're going to go get him back from that nasty man and his level 200
demon
berserker.
Yeah.
You know where they took him?
Echo followed them. The old cannery next to the docks. He said... I need you to sit this one out, Powder. What? You're not coming.
Why is she excited to go after hearing...
That's a very good question.
Like, I can understand her being eager to come because she wants to be a part of it and she wants to rescue her father, right? I get that. But she looks like I am so excited to, like, get to go out there.
I am so excited that my sister is traumatized and Benzo is dead. Like she needs to react a lot more to this news. Like Powder is supposedly struggles with mental stability. And so this is like, if Vi is this traumatized, like just hearing it, but instead her breakdown should really be just the fact that like, I told Vander and now Benzo's dead and it's my fault. Like that should be what, I mean, I could believe her freaking out later being based on something like that. But they've decided to make it like the emotional level of your younger sibling really wants to play World of Warcraft with you. And you're like, yeah, but you're just really bad at it.
Yeah.
And so I don't like, this is actually important. We're not going to get the thing, but you said I was getting better, and now when push comes to shove and it really matters, I can't go. It's like that sort of emotional reaction when really this is a totally different scenario. But it's that weird dissonance of like, they're not drawing from the actual scenario portrayed here is not being reflected in, I don't know. You get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
What? You're not coming.
I'm not afraid.
It's too dangerous.
But families stick together. You said it yourself.
I know what I said.
Yeah, that thing you said that had nothing to do with the other things you were saying. You remember that? Sorry. I mean, that's...
You're talking about... Yeah.
She said we got to stick together. It was the end of episode 1 where she's like, the lesson of my rabbit that we got to stick together.
Oh, okay. I literally didn't even remember that.
You were the one you mentioned. I've been editing episod 1, so it's like...
Oh, am I the one who mentioned that?
Pretty sure you're the one who mentioned that. It's like, that has nothing to do with what else you were saying.
Yeah, absolutely. I fully agree with my past self on this. Yes, I am remembering this now. But it's just the fact that, like, I didn't remember, like, what specifically the lesson was that she supposedly taught because it didn't make any sense, so my brain didn't record it.
Yeah.
It was just like, well, that's a dud, so I'm just not even. It's not important. I'm just going to leave that aside.
It is important.
Apparently, it's coming back up now. So it's.
I don't know. I think I would have liked it better if instead of saying "that's what you said," like she says it like it's. Because when you say "that's what you said," it's like maybe I don't believe it, but you do, right? But if she said it, it's like, well, I believe it. Like even if you were the one who taught it to me, I believe it. You know.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's go on.
Families stick together, so.
Are you good?
Sorry. Just. See, I can't remember what I was going to say because her eyes are so big.
Give me big anime eyes.
Totally off the wall.
Beautiful. I love it. Robin Williams.
They're not too
No,
big.
they're not too big.
It's fine. It works fine. It's just in that moment.
Yeah.
Together, you said it yourself.
I know what I said.
I want to fight. I can help.
You're not ready.
And that's the thing that breaks her.
I can't lose you.
Okay, pause it. Those are two. Those are two things that she says in a row. And they're not. Okay, you're not ready is different. This in itself is not at all a problem. It's just an interesting note. She says you are not ready, and that's the thing that really strikes Powder, which doesn't. I can't say that they haven't been setting up for it, but I mean, there's only so many times that I can complain that I just am like, you've been setting up a bunch of different things, and they're not. I don't know. I just don't buy it. It doesn't seem like the kernel of the story. But the other thing that's just interesting to me is that, again, those are two classic things that you say in scenes like this, but they don't immediately cohere with each other. In this case, it's not necessarily a problem that she says, you're not ready, and then immediately goes to, you're all that I have left.
Yeah.
So she's giving two reasons for Powder to stay there. And I feel like
if you
I guess you could say she says the first one and is like, oh, this hurt Powder, let me say the second one. That makes sense.
Oh,
that has more of a logical flow.
That's not the way I would go. The way I would go is the first one is her attempting to dissuade Powder without telling the truth. And then the second two are her realizing that she needs to tell the truth and tell the real reason Powder cannot come is not because she's not ready. That has nothing to do with it. It's because Vi can't afford to lose her. But that doesn't make sense with what Vi has been doing with her.
Yeah, why did you bring her up into Piltover then? I guess it would make more sense if like she's had a change of heart.
Yeah.
And maybe that's what they're going for, but
it's supposed to be from that one conversation she had with Vander that she has changed her mind so drastically.
I guess so. It just wasn't.
It didn't feel like it.
It didn't. The flow of it didn't, because we had all this stuff in between that just, I don't know, just kind of cleans the slate.
Usually, when you get a character who changes opinion, the best way to cement a change of opinion is with consequence, right? A character does something bad happens because of it. They now have an opinion that they should not do the thing that they did. Right. And so maybe the reason why the conversation with Vander didn't sink into our minds is we didn't feel any weight of consequence. Maybe it would have sunk into our minds if Vander had explained how he had gotten Vi's parents killed. Right? Because then there's a consequence. It's not Vi's specific consequence, but there is a consequence of some kind. And
you need to have that. Yeah, there's a scene missing where that is laid out more clearly, the backstory of that. And what would be extra good is you don't just have that. You have some shot or brief little scene or something where somehow, even you don't have to say anything, you just need to show Vi is clearly thinking about it. She's looking at like a picture of her and Powder and the way it's framed is exactly the way that like a picture of her parents is framed, or something like this. Like something that, and she's like thinking about what Vander said, something to connect the dots a little more clearly, so that we know for sure this is the intent.
I would
That's just an
go
example,
further than that. Like,
okay,
you might have a scene like that, right? Too, but you have maybe a scene with like some minor consequence that connects the sort of the big consequence of Vander's past with Vi's current. Like, I don't know. Powder's trying to do something to impress Vi, and she like I don't know, falls and sprains her ankle or something like that, right? Where it's like,
yeah, that'd be good.
She's
Something
moving.
like
She's moving in the direction that Vi has pushed her, and Vi sees the beginnings of the consequences that could come down the line, or even something like I don't know, maybe she steals from someone and she kind of gets roughed up a little bit because of it, and but something to cement the past consequences with potential future consequences, but you don't have that, and so we don't feel like, or I don't feel like there's been a change of heart, and so this feels very strange with what we've seen from Vi in the past. These things don't seem to line up.
It kind of goes into the whole thing we've talked about of that they don't have the courage to make Vi and Powder's relationship at least partly toxic.
Yeah.
Which is what you need if you're going to really explain how they become, enemies, but they don't actually want to do that. And so as a consequence, they can't actually have anything change between them. They can't have the conflict be clear. It all has to be like up to the viewer's imagination or something. It's very like, this is very hollow, and it just makes the breakdown later just feel.
I will talk about
completely.
The breakdown.
I know you have thoughts on the breakdown. We do not fully agree on the breakdown, but I'm trying to figure out, okay, what do you do to help make that work? And just your one idea of bringing up the fact of, oh, Vander is captured and Benzo's killed. React accordingly. It's like, oh, well, that'd probably do it if Powder thinks it's her fault and then wants to figure out how to atone for her sin or something. Like that works. That works for me. But anyway, they don't have that, so they make it all about Powder is just upset because she can't go play World of Warcraft with her sister.
Yeah.
And it's just anyway.
Pressing on. I think we're about to get an ad, so we'll see.
Oh my goodness.
Here. If they come for you, take this and run. Wherever you are, light it up and I'll find you. I promise.
You know it's good when there's symmetry in the shot, Brigham.
Yeah.
Take notes. And that should have been the bracelet, as you have rightly pointed out. Or rather, this one should break, and they use the bracelet.
Are you sure you know what you're doing?
You have all the places to do this. This is like the worst choice.
Well, I mean, in my mind, it makes sense only insofar as they don't want to have to go through the trouble of smuggling it out.
I guess.
So then they're like, well, we have one night, and we've got to, apparently, because that's what Mel said, and Mel's word is law. So we got to do it now. We got to work now. Everything's here. All the equipment's here. So we might as well just do it here. There's only one guard in the building.
That's
so
not
we're not going to hurt anyone. I know. Anyway,
I don't think it's gonna hold. Look at the buildup.
The resonance will stabilize it.
okay, pause it. This is a perfect example of we know none of the rules of how this works. So, but yet we're supposed to like play pretend that we do know the rules and therefore we have the same suspense as they do. So he's like, I don't think it's going to hold. Look at the buildup. And of course, doesn't show us.
And Victor is like, well, that's the point. It's supposed to build up. And it's like, is it?
It's like, what? I don't know. We don't know how this works. Like, how's you gotta be able to explain. I know I know that this isn't really a solvable problem per se, because they're trying to set it up as like, it'd be like in the movie Oppenheimer, like if they actually tried to explain. I haven't seen it, so I don't know. I would give them major props. If actually,
it's Nolan. You never know.
Have you? Yeah, you never know.
I haven't
There's
seen
a show. There's a show. I don't know if I told you about it. Chernobyl.
I have heard of
HBO
Chernobyl.
Chernobyl, the HBO series.
Yeah, I've heard it's good.
There's some problems, but we're not here to talk about Chernobyl. It's a very, very well done series. I really like it. But they take the time at several places, and I'm not a nuclear engineer, so I can't confirm if it's accurate. From what I've heard, it's as accurate as you can be in the show, but they actually do go through at several points. Like the reason it works as well as it does is they do take the time to explain, even though there's no way you can understand all the complexity. They know how to get the ideas across without feeling like they're condescending to the audience. There's a wonderful scene near the end where this character who at the beginning of the show knows nothing about nuclear reactors and clearly doesn't really want to learn. He doesn't like the scientist character, but through all the struggles they go through it, at the very end, he is the one who presents this presentation on how the nuclear reactor works in order to explain how Chernobyl, and it's beautiful. And it's just a scene where he's explaining it. And I feel like a lot of people would say, well, that sounds boring. And it's like, that's because you haven't seen this actor do it. Like you can have, think about it. Most of how much, there hasn't been like any, that is a thing to say for the show. There haven't been really, well, I'm trying to remember the beginning of this episode. What happened at the beginning of this episode? Was there a fight scene?
People died, yeah. There was that.
Oh, yeah.
There was that horrible. It wasn't a fight scene. It was just a ghost running around and people dying.
There aren't a lot of, at least in this first act, there actually aren't that. There are action scenes. There aren't fight scenes. That comes later in the show and in this episode.
So you have the chase through Piltover. You have the fight in the top side of the
alleyway or whatever.
You then have the Enforcer chase in the second act.
Yes.
And yeah, that's and I think you just have the violence at the start of this episode and the fight at the end of the episode.
Yeah. So where I'm going with this is that it's like, scenes where people are just talking can be some of the most glorious, beautiful, incredibly engaging things in cinema. I know I'm saying something so very controversial.
Yeah.
But it's worth saying because it's like, don't be afraid of actually coming up with the rules to figure out how this works. And don't even necessarily be afraid of it being complicated as long as you know how to explain it and handle it with grace. It can be incredibly interesting. Anyway.
So magic systems always have this interesting, soft versus hard magic systems,
right?
Where, there's a lot of systems where there are no rules. I mean, there are rules, but they're never explicit and they're never
right.
I think you can get away with that in this situation. The problem is based on what we know about how this experiment is going is Victor has come up with an idea that will stabilize, whatever that means, the experiment. And so here, right, Victor is saying something that Jace should already know about the way the experiment is going. Now, it would be one thing if they had to, like, if they had some different controls where they were, like, I don't know, adjusting something, right? Or like maybe like how many times the symbols are shown, and Jace then says there's too much build up without it stabilizing. We have to pull back on like how fast we're giving it, and Victor's like, no, we got to keep going forward, and they have like a little bit of an argument in the middle of the thing, and that's why it fails. That would actually add tension, where this is just kind of confusing on why they're having the discussion the way they are.
That's a brilliant way to fix it, actually, and that well sidesteps my whole thing about trying to explain the magic system. You don't necessarily have to do that. You can just, at least not in as much detail, because that can be a huge hassle. But yeah, if you did so, I like that idea for the scene where you have like
they're actively participating in the experiment. It's not just something that's happening. And so the key thing is the argument over Jace starts to worry it's going to explode like it has before. If we don't shut it down now, we're gonna die and blow up maybe not shut down, but even like he wants to pull back on like how they're performing the experiment, or maybe shut it down temporarily to think about it again or something. And Victor wants to push forward.
We've got to do it now. If we keep stopping, and it could be a great way of setting up about their characters a little bit more, you know. So
another thing that's interesting, right? They have this whole setup to do like one kind of thing, right? Later, it would have been interesting to see a bit of the consolidation of the technology, because they have this big, like it's the size of like a pet crate, the thing that they're using, kind of. But later they use tools that have multiple specific effects, but they don't have anywhere near the bulk of this kind of this setup that they have. It would have been interesting to see some of that consolidation, how it happened. Like, did this have to be as big as it was, or just because it was the prototype, it was like it was not fine machined or anything like that? That would have been interesting.
What stuff was unnecessary? What was actually necessary?
That would be interesting. I know they don't have time for that, but that's just something I noticed. Anyways, they're doomed now. They're getting arrested and either killed or exiled. They see the light in that room. You know, that is a good point. That is a good reason not to do it here, because people might see the light and interrupt the experiment. I hadn't thought of that, even though because I'm still like, there's one guard here. Which I know it's not true, but all right, onwards.
Oh, you know, can we just skip this scene? I don't really want to watch
I mean, we can. I do want to mention, maybe it's been a while since I've seen kids cry. When kids are actually upset, they cry very... Okay, that's not true, because they always cry when they are upset. But, like, the degree at which they're upset, like, from what I've noticed, and maybe I'm wrong, when a kid is like truly upset, like something really sad happened, not just they didn't get their way, or, you know, like
when their uncle dies and their father is kidnapped.
Yeah, and their father is kidnapped. They don't cry like this, because part of this kind of crying is performative. It's to get a certain amount of attention, maybe to change what's happening, right? But it's a performative, over-the-top display, right? And so when I see Powder cry in this manner, I can't help but hate her,
Yeah, we are not on the same page
because
there, but I can understand intellectually what you're saying.
I don't. It's not that I don't believe that she's not upset. I believe she's upset, but I believe that she is being a narcissist about the way she's being upset. She's making it about herself, and yeah.
Would it help if we had a much better, clearer setup? Like, I know that part of the point you're making is that the acting here does not match it, but that could just be the actor.
Part of the thing is we haven't really seen her upset before. It's not the actor. The actor does a great job. It's the type of crying, I think
that's what I mean.
The
type of crying. But if they set it up more, would you be able to see past that and say, well, this isn't the type of crying you'd see, but I know what they're going for here.
Right. So part of the problem is we haven't really seen her too upset before.
That is true.
Like if you think about the time that she heard Vi say that she can't do everything that the rest of them can do, right? She was upset. She didn't cry. She didn't make a big show of it. She didn't even tell Vi what happened. She was just sad. And it's like, oh, she's sad. That's fine. But here, right, I assume, and maybe the issue is, my assumption is she is more crying over Vander being kidnapped and less being not allowed to be on the mission. Because especially if she's crying over being not allowed to be on the mission, this crying does make a lot of sense, and it also makes her a worse person. But
I don't know.
But if she's crying about Vander, which is what I would think she's crying about, because that's what I would cry about in this situation. Like, maybe I'd be upset if I wasn't allowed to come as well, right? You know, but like I wasn't allowed to help, and I felt helpless because there's no action I can do to make things better. But I'm crying about Vander, like that is what I'm crying about. And so here, when she's crying in this manner, it makes me think she's crying because she got left behind, right? Well, she wasn't allowed to show how great she was. And it's like, you're just a bad person. You're just a bad person. Okay.
No.
You're just a bad person.
She's been left behind by the only people who are the closest.
They've never left her behind ever again, ever before. Trivial. You know,
well, we don't know.
We got to go pick up something from the store. You want to be here for 5 minutes?
Maybe they have.
The store is also in the brothel, so we can't bring you. And
also, she's alone. So I mean, if it's just performative,
if you're alone,
it seems a little odd.
Do not cry like this. Like when like the way you get a kid to stop crying like this is you put them in their room alone. That's how you get them to stop crying like this.
Don't agree with you.
I know because I have cried like this when I was younger.
I know.
And the way my parents got me to stop crying like this is they sent me to my room alone.
Yeah.
And you calm down pretty quickly because there's no one to absorb this display you're putting out.
That's not I guess the problem is I don't think I ever really cried like this. And that's why I'm a psychopath today.
Yeah.
Because if they sent me to my room I would just go to my room to be alone. And I would just cry there, probably kind of like this. So I think that's the main issue is we just have very different childhoods.
Maybe.
I am just more like Powder in character, apparently. And so this is extraordinarily uncomfortable for me. Because I'm like,
it's uncomfortable for me, but it makes me it makes me lose all. It doesn't make me hate her. It makes me lose all sympathy I have for her.
It's just
in this situation.
Very strange.
It's just for me, it dries up instantaneously. Like
is totally different for me. I could know nothing else about her, and I could see this scene, and I would have all sympathy for her. I don't even care what she's done because I know exactly what that's like. I immediately empathize with her situation here. Just from, I don't know, just I didn't want to get into this, but just my own personal experience as a kid. So I don't know. I just see it and I'm like, oh boy, and it's frustrating because it comes out of nowhere. It's not really well integrated into the story, and so it feels extra manipulative to me. And that's why it bothers me, is because it's like it's like I'm a dog and you're using like the special word, right, that makes me act a certain way. That's kind of how it feels. It's like you're checking all of the boxes.
I mean,
and I don't like it. I don't want to feel this way.
You might be right.
I don't ever want to have to face this again unless I'm comforting the person, you know?
I might have a deeper emotional connection with it if Powder was displayed as being more unstable, like where she could swing from anger to sadness to happiness on the flip of a dime, because she is just like the amount of pressure she has on her from Vi is cracking her. Like I could probably be more sympathetic in that situation.
In some sense, we actually needed 2 more scenes building up to this, like over the course of it, where she is alone and she's clearly cracking a bit.
Yeah.
Or, and maybe that's what you need her doing when Vi comes to her in that one scene, and Vi kind of helps calm her down, but it also has this edge to it where you're
ripping something up. She's
where it's clear that, okay, this isn't what I think.
Well, and
really
when Vi comes, she calms down like instantly and just starts saying sorry. Like she didn't mean to break whatever she broke, or where and you can see that all of her problems are so focused around Vi.
They're all focused around Vi, and she's hiding them from Vi to some extent, which would be brilliant and very painful. And that would help to explain more of, it would explain a lot of things. But so that would be interesting but they didn't have enough time, I suppose.
As it stands, I now think that Powder got what she deserved.
We will agree to disagree on this. As we've said, we have very different perspectives.
All right. So she. Oh, does she see one of them crackle? I think it is.
Yeah.
She doesn't even see it blow anything up. She just sees it crackle.
No. Yeah, she just remembers.
I guess the colors are enough to connect it.
I can help them.
Meanwhile, in hell, how'd they get on the roof?
It's a warehouse. Usually warehouse. I mean, modern warehouses have like fire escapes and things that can go all the way to the roof.
Is there nobody like outside guarding the way onto the roof?
We'll talk about that in just a second.
To be fair, we have established that they've got some parkour skills, some serious parkour skills.
Yeah, no, I can understand there being no one guarding on the roof. That makes sense.
That's fine. Just so they find the part of it that is unguarded and they use that. Or maybe Silco just doesn't have as many people as we think.
You obviously don't remember a certain line that's about to come up. So let's keep going.
Alrighty. Her hood is so funny.
Oh, it's empty, Michael. There's no one here.
I told you.
Oh, what a switch. That was sudden.
Wow. It's never done that before. All right. Here we go.
Crank it!
So I guess this does give a little bit back to Jace, right? Because the actual execution of the spell, so to speak, is
right.
He knows it and Victor doesn't, right? Like I guess he studied
That's
these.
true.
This would be something I wish they maybe had focused on a little bit more, right? Like he has an actual, like, pretty large wealth of knowledge about the arcane, right?
Right.
That it's like, okay, well, we're gonna need this symbol and that symbol, and like, you know.
Yeah, that's true.
That would have been interesting to lean on a little bit, where, yeah, Victor
That'd be
does help
interesting
him get over
yeah.
this sort of mechanical thing, but
Right.
but the magic is all him.
That would be a very interesting way to split it up. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. Anyway, they didn't do that.
No.
Oh my gosh.
McGee. Lucky that didn't kill them.
Yeah.
Like, that probably should have done more than just slice Jace's cheek if all the glass from that window was just sent hurtling past
Back
you.
towards them. Yeah.
Like,
that would...
someone should be pretty hurt after that, probably.
Also, why did it do that? I know this is a fruitless question. There is no answer, but why does it do anything?
Well, okay, so, and this becomes a
do?
problem later, but my understanding is, right, it's like a computer program. You feed it symbols that have some sort of meaning, and after you feed it those symbols, it executes some kind of
really?
interaction. Based on what I see, that's kind of what I think how it works.
I mean, that's
later.
super neat.
That's
cool.
Maybe if you don't
that.
feed them those symbols fast enough, like it starts executing before you have the entire command, or like
you have no idea how much my attention is already wrapped upon this. I'm like, you needed a whole discussion where you explain this. It's so fascinating.
They throw that idea out, kind of. We'll get to it in the second and the third act, where it's like that was my way I understood it working, but it doesn't seem to. I don't know how it works. Because the second and third act seems to imply that there is some other force on the other side of the arcane gate that feeds power to whatever is happening, and I guess makes decisions about that power in some way, which doesn't make sense with other things that happen. I don't think they know how it works. I'll just say that.
It's such a shame, because all these ideas are like, oh, wow, there is a lot you could do with this. Like, that would be that immediately this scene becomes 10 times more interesting.
The way it works,
I know how the machine works.
Is it does what the writers would like it to do in that specific situation.
Yes, whatever would look cool. It rules by the rule of cool.
It cannot be relied upon to interact the same way twice due to the interference of the writers. Writer.
It's the writing uncertainty principle.
Yeah.
You can't rely on it to I won't.
They don't have an unreliable narrator, they have an unreliable magic giver. Anyways. We continue.
Yes. Okay, he's in a chair. Ooh.
That makes me feel like he's been tortured, but I don't know.
Yeah?
I'm not...
I mean, it's hard to know whether that was just like, he's already beat up. So.
I assume it has to have been at least an hour. I don't know that much about internal injuries, and
yeah,
I feel like you probably stopped spitting blood at some point, but I just don't know. I wish it was a little more explicit with me whether or not Silco's torturing him.
and also, why would he be torturing him?
I don't know. We also don't know why Silco
because...
does what he does, right? So
I'm like a dog chasing cars.
I
don't know what I would
I just caught one.
If I just caught one. Was he torturing Vander? Wait. Was he torturing Vander because like
Vander
it would send out?
That's why.
It would. No, I was gonna say he's torturing him because it's gonna send out force vibrations that will lure Vi there.
That's how you do it.
So that he can turn Vi to the dark side.
Nice. Strike me down.
Because I swear, like. That would be amazing if for no reason it just turns into Star Wars. Like,
you know what would be interesting if you had
pulls out a lightsaber.
If you had a character like Silco who had these like superstitions, but they were wrong. They were wrong about them, and it's like, yes, I will now torture you so your loved ones come, and it's like that's not how this works, right?
That would be interesting. It would be. Yeah, that would be interesting because normally villains are portrayed as like, oh, they're terrifying because they're so competent.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, he's competent.
He's competent, but he has these superstitions that don't make any sense.
He's also crazy, and yet it still kind of works out. Yeah, that would be interesting to kind of give him.
Not Silco. I wouldn't do this to Silco because
not to Silco.
But a different character.
That big brutish guy who's on the poster. He thinks that
big brutish guy was my nickname in high school.
Nah, dead mean.
Dead mean. Deja vu. I just been in this time before.
Nope. Nobody know.
The stupid song.
At some point, I am going to need to go, but unfortunately, we're kind of at the point where there isn't really a good stopping spot. I suppose this is as good as any.
Yeah, this is about as good as you get.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this works then.
We can get to why the heck Silco was setting up a trap for these people next time.
Because that is how it feels. It feels like
that's explicitly what he does. That's what they say.
Oh, that is explicitly said.
That's basically okay. Maybe it's not explicitly, but it is. Even I believe the truth. But no,
that doesn't make any sense.
No, I don't know why he would do it. I don't.
He wants to turn them to the dark side.
No, he like wants to kill them or something. I don't know why.
Oh, okay. Like, does he want to kill them in front of Vander because he just hates Vander so much?
I don't think so. I don't know. But we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it next time, I guess.
Oh god!
It's I don't get it. I don't know why.
Well,
I don't know why. Why? Why?
Oh,
okay,
so, come on. I want it to be there. We go full screen.
Before we jump back in.
Oh my goodness!
There is something that I thought about that I don't think we talked about, but I feel like is pretty important. And I don't know if it's something that people really talk about at all when it comes to the issues with this episode.
Is it that peppermint bark? Dang it! I missed the timing for. Okay, continue.
Yeah, no. That
peppermint. You mentioned Arcane,
it is the peppermint
and I was like, no, it's
bark.
I was like, people aren't talking about how now there's peppermint bark.
Yeah.
Anyway,
sorry, I was actually being serious for once. It's very unusual for me.
You were being serious. And now we're dragging the joke through the mud, as I want to do. Okay, continue your point.
Right, remember the setup to this episode, right? We've got a high-strung political situation, right, where the top side wants the people responsible for the property damage, because I don't think anyone got injured. As far as we know.
Yeah, we're not told about anybody.
Yeah, we don't see any injuries. We're not told about injuries. They want the people responsible for the property damage upstairs, so much so that they're sending a whole bunch of cops down to beat the crap out of people for no reason. Right, right? And the people
Very efficient
and the people
method.
down there are preparing for potential rebellion, right? This is our setup.
I think they're preparing for rebellion. The only
maybe
explicit signs of that we see are the two guys, Milo and what's his face, have piled a bunch of random junk together.
So
and this, I think, is supposed to imply that people are preparing for something. I don't know why they didn't just do it before. But
maybe some people are preparing for rebellion, but the two sides are kind of squaring off, right? Now, let's throw into that mix. You send the head enforcer and a squad of enforcers down into the underside, and they all die.
I didn't even think of that. It's so obvious.
Oh my goodness. What would happen if you were the controlling presence upstairs? What would you need to not go in with full force and completely martial law the heck out of the Undercity?
Yeah,
Brianna, quiet.
I am shocked that
there are so many other problems that Brianna. Yeah, I know it's bad. I agree. They shouldn't have done that. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah,
viewers, he has a possibly part pit bull, an adorable. I don't know
murder
what
hobo. She's a mutt.
You have a murder hobo in your house.
Yeah, she's an actual murder hobo.
It's very kind of you,
but that's
amazing,
right? Yeah. I guess the implication is that this is all washed under by putting Vi in jail, maybe. But people don't seem to know that Vi is in jail, right? Because Caitlin didn't know.
Yeah.
You would think that would be a big political issue, right? Where it's like, yeah, our head enforcer is dead, but we put the person responsible in jail, right?
Right. That'd be interesting if after the time skip, it's like everybody knows who Vi is. Vi is like the Unabomber now or something.
But it's like, I don't believe that would be enough to quell it, because first of all, it was a whole squad of, like, Vi can't do that by herself, and they were people that were hit so hard in an instant that all the blood came out of their bodies. Like,
it would make a lot more sense if instead of a time skip, it's just boom, war. Like,
boom,
this
war.
Is the beginning of the war.
That sounds like an escalation incident. Like, it
didn't even think of that.
It is something that is never addressed, I'm pretty sure, how they quell this very clear escalation from the people who supposedly have all the power, right? They get taken down a notch, and the response usually is violence. No, they never talk about it. They never mention the fact that the head enforcer died. Okay, no, there's a funeral, I think. Maybe.
There is?
Maybe.
If there's a funeral, then in a weird way, if there's a funeral, then it's even more baffling.
Or the funeral... No, I think the funeral was for other enforcers. I think they're for enforcers who die when Jinx steals the nukes in Act 2.
Oh, okay.
But no, they never acknowledge that these people died. That the head enforcer of Piltover, the lady in charge of the enforcers, was killed. Like that.
I suppose the only thing I can think of for their benefit is that somehow Marcus covered this up. I don't know why he would do that.
How and why?
Upset.
Yeah, how and why?
How and why?
But it is I mean, there's so many other problems that it did not even like come up in my mind until I was like, couldn't sleep in the middle of the night like 3 days ago. And I was like, wait a second. Didn't they kill like a whole bunch of enforcers? Like, I feel like that's a big deal.
Make any sense. It is a big deal. Things are not.
It should be. It should be a big deal. It should be something that's talked about Yeah, no, I don't know how you escape without some level of escalation. Like,
Yeah,
there has to be, maybe they don't come down and kill everybody, right? But they're like, that's it. We live in your town now. We control everything.
Yeah.
We're shutting down the brothels.
We're finally doing it.
No more money for you.
No more. It's like, this will crash the economy.
Yeah. They take out the brothels and the Undercity just implodes. And
just as a side note, I mean, well, no, we don't. I just can't resist saying it, but we've already talked about it. It's just like, because I'm just thinking to myself, like, what is the relation between Piltover and the Undercity? Like, I know it's like a class thing, but we don't.
So supposedly in the
past,
right, they mined, I think, the green goo.
They were miners.
The electrical stuff for Topside, right?
Okay.
You would think they would still be doing that because they still have green goo, right?
Yeah.
But it's not under the same arrangement. They don't say. They don't want you. They don't want you to know. They're playing coy with this information. They want you.
Yes.
They want you to run off of the base emotion that they can. And maybe this is probably describing ascribing malice to incompetence, right? But it, if I were creating this, I would think that. I can't be bothered creating the detailed, intricate workings of how this society interacts with each other. And so I'm just going to run off of these very base, which works sometimes. Sometimes you don't have time and it's not important to tell people watching the story how some of these intricate things actually work. But usually those are situations where those intricate things aren't fundamental parts of the plot, right?
Yes.
Like, if this story was just about some thieves in the Undercity that are trying to scrape by, right? You could get away with not dealing with... But the fundamental story is about the political... The political... I mean, aside from the character stories, right? But the main plot story is the political relationship of these two people. So you have to describe it. Because if you don't, I either think you're stupid or mocking me,
or just it's not as compelling as it would be, even on just like an unconscious level, It's, like I've talked about my proposed, reopening for it, where you don't, maybe you start with the bridge, but you need to show that they're still mining. They still have to mine. That's their job. They're not just all thieves and pirates, because it doesn't make any sense. They do stuff like that on the side because they're trying to get by or something, but they all have to go and work in the mines. And so then once you say that, then it's like, okay, well, who are the foremen? Well, maybe Vander's the foreman. Oh, well, that kind of changes.
Yeah, that would change the dynamics. Yeah.
All of a sudden, you start pulling on these threads, and your picture, your concept art that looked so good, suddenly you're like, well, actually, I don't really know how to implement this concept art into a story.
Yeah, this story does not have a tapestry of the political, societal setting that it needs to accomplish what it would like to accomplish.
But it's very good at well, maybe not even very good at it, but I think it tricks people ultimately, because it gives you the little indications to make people think that it's this compelling political drama. Oh, we have just a council scene. That happens in political dramas. And it's like,
and they're all standing like they're about to take a photo. Sorry. I'm still not over that. It's something I didn't think about the first time I watched it. It's like, why the heck aren't you guys in the room, talking or sitting at your desk? You're all you about to take a photo.
Wait, you're talking about the like all the other people, like, or the council itself?
So the scene where
yeah. I know
yeah,
what you
the
mean.
scene where
where
the enforcer
lady is talking to them,
and
and they're all like
Marcus,
perfectly posed, like
they're about to take a photo on the stairs that go to nowhere.
they're about to do a Vogue
Yeah.
photo shoot. They're starting a band, Bree.
Yeah.
It's for the album cover for their new band. That'd be awesome. They look like they belong in a band.
Yeah.
Okay, anyway.
So yeah, no, another. I mean, obviously, if we were watching for this for the first time, we would expect the death of the enforcers to be dealt with in the second act.
Yes, of course,
so
yeah.
that's not really a dispute that can take effect until later, but we would expect them to have to deal with it, but they don't.
Yeah, we're just spoilers. They don't. And
I hope
even
no
I know
one's
that,
watching
'cause
this
I
without
would-
watching the show.
It'll depend on how popular we get. Brigham.
We won't be popular. We're mocking Arcane, Michael.
We're mocking Arcane. Well, the
We're
times are
mocking
changing, like,
Arcane
people-
season 1, Michael.
Listen, Pete. Listen. Mahler came out with his Last Jedi video, and see. I guess this is part of the problem, is if we came out with a why season 2 is bad video for Catharsis, and then we funneled people back to, hey, it's actually, but that's the problem, is that it's very clear that's why I feel like you might have felt, that was a sentence, with The Last Jedi, is because it's like, oh, wow, like, the first season, like, you really can trace things back to the first season.
The
root of the problem.
of the rot is definitely...
It just reminds me so much
here.
of the Disney Star Wars situation. So interesting being on the other side of that feeling now. But
oh, right. Let's see where we left off.
Boy, oh boy.
So
oh, right, they found him.
They had
found
just
him in the green room.
Broke in, and they found Vander. Let's go back a few seconds.
Okay. Ugh.
Fine. What are you doing here?
We're breaking you out. Milo.
On it.
The one time Milo can be useful.
That's right. Well, it's when it counted.
Yeah.
I was about to say, if I could ask, no, she wouldn't ask. She's focused on let's get him out of here.
Yeah.
They can figure out why the heck he is there later.
Yeah, no, that's a later problem.
Fair. That's fair. Yeah. Right now we got to get him out, so that's good. And it's the thing is like, oh, like that little like, I know I was just talking about how, I see all the roots of the problems, but it's like that one little moment where like Vi
They're good at the
hugs
little
him,
moments.
the way the animation is, and like the immediate emotions are like, I'm like, like a little bit of my heart melts, and I'm like, okay, that's a big part of why people really like Arcane season 1 is because they do such a good job with those moments that you're like, no, there's gotta be something more behind this. You want there to be something more.
Maybe that's the problem. I like Beast Wars, where the animation is terrible.
That is probably part of it. Listen,
I can live with bad animation as long as I like the story.
I'm going to be honest with you. I would not have watched Beast Wars if you had not sat me down and been like, let's watch Beast Wars.
Let's watch Beast Wars.
And I really had to get into it, because when I watched like that first episode on YouTube and was like,
the first episode of Beast Wars is not amazing, and then the animation isn't super good either.
No,
the animation is very dated. I feel like the animation gets better in the second and third season a bit.
Sure. I can't remember very well. I don't know. I've only watched it the one time.
But anyways,
that's not why
I don't need good animation to be happy.
That's definitely the thing. I am like, and that is very important to me. Part of the story. Anyway, we gotta get through the rest of the episode.
There's no way we're finishing this today, Michael.
We are, absolutely. That's what's going to happen. We're gonna do it. Pick that lock, Milo.
How did you get in? There's guards everywhere.
It was easy. We found an open window and...
Oh, God. You have to get out. Now.
Okay, so...
Interesting.
It is kind of nice the way they do this, right? They don't explicitly say, oh, you were set up, right?
Right.
But it makes you think, why did Silco... He was expecting people to show up?
We've asked this question before.
Why
we
did
talked about it last time.
Why did he do it like this? Like, I don't...
Well, we discussed this, Britton. We discussed.
I don't remember.
Yes, because it's actually very clever. We were very impressed with what happened. You see, because Brigham, what Silco did is he kidnapped Vander and then he tortured Vander so that Vi, who is force sensitive,
oh my goodness,
would sense that Vander was in peril and would come, and then Silco could turn Vi to the dark side and get vengeance on his old master.
I mean,
that's what's happening.
I guess the assumption maybe is Silco saw Echo following.
No, that they have no. I don't know. They've got to give some explanation for why it's happening, and we're just forgetting it. I'm not saying it's going to be a good explanation. You don't think they do? That's amazing.
I think they just gloss over it. Like, the reason why Silco let them in was because he's a genius.
He's a genius. He knew.
He knew even though there was no evidence that he should have known.
Well, listen, the thing is, you know what might have happened is that because it's almost like so obvious, like plot-wise, what should be going on here is that, you're like, okay, you set up, they did not set this up at all, but you set up that Silco has, this weird envy of Vander because he's actually raising kids or something, I don't know. And he's like, oh, I'm going to capture Vander and then lure in Vi and kill Vi in front of Vander or something. I don't know, to get vengeance or something. Like, something like that. And it's like, I feel like people just naturally assume, oh, well, everything's set up for that trope, but they didn't, actually nothing is set up for that trope other than in this scene itself. The trope is there. And so it feels like, oh, the people who were writing this episode weren't communicating with the people who wrote the other episode.
Yeah, I just don't know why Silco. Right, this is his shimmer factory. Right, this is his.
Yeah,
this is a place you probably don't want people running around in, even if you have like control over it. Like,
that's a very good point. Yeah,
like, okay, if you take like The Empire Strikes Back. Darth Vader lets Luke Skywalker run around in Cloud City, a place he really does not care a lick about. Right? Yeah. And his goal is to capture Luke Skywalker, right?
Yes.
What is Silco's goal here? I mean, yeah, I guess the assumption is he wants to kill Vi in front of Vander or something. But why does he want that? Why?
He's never expressed anything about that. He didn't express anything about his intentions to Vander when they were talking. That's
why he's been following the kids this entire time. Is because
it's all been
because he's like, I'm gonna find a time where I can capture them and then kill them in front of Vander.
In front of Vander, and Vander will be like, "This is horrible. Why did you do that?"
And Vander will then join my side. He's pulling an Emperor Palpatine.
That's right. He's pulling
in Return of the Jedi.
That's right.
Your training to the dark side has been complete. Don't kill me! Don't kill me!
Use your anger. Strike me down, Vander. Strike me down, Vander. That's it. Yeah, that's what he's doing. He's going to destroy Vander, and then Vander will have no choice but to become the new leader of the movement, and Silco will have won spiritually. Yeah. It's very deep.
Anyways,
anyway,
let's see if they give us a good explanation.
Yes. Is that Silco?
Yeah.
It didn't sound like Silco. That's fine. Ooh.
You have my congratulations. But I'm afraid this will be a very short reunion.
Why is he congratulating them? Sneaking into an unguarded facility?
Yeah.
Ah, yes, you took candy from a baby. Congratulations.
I mean, I suppose he could be sarcastic, but he doesn't. I don't know. It's kind of hard to read Silco.
Yeah.
But also, where did he keep all those guys? Were they all just like hiding
in the basement.
bathroom?
Yeah.
They were. Oh,
you didn't see off screen. There was a bunch of bushes that are just in the middle of this room, and they came out of the bushes.
You see them picking leaves off each other as they're standing there. Anyway, yeah, no,
Silco is not nuke smart, if we have to say something.
Just that little section there, I'm just like, they are totally not going to explain.
No.
Why this has happened. They
no time for explanation. Time for fight.
100%,
time for fight.
Yes, they just wanted. They came up with the idea for the fight where Vi has to take out one guy after the other on a bridge with
which
these cool
is
gauntlets.
A pretty good right. It makes it a little more believable because if it was a bunch of adults fighting Vi like in just like an open space, I'd be like, oh, Vi's cooked. But when you have that narrow fighting space, it's like
300
well done.
Monopoly, you know?
You made me believe that this 16-year-old girl can take on these grown men.
Could actually do this, has the gloves, as we see Vi training before.
Yeah.
It's interesting, it actually strikes me because I'm thinking about just the concept of the fight scene, cut out from anything else. I could easily see somebody coming up with like having this vision, like I talked before about like listening to music and having like these kind of music videos play in my mind, oh, this would be so cool. I wish I could come up with a story to explain why this is happening. Because it's like, oh, what if you had like young Vi, because it's League of Legends, so this would be young Vi. Has the gloves and is like, she's young and she's small, but you've got these big guys, but like she's clever and has figured out how maybe to like lure them onto this bridge and stuff. But then like you try to hook it into this bigger story and you're like, okay, well, wait, how would she lure them onto the bridge? Okay,
they want her in this defensive position where she has to defend something.
Yeah. They've got a lot of nonsense that kind of is all meant, like the locus of the story, I think, is the fight scene, or at least, I don't know, it's like it's meant to just create this moment.
Okay,
I don't
imagine, right, instead of coming out of the gate with Shimmer is the last resort because we're not entirely sure what it's going to do, right?
Right.
And so Silco is determined we got to get Vander because Vander is stopping the people from rebelling, right? And so they raid. The problem is there's no bridge like this on the last drop, but they raid some situation and they beat up Vander. You don't need a
bridge.
And the kids
could be
come.
A hallway.
Yeah, and the kids come to the rescue right after Vander's been like he's taken out a few guys, but he's been beaten up. And you have then you have this, and then Shimmer comes in as the final resort in order to get their hands on Vander.
Right.
I feel like that would be maybe a better build up for Shimmer too than the crazy random monster fight scene at the beginning of this episode. Unfortunately, that would probably downplay the effectiveness of Shimmer. Well, okay.
Yeah. It might be good.
It might be good because right now I can't tell why, tomorrow they're not going to pump a bunch of people from Shimmer and take over Piltover. So maybe making it less powerful that Vi can outsmart or Vander or whatever can outmaneuver this big hulking roided up man would, instead of the roided up guy being like super fast and super
Yeah.
super like obedient and all this stuff. Like he's just insane, but he's also slow because he's heavy.
Right.
And like they can't really do a whole lot of damage against him, but if they keep moving, he won't get them, right? And then
Right.
it's like, oh yeah, you could just shoot that thing if it went up into Piltover, you know?
Right.
Where currently it's like, yeah, that thing moves at the speed of light. It can dodge bullets, and
Yes.
and it can punch people so hard that all the blood leaves their body, right? So yeah, it would downplay it, and it would actually make sense why Silco doesn't immediately take over Piltover.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Well, we should actually watch the fight scene. I
oh no,
suppose.
nah, it's just gonna be boring probably.
No, I remember liking this fight scene.
Vander the coward fled town with his children, and they were never seen again.
Well, I assume
wait.
that's a rumor
Is
he's
that-
going to set up.
Okay, so wait.
I guess
is
that's our
that their
excuse.
explanation?
But why not just grab Vi and the kids like as they're entering the building, or like just have a lookout for them and grab them? Like why let them get to Vander?
Well,
Why let
okay.
them get this far?
Yeah.
Or
Okay, so-
better yet,
so-
go to the last drop and get them yourselves. Like why
Yeah.
do this elaborate nonsense?
Yeah. I will. What I'll give to them is.
You know what would be an interesting? Sorry, I'll let you.
Oh, I was just gonna say okay. So they have given an explanation.
Yeah.
So applause for that. We maybe spoke too soon
Mhm.
a little bit, but yeah, it's then it just kind of becomes more of why did you, just go to the last drop with your guy and get. But I guess the problem I don't know. The problem is that they want it to be Vander ran away. I guess because he's trying to break the spirit of Zahn, so they'll follow him. It's like,
I
oh,
don't know,
you're Vander. Vander's no good. I don't know. It needs a little more behind
Well,
it.
so
what were you gonna say?
imagine, right? Silco's like, all right, we've got Vander. We need the kids now so that we can make it look like they all ran away, right? So like a bunch of his goons go to the last drop to get the kids, but the kids at the same time left the last drop to go get Vander. So right, they show up at the last drop and there's nobody there. And so the kids, like you have the reserve force or whatever that's in this building, and so the kids can beat their way through the reserve force because they're a bunch of scientists or whatever, I don't know, that are making Shimmer, and they can get to Vander, and then the goons from the last drop return here, and then you can have this this scene,
and then you can have the bridge scene.
Yeah.
I don't. But see, the problem
That's
with
a
them
little
going to the last
convoluted.
drop. The problem with them going to the last drop is that the whole idea of this plan is that, well, we can't have anybody suspecting that Vander got, say, killed. You know, we need people to think he ran away. So you need a bit more on top of that to make that believable. Like, maybe don't kill a bunch of enforcers.
Yeah, no.
In the middle of a street.
They definitely made a muck of things. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like don't.
And once
don't
again, this
kill all
is
those
under the
people.
assumption that the kids know where Vander is for some reason, which I suppose Silco saw Echo following. That's the only thing I can think of why Silco would expect the kids. And imagine if the kids had gone to other people and said, Silco kidnapped Vander. Like,
yeah, exactly.
which is something that they actually. Why didn't they do that? Like, supposedly there's other allies besides Benzo. Who there's a lot of people who respect Vander. Why?
I didn't even think of that.
Why didn't they solicit?
Well, maybe because I don't know.
Their help.
Maybe because. Well, I can't really think of a good reason except either they were like, "Oh, we don't have any time."
The reason why is there's no other established character than Benzo
That's exactly why. Yeah.
So no one else exists, Michael.
No one else exists for them to get. It's a very lonely universe.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, there are so many things that can go wrong with the situation of we'll just let the kids show up, right? There's just it is such a loose plan.
Yeah, and also I don't know. Although I'm glad that they at least gave an explanation. So
that explanation doesn't explain why this has been allowed to happen the way it does. It explains what Silco's going to do with the current situation.
It's better than nothing.
It's better than nothing
at all. It's better than nothing. But the thing I was going to say also is that it's like, but it's not that aside from just even the problems of like executing the plan, like even if it was executed in the way that you think, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like it packs any punch because this is set up as though this is like his master plan. He's gonna capture Vander and his kids, and he's gonna murder them all. And it's like a Joker plot, right? Like at the end of The Dark Knight, like you get the real feeling that everything was kind of meant to lead up to that boat scenario. He's playing this spiritual war to win the soul of Gotham or something.
Yeah.
And it seems like the plan is clearly like he's playing some kind of a spiritual war. Or if that's the case, then you need to set that up more.
We needed to feel more like Vander was the only reason that all chaos had not broken out.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
they had that one scene where Savika runs off. But part of the problem is
because Savika just immediately goes to Silco. So why, they don't need Vander to disappear. Maybe they need him to get all the other people on their side. But I just feel like people would question. I don't know. We've talked. I don't know.
It's just a mess.
Clagger, see if you can find another way out of here.
Okay. You don't have to do this.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, actually, she's right. Like, Vander, what do you mean you don't have to do this? It's like, that's a small thing. It's fine.
What does he mean by that?
It's fine. It's an emotional moment, but it's still kind of like, she does have to. There's no other choice.
Yeah, they're all going to die.
It sure would be nice if they had some guns. If Silco and his guys had some guns.
No, we understand why they don't have guns, because only the Piltover enforcers have guns. That's
okay.
I don't have a problem with that.
Okay.
I have a problem later when they get guns and they don't give them out to people. Sorry.
Okay,
that would become an issue later.
I stand corrected. That's fine.
But yeah, currently,
but I feel like Silco is resourceful enough to get some contraband weapons.
Yeah, imagine but you imagine
know.
They would be expensive and hard to get, and the ammunition would be really hard to get. And so maybe Silco's got a pistol, right? That would be cool.
Here's an idea. Why doesn't he just give Shimmer to all of his guys, like right now? And then, I guess maybe that would cause a problem.
We don't know. Well, no, they seem to be extraordinarily obedient when you give them Shimmer.
Yeah. Though, to be fair, I'm guessing Silco is not expecting Vi to be able to, even beat one of his guys. So that, he's like, why waste the Shimmer when,
Well, they have so much of it. It wouldn't be a waste.
That is true, yeah.
We see, crates full of it. It's just everywhere. It's not hard to make, apparently.
Yeah.
Or if it is hard to make, you can make it at scale very easily.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, no, Vi is not supposed to be a big threat, I suppose. So, there's no point in roiding up your boys.
Yeah.
And obviously it doesn't make them feel particularly good afterwards. So
yeah, that is also the case. Yeah.
As far as we know, as long as it's taken in moderation, it doesn't have any long-lasting problems.
Yeah, as far as we know, that hasn't really been made clear. I thought, people have said that'll kill me, and it's like, well, it didn't. Like I straight up was just assuming he was gonna die once it wore off.
Man,
and
that
I
would
was
have been
like, oh
cool,
no,
right? He takes it once and his heart just gives out when he returns to normal.
That's literally what I assumed.
That would have been great.
And then I saw him vomiting, and I'm like, oh, so what's the problem? I mean,
that's how. If he hadn't vomited, he would have died from a heart attack. He had to put a finger down his throat in order to get the shimmer out.
Oh god. Oh dear. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's kind of like a coin flip. Maybe I'll die, maybe I won't.
That would be. That would make sense why they would have to refine shimmer and moderate the dosages, which they seem to do in the second and third season. If it literally just killed someone. But we don't get that. We don't get that good story. Anyways.
What's about to happen? Oh no. Death approaches. And there's our shot.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they have all the time in the world, right? You can let them square up like this, like Silco wise, right?
I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah, they're not really worried about this being an actual fight. Once it turns into an actual fight, then
it would just kind of be like Silco would be like, okay, you know what? She's more. He would say something like, "Wow, it's a good thing I'm killing you now. Who knows what trouble you'd cause me if you grew up?" That'd be a pretty good kind of line. There's foreshadowing for later on. If she had really anything to do with Silco, I guess. Well, I haven't seen the rest of it. I know there's the scene where Silco is Jesus or whatever.
Yeah. Anyway,
they're about to have a fight, and I'm already getting some shivers. I'm like, okay, this is set up out of context. This is great.
Shiv her. Anyways,
I am shimmering and shaming. Anyway, sorry. Woof! One hit.
Yeah, and then they do all kind of come. So, yeah, that's good.
They
that's
do
good
all
pacing. That's good.
This is good. I'm happy with this. You know what? I'm not going to criticize this. I don't even want to look for criticisms because I'm happy right now.
Oh, okay.
So I want to.
I think that's why people like this show.
Yeah.
Anyways.
It's all for this. It's all for this scene right here. Okay. Oh, I was just gonna say I was all excited for the fight scene, and then it immediately changed back to Milo. Now I'm okay with Milo.
No, Milo's the best. I like Milo better than the fight scene.
There was a part of me I couldn't remember how it goes. I was like, I'd hope this is just like straight up like a whole minute of just crazy fighting. That's fine. I said I wasn't going to criticize. I have no right to criticize. They did a good job.
There's nothing bad yet.
It's fine. This is good.
Yeah.
Take a breath. You can do this.
That is probably the most like parenting scene we get for Milo or Clagger. Like,
oh yeah. It feels it. If I watched this scene without watching the rest of Arcane, I would assume, oh my gosh, this is Yeah, I would assume, wow, this feels like this is like the end of a season. We've had a whole thing where like, oh, everybody is overcoming their fears. Milo must have been a character who like didn't feel like he was good for anything except lock picking, and he didn't, blah blah blah. And now here's the moment where Vander's like, you can do this. And I'm like, wow. That's what's remarkable about Arcane is I will feel like the twinge of what I would feel if the context was there.
Mm-hmm.
It's so strange. It's like I can just create. It's like they make me believe that like they actually did the work for it.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's very strange.
I can't make any good jokes about St. June's Children's Research Hospital.
So. No, you can't. You are not allowed.
Netflix beat me at my own game.
Yeah, that's right. Netflix.
Yeah.
Netflix.
Netflix won.
1 point for
Brigham
Netflix.
0. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways,
continuing on. Oh, where'd you come from? Oh no!
Yeah, how did you get behind Vi?
Yeah, actually, it might have been cutting up too much. So it's possible that like he like rolled behind her, or maybe like I don't know. We didn't see.
You can do this.
Nah, just teleports.
Yeah.
Just teleports.
maybe, yeah. I don't know. I mean that one. Yeah, it's not very clearly communicated.
It comes off as a teleport, definitely.
Yeah,
but it doesn't matter because
whatever.
She's too good for it.
She's too good. I'm fine with it. Ooh, off he goes.
We're gonna get you out.
I love that nodding, like he just like discovered a rare ore. Like, yes.
That's a gif right there. Whenever I find diamond in Minecraft, I'm like, we're gonna get you out. Yeah, it does occur to me actually, and this kind of goes into my comment earlier, which is that how do I put it? None of this represents any character development for anybody, with the exception, sort of Powder.
Not really, because Powder has already tried. I mean, I guess a little bit with Powder, right? There's something there. But Powder already has tried these kinds of things, and...
Well, I mean, the idea is... Yeah, but it doesn't... Yeah, you're right. It doesn't represent character development. It represents a change in the story. But yeah, she's tried to use the things before, and now she's going to try again. So it's really just more of the same. The only difference is that, we know ahead of time, it's going to work this time. With Vi, it's not like...
No, there's nothing different here. I mean, the only character...
Yeah.
Development that we maybe have with Vi, right, is her relationship with Powder, but that's all over the place in how we we're trying to understand it. Like we don't.
Well, I'm just talking about the fight scene. Like
the fight scene it's just a fight scene. Yeah,
it's just a fight scene, which isn't. It's like that's what's weird is it's like it feels like. It's kind of. It feels like it's actually kind of empty.
It's climactic when it's not.
Yeah, because it's like when you actually think about it, you're like, this doesn't. It feels like it should be representing something like is changed or developed in the characters. Like I don't know, there's nothing character-wise actually going on. It's not like before Vi was like afraid and now she's going to overcome her fear to fight, like because this isn't precedented. The closest we get is when she fought a bunch of kids and she won. So it's like there isn't really. Whereas I mean, there's suspense implicit because these are like really big guys, but it's not set up before.
I'm fine with that.
Like
I don't
Milo,
have a big issue with it.
It's just odd because
Milo picking the lock. He didn't have an opportunity to fail at that earlier. Like,
it's because Vi kicked open the door.
Yeah.
But like it's being treated as though like, he's overcoming this thing. And then Clagger is like, I'm also useful. I apparently know about architecture. It's like, why? Why?
Yeah.
We didn't see anything. I don't even know what you're good for, other than you can pick another kid up and kill him by dropping him on his head, which is, don't get me wrong, useful.
It's a good skill.
Yeah, it's a good skill.
Skill
but
I wish I
it's
had. You know.
It's just all of a sudden, it's like, oh, I guess they have these skills. And
so, do you think it's trying to be more climactic than it has a right to be? Is this what your issue is?
I guess it's more of just like, in general, as a general principle, it seems to me that a fight scene doesn't need, but if it doesn't have something more justifying it, then it's just pretty stuff happening on screen. And
Which isn't
it's like,
necessarily a bad thing.
It's not necessarily a bad thing, but it just struck me all of a sudden where I'm like, oh, there aren't any. How do I put it? Like, the stakes are all purely physical.
Yeah.
The stakes are just, oh, we're going to take Vander, and it's like, I don't know how to describe it, but I guess it's the fact that there's nothing about this where it would have to be Vi who is the fighter.
No, it could be Clagger.
Right? It could be Clagger. It could be Milo for all I care. It doesn't, or it could be a totally different story and all the same actions. You just fit everybody together. There's no like peculiar emotional stakes here from these characters. Really,
in their specific roles is what you mean.
In their specific,
because there is supposed to be emotional stakes on whether or not they die, right?
Yeah, but that would apply with anybody.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a principle in. I guess it's a principle in. So here's in storytelling. It's one of the things that I learned when like doing some theater stuff when I was a lot younger, but I've never forgotten it, which is that if you're going to set up a conflict, it's really easy to jump to physical conflict.
Yes.
Where the conflict is simply, oh, here is this physical thing for me to overcome. I can't find my wallet. Where is my wallet? And it's like, oh, I wonder if he'll find his wallet. Oh, he found his wallet. Good for him. It's like, that's not nearly as interesting internally as, well, an internal conflict, not an emotional conflict, essentially. But it's like, oh, it's not just that I've lost my wallet. It's that my wallet has a picture of my wife and kids.
My only picture of my dead wife.
And like I'm estranged from them. And so it's really not about the wallet. It's about finding that. Immediately attention latches onto it. And I guess I'm being a bit unfair because here you do have the sense of they're trying to rescue Vander, but it's like the old.
I guess imagine if Vander and Vi had a bit of a conflict in their relationship.
Exactly. And if they actually had a conflict where he was like, you, and they've like pretended they have a conflict, but they've already resolved it.
Yeah, they resolve it as soon as it appears. Yeah.
If they had something here where like Vander didn't want Vi to fight, he's like, I don't want you fighting or something. I don't know. And then like she does it, like even just having that.
Yeah.
Immediately this scene would have like this emotional weight to it that it doesn't have here because there's no conflicts between the characters.
There's nothing beyond just the physical raw.
Yeah, just the physical raw, like, oh, there is
no greater story being told.
It's like the old, sorry I'm belaboring this, but it's just really interesting to me. It's like the old, did you ever watch the old Superman cartoons?
I did watch a few of them, but he just shows up. There's some physical challenge. He beats them, and then
he saves Lois Lane.
And he runs away.
And you can say like, oh, well, what are you talking about? There's emotional stakes. Like, oh, the bad guys are going to rob the bank, and it's like, okay, And
Why do
then
we care
Superman,
about the bank?
why do we care about the bank? Who are these guys? Like Superman, there's no internal conflict in Superman
Yeah,
over any of this.
there is no greater
know?
story. There is just
So it ends up just being, and don't get me wrong, those can be entertaining to watch, but it's entertaining more because it's fun to see the animation and to see some of the ideas and to see Superman triumph over evil, blah. But and I think that's the point I'm trying to make, is that this is surprisingly empty in the same way that kind of the Superman action scenes from the old cartoons were empty.
Yeah.
Because all of a sudden I'm just like, wait, there's no internal conflicts with anybody here.
Yeah.
Like that have been clearly set up. And yet everybody is so angsty all the time that you feel like there must be internal conflicts, but they aren't defined. So anyway.
What I'm getting is you need an Uber Teen account.
I don't even know what that is. What is that? It's
it's an account you make for your teenager so that they can get picked up by strangers, and you can feel safer because it has higher rated drivers and spyware.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So you'll know for sure which warehouse they are taken to be murdered.
Yeah.
And you won't have to wonder about that. Sorry,
it makes the police's job easier.
Sorry, that was very dark. Let's return to child being attacked by 50 grown men and women and beating them to a pulp.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
It is interesting that Silco seems to be an equal opportunity employer.
Oh yeah. Well, that just seems to be part of this.
This is just the world.
Yeah, which reminds me, I swear I will not go on too long of a thing. But have you ever played the game Dishonored? Have you heard of the game Dishonored?
I haven't finished Dishonored.
Okay.
I have played it. Remember, I think I was telling you about this where I feel bad when I don't kill everybody. And
I do remember. And I do remember this now, yeah.
And that game seems to really discourage you killing everybody for some reason.
It does. It's a classic issue people have had where they're like, it's so much more fun to just run around in high chaos.
Well, I mean, the way I play those kinds of games is I sneak around and I off people one by one until there's nobody left.
Right. Well, you can off them non-lethally, but I
don't have that many. I don't have that many non-lethal
methods. Yeah,
you run out of non-lethal ammunition a lot faster, and it becomes easier just to
It's an inbuilt hard mode,
Yeah,
it's an inbuilt hard
I don't like
well,
that.
the point.
Anyways,
the point now is, I love Dishonored. I think Dishonored's great. But I have a very different play style, and I am more like, I like the atmosphere and sort of the cinematic character.
Pretty game. I like the game.
Yeah, it's very good. Well, so then you have Dishonored 2, which I also do really like. That actually gives you some more non-lethal options. So literally you can... Sorry, I said I wasn't going to go on a long rant here, but it's worth it, okay? It'll sort of be worth it. But you can you can look up on YouTube people who have gotten really, really good at Dishonored 2, and they're just running around. There'll be runs that one guy made a run where he's Batman run, where he didn't use any magic powers or any items. He just ran around with his fists and non-lethally took out everybody in the level as quickly as possible. And there's a lot of ways you can do it. If you know what you're doing is the key. But they've added in more animations. You do this thing where you can slide, and then you press the right button real quick, and you'll knock them over and punch them in one. If you're Corvo, I was about to say Silco. If you're Corvo, you just knock people out by Batman punching them. It's so funny. But so anyway, the point is that Dishonored 1, all of the guards are big, beefy, buff guys.
Yeah.
Dishonored 2, equal opportunity employment. So you get to beat the tar out of
You get to
men
beat up the women
and
too.
women. Yes, you do. You get to murder them too. I'm like, oh, huh. I don't know I'm not entirely sure how I feel about this. I mean, I suppose you're being fair, which I appreciate in a way, but
I think my favorite mission of Dishonored 1 was you had to like get this. There's this one lady that I think you were supposed to kill, but you have an option to. It's really funny because I kill every single guard I come across, but the moment I'm given an option to spare like any named character's life, I'm like, oh well, I got to do that, right? But it's like, oh, her lover is like, I will ferry her out of here, and you'll never see her again.
Yes.
And the sheer hoops I have to jump through to sneak her down into the basement.
Oh yeah.
And it's yes,
remember that.
Don't worry, I've saved her life. I have killed 35 men to get her here, but I have saved her life.
So that some weirdo in a bizarre rat mask can take her away to a tower to do who knows what.
Yeah.
That is one of my biggest criticisms of both Dishonored games. There's a third one too that I haven't played yet. I'm curious too, but in both games, the quote non-lethal options that you need in order to get the good ending and for you to have happier relations with people in the world to be nicer. But the non-lethal options are in most cases far worse, in my opinion, than the lethal options. Like the two twins. Like I remember, like when my first playthrough, like I went and I'm like, oh, there's this Slackjaw guy. Okay, well I'll do his thing and he'll provide the non-lethal option to take out these horrible twins or whatever who have captured Emily and have her in the brothel or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So I like do all the stuff I need. I come back to Slackjaw and he's like, now here, great job. Now let me tell you what exactly I'm going to do to them. I'm going to have them captured and then I'm going to cut off their noses and ears and blind them and force them to work in the mines in some distant country. And you know what I did, Brigham?
Just kill
them. I went right back to the pleasure house, snuck back in, and assassinated both of them because I'm like, this is mercy killing. Like, I know you're bad guys, but like, I'm not. I don't know, man. Corvo got.
I don't need you to
be
tortured.
I don't need you to be tortured. I don't like torture. I'll just kill you. You know.
Torture.
And so there's a lot of places where it's like, why do I need to brand this guy? Like, first of all, how's that even going to do anything? But it's like, no, I'll just kill him. Same thing in Dishonored 2 is a bit better about it, but in certain respects.
Yeah.
But there was what was the mission in Dishonored 2 where I was just like, I'm sorry, I have to kill this person. There's no, who was it? Oh, yeah, it's always the problem is when I play Dishonored 2, I always end up starting with high chaos because I'm just like, I'm sorry, Mortimer Ramsey, but you have like betrayed your country, your closest friends, you've had all these innocent people in the streets have been massacred because you want power. Like, you have committed a high treason, and I'm the Grand Protector. So I have to kill you. Like, it's not even anything personal. I'm just like, I'm going to kill you, and I have to kill all these other guards because I'm just looking around at the streets, and there's innocent people who've been, like, murdered, and they're just lying there. And I'm like, well, I know you guys did this, so I can't, like... anyway, my violent tendencies are coming out again.
Did this have something to do with Arcane, or was this just
what?
just curious?
It did. It was because you said equal opportunity.
Oh yeah, equal opportunity employer.
And I remembered being like, oh, Dishonored 2. It's interesting, Dishonored 2, because I love Dishonored 2. But you can tell that they some people were probably like, hey, why don't they have female guards?
Why can't we kill the women?
Exactly. This is like you can tell there's more. They kind of leaned more into some of these elements. Yeah, it's interesting. But
Yeah.
no,
Anyways.
I don't. Well, anyway, it doesn't matter. So it just made me think
Yeah.
of that.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Uh,
we're not getting through this today, are
no.
we? Gosh dang it!
No, there's no way,
It's
Mike.
my own fault. My own fault. Woof.
So, based on what we know about this creature, she should probably be dead right now.
Well, he hasn't finished transforming.
He seems pretty done, you know.
No, he's too thin. He's got to bulk up
a little bit.
You know, he can afford to wait. I do want to say, and this should be testified, you know, the fact that it took so long before we paused it is a testimony to very well done.
There's nothing wrong with that sequence. Yeah.
Nothing wrong. It's great. I love
people
especially that shot where
keep kind of teleporting to the side of Vi, which I find a little obnoxious, like behind her and to her side. But other than that, it's fine. And
the only thing, and this is more of just like a criticism of the trope in some sense, which is that, you know, I feel like after the first two guys get taken out in, you know, one or two hits, it'd be like, okay, let's not go on the bridge until we've got a new strategy. Yeah. But you know, it's like, okay, whatever. They're cocky. They think. I just love how
assumedly Silco doesn't really care about them. It's interesting that he would care about Savika. Right, because if he doesn't care about the people on the bridge, he could have been like, "All right, guys, come on back." Like,
I'll send the shimmer guy.
Let's send in the Hulk. You know.
Yeah. But you know, but then you'd miss out on some of those great shots of the fight scene, and that kind of says it all. Is that it's like, oh, but then you'd miss out on this fight scene. It's like, oh, well, okay. Because he wouldn't send everybody out there, you know?
I mean, if he doesn't care about them, right, he would just throw them at her, right?
Well,
if he believes he's got his ace in the hole, right?
Right.
What you need
and he's just like
an ace in the hole. Mine's this roided up guy here.
Mine is Bane. I have Bane here. Yeah. Also, just a quick side note, and again, this is more of I suppose it's kind of a trope thing. You have it sometimes in Batman where it's like, some of the people who she punched is like, they're dead. Like, they are straight up dead. Like, the guy who fell off, like,
he's
some of these people.
He might be dead. I mean, the human body is surprisingly resilient. There's definitely a chance she has killed someone here, right?
If I've learned anything, it's that the human body is resilient when you don't think it will be, and fragile when you don't want it to be. And so violence is a real crapshoot in many, especially in a brawl like this. Because if you fall wrong on your head, your spine will break, and you may not be dead right away, but
you're paralyzed.
You'll be paralyzed from the waist down or something like so. This is not criticism of Vi, if anybody's thinking that. This is just the fact of like, Vi has straight up killed people here. I know that that's not what they're intending, and it's like, okay, it's an action scene, and you know, it kind of got in. But it just, I don't know, I couldn't resist.
It is interesting the kind of.
Like those things are made of metal. Like if you smack someone.
Oh no, she's got brass knuckles. Yeah, well, she's got worse than brass knuckles. I mean, I guess they're rounded, so they're not like. You'll get like a larger area of contact, right?
Yeah.
It's not like it's a blade or even like a thin bar where you get more force in a small area,
right?
Based on like the themes and the nature of the show, I'm surprised. Like, they don't explicitly say that someone died here. Like,
yeah,
I feel like that would be up their alley. Where, she knocks this one guy off, and there's a metal pole or something he falls on, right? We're like,
yeah, exactly, yeah.
And it's like, oh
'cause-
crap, he's dead. Like,
yeah, or he falls onto a table with a bunch of like empty glass
a bunch of
vials or something.
D4s on it, and he just gets impaled.
Yeah, not that I would like that to happen, but
it does seem like it would be up the alley of this show. It's just interesting that they don't go that direction.
Yeah,
maybe they want to preserve her innocence as a child.
Probably they. Yeah, I don't know.
Anyways, this monster.
He's about this monster. Oh, Gall. Okay.
See, think about the amount of like raw energy you need to throw someone in that manner. Like,
yes.
Like he yeeted that boy like a football, right? Like,
yeah.
It's interesting that he's lost some of his obedience here all of a sudden.
Yeah, well, Silco didn't tell him not to.
I guess, but
kill any of his guys. But this is the point I wanted to make earlier, which is that, and again, it more falls into the trope territory of like, oh, why do you send all the guys over? It's like, but I'm just thinking in terms of like manpower or woman power, you know. But though I don't know if we saw
maybe
any
these guys
women
could have
that beat
been.
up
Maybe
Bye-Bye.
these people are useful to the operation. That's true.
Yeah, exactly. Like you know, that's the thing is that you can't just conjure people
darn it,
out.
I'm gonna have to write up another W-2. Yeah, gosh.
Yeah, that's right. It's like, listen, Silk, he's running a small operation. Like he needs the help he can get. He can't just randomly, you know, like people really do. I know in our cynical corporate age, we have the feeling of like, okay, manpower doesn't matter, but Silco isn't like a major CEO. He's some guy. He's a small business owner. He can't just have one of his employees killing his other employees. Like he could use that employee. Like think of the investment that went into that employee to, you know, radicalize him and get him to work for him and have undying loyalty.
Make him profitable.
Now he's dead. Make him profitable. Like, look, the profits seeping down from him just, you know, so that's why it's like him just not caring about them. It's like, dude, that's your entire, like, bodyguard force. Like, they're all, some of them are probably dead. Like, you can't afford to just lose all these guys.
That is true. Like, that's something I didn't think about. Yeah.
But it's more of I mean, the problem is that it's partly a trope thing because, you know, you see this in other media where the bad guy just throws endless soldiers, you know.
Yeah. But they've specifically portrayed him as a small business owner instead of Lord Vader, right?
Yeah, exactly. So if he was Lord Vader, it would work.
You would think he'd be a little more careful with his resources.
It would also it's the classic problem of why are we working for Silco again when he'll just like off us? You know, it's like, no, you got to portray the bad guy. He's extra bad because people actually like him.
Mm-hmm.
And they, you know, because they feel he'll actually, like, that'd be far. I would just love Silco so much more if he actually showed this, like, consideration for, like, no, I don't want my people getting killed. Like, you actually get the sense he really does. That's a whole other thing.
If you geared him so it wasn't the sense that he cared about them, but he cared about what they could do for him. Right?
Yeah.
Right. Where we're like, oh, they get beat up. He's not like, are you okay? Right. But like, yeah, he does something where it's like, yeah, not another man. Like you guys are done. We're sending in the Hulk. Like,
yeah. It's like, that'd be interesting if he's like, you know, it'd be kind of interesting too if you were to have it be like, you know, the big guy goes over, gets his lights punched out, and then his friend, like the smaller guy, is like, oh,
blimey, I'm gonna go over there and knife you.
yeah, and then you have
and then
two more guys are like, we'll take her out, and Silco, when he sees the other two guys go out, he's like, okay, no, nobody else go out.
Like,
but then like a fifth and a sixth are like, screw you, man. She's just a kid. We're not letting her get away with this. And he's like, no, stop. But they run out there, and after they get pummeled, he's like, no one else go out there because I don't want to lose any more guys. Well, I'm gonna let the show, like, you get the sense that, like, Silk, because then you'd kind of convey it's maybe more showing that Silco is smart by making other people incompetent, but it would give the sense of, oh, Silco's in charge. This is why he's in charge, because he can delay gratification and blah blah blah. But I don't know.
If Silco was in real life,
essential.
he would be smart enough to get Dove holiday treats. Limited edition, smells good enough to eat, but
he would start a soap factory. He would.
We call this scent shimmer.
And it's like, you see, the problem, Vander, with the Undercity is that our economy is
no one has bathed in 3 years.
No one's bathed in 3 years, and yet our economy is based on sex work. This will revolutionize everything.
Everyone's got sexually transmitted diseases.
Oh god. It's like, but once I introduce Dove, can you imagine?
They just shamelessly insert an ad in the middle of Arcane. But once I introduce Dove holiday treats,
then that would be amazing. Oh, can you imagine? But he's dead, so they can't.
That's what they should have. That's what they should have done. Is they should have done deals with advertisers, and they they've got these animated scenes of Arcane that are just like riffs off of it, and you just have like Silco talking to Vander, and it's like, you don't understand, Vander. It's about Dove holiday treats.
It's about Dove. And Vander, it'd be great if Vander is like, what did you say? And Silco is like, I said it's about Zahn. And Vander's like, no, that's not what you said. It's like,
it smells good enough to eat, Vander, but don't.
All of their ad things are just Silco losing his mind. He like clearly isn't with it. That was our whole joke from the last one.
I don't like Arcane, and I would buy things based off of Silco just randomly dropping advertisements on YouTube.
You just realize that the villain is actually insane. He's come to. Yeah, that's why he dragged Vander there. Like, he doesn't know what he's doing. He's just very good at coming up with sort of half explanations at any given moment for why he's doing what he's doing.
All right, like, boy. Are you time for the adventure of a Ford Focus? What? No, here's Shimmer. Take that.
For a Ford Focus. Which I need you to sell health insurance. It's like, what? He's just saying whatever.
Now I can make a St. June's Hospital research.
There you go. He's like, come to Saint Silco's research hospital. We'll make you feel like you're coming up from the bottom. Oh my goodness.
That would have been amazing. Oh my goodness. Anyways.
Yeah, it would.
We got to go back to Arcane.
Would have ended after one season. Yeah, we got to.
That would have been the good ending. What are you talking about? Anyways. Okay.
All right. There's Cotter. Oh boy.
Hurry.
Novi.
This is between you and me.
You had your chance.
That feels very empty. I don't know why.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, I know why. Because what does that even mean? You had your chance. Your chance at what? We don't know what their relationship is. This is between you and me. But like Silco, well, I guess that would still fit if he's trying to dissuade Silco from his bizarre plan.
Mm-hmm. I think it needs some more meat and potatoes to make that. It sounds like it's supposed to be meaningful dialogue, but it just kind of it feels very flat.
Very flat. Oh boy.
Boy, is he taking his time now. Remember when he was just running around offing people?
That's right. He is taking his time now because
Almost like he's on Umvo.
I cannot. No. I saw it come up, and I'm like, oh,
you're all right.
Umvo.
But yeah, no, like, why didn't he just close his hand? Remember how like just disciplined and instant kill he was with all the other enforcers? If he just closed his hand, this would all be over right now.
Remember how he smashed the shimmer bottle a few seconds ago when he drank the shimmer and then his hand like clenched uncontrollably and crushed the glass bottle? He could have just popped Vi's head off right there.
Yeah.
And yet he didn't. It would make more sense, sort of, if like he didn't crush. And that's what for a moment I thought was going to happen when Vander started talking, is that I thought Silco was going to have this dialogue with Vander and be like, now I've got you by the heart or something. Like, it'd be weird that we had to go through all this rigmarole to get here, but, you know, it at least makes sense why he doesn't.
Well, yeah,
I don't know.
Imagine, in the opening fight, he was shown to enjoy his power more, right? Right, because this would make more sense, because he's kind of lauding over his superiority in a physical way. Right, where it's like, I can toss you and then I can walk up to you and kill you, right? But in the early fight, he's just teleporting around offing people. And even like Benzo, who's the last person standing, like imagine if instead of just coming out of nowhere and killing Benzo, like he slowly walked up to Benzo and Benzo swung something at him and like it just like hits his side and bounces off and he doesn't care, and then he just backhands Benzo and Benzo dies, right? That would set up this kind of thing that he's doing here with Vi way better.
Yes, it would if you could see him like grin.
Yeah,
you know,
he's
like,
enjoying this power.
I just thought of something. It's huge missed opportunity because they set it all up. Because remember, the guy who's currently on Shimmer is the same guy who Vi beat in that fight earlier, and he was humiliated. Yeah. And I was all upset. And I'm like, oh, well, they, you know, it's like, man, like, see, there's some emotional stakes.
Imagine he came over to her on the ground and he kneels down and he throws back at her like, do you want to see where that will end? Right, where like you get the knife thing, right? And he's got this monstrous voice.
Yeah. Well, that would be great because it would really set like all of a sudden whenever Silco is like ready to rise up to the top, it's like, I see why he follows Silco. Yeah. Is Silco gives him this power. Oh, you could do so much with that. Yeah. Of like, you know, you could have it, the psychology of him being like he wants to beat it reflects Silco's whole thing of he wants to get revenge and blah blah blah. So,
which would work way better if Silco wasn't beating the crap out of him in the first scene that they're together.
Yeah. If he was, exactly. If it was a little more.
Or imagine. Right, Silco's got like a little bit of a weird dynamic where like his other goons beats up this guy, right? And Silco's like, "What are you doing? Leave him alone!" Like, and like shoots off his goons, right? And so he's got this kind of like a savior complex with Silco, where it's like, everybody thinks I'm nothing, but Silco keeps giving me important positions or whatever.
Right.
And then that way Silco has a loyal follower. He's got someone that, you know, and maybe you can even have it be like after he leaves and like the other goons come in, Silco's like, I think you roughed him up a little too much this time. You know, like where Silco's clearly manipulating him with this kind of dynamic. Right. And it's like we don't want him to be damaged, right? Right.
I've got plans for him.
Yeah. They just pick the worst option every time.
They just completely forgot about him and his relationship. They forgot about him so much that I forgot who he was and realized, oh wait, they had this whole like scene with Vi earlier. Yeah. They needed to have some more development with him. Even go into like I don't know. I know, again, they don't have time, but it's
we don't need to go into, but we gotta have a good reason for why Vi
he
beating
doesn't just
him
kill
was
Vi
such a
immediately.
big deal, and why he wants to throw that back in her face, right?
Yes.
And
then this whole scene, immediately this fight
way
would
more
have
impactful. Yeah.
way more impactful than before. And can you imagine how powerful it would be before if you had, this kind of emotional connection for Vi having to beat up all these other guys, like maybe with her and Vander or something, or I don't know. But anyway.
Okay, one of the things that I feel like was a grave mistake is the kids don't meet Silco before this.
Yeah.
They should have had a scene where Silco comes to the last drop and maybe everyone gets silent as he walks in because they're not sure if they're supposed to beat him up on sight or something.
Right.
And he comes to Vander and he makes one last plea to get Vander to perform a rebellion or whatever. And and the kids are there and I had kind of mulled over this idea. If you were to do this, maybe the other kids are scared, but Powder is kind of playing with her toys or whatever. And one of the toys rolls off the counter and Silco picks it up and gives it back to her. And so you have a little bit of what is to come, right? Where
she also established that she knows who Silco is.
And
so
not
when
just
she
some
embraces him later, there's
foreign person. But maybe he could have some words for Vi. And imagine if he came out and was like, now's the time for rebellion, maybe he threatens to out Vi and the others as the people who caused the explosion, right? He does it in a subtle way, right? And so Vi immediately gets angry with him because of this, because she gets it. And
what would also
you could have some back and forth, you could have character interaction,
and you could learn about Vander's relationship with Silco before the climax of this story. I really like that idea. Well, it would also be interesting if you wanted to play more into this very sinister Silco element, you could have, instead of him necessarily saying he wants to out the kids, he could come in and say, I don't want to give up the children. I think that they should have the chance to fight. And you have this scene happen before Vi explodes at Vander about how they should be fighting, right? You see how Silco is manipulating people, particularly the kids, to be working on their resentment and massaging it and trying to, just like he does with this kid, of you're tired of being at the bottom, of being under the boot heel. Well, Vander's a stooge for these guys, but and then they find out in some sense he kind of is. And Silco's I'm actually have your best interests. I know. He's like Hitler, right? He's like, we've been under the boot heel. Yeah, I'm going there. It's the same kind of thing. He's like, you've been under the boot heel of these guys. Well, you know what? We're going to rise up and show them what's what and just, wreak havoc.
We're going to undo it all.
We're going to undo it all and then take more. It's a classic devilish tactic for power, and it'd be really, it would set up much more the stakes and everything. If you had that scene, and then you could have the scene where you learn, okay, this is why Vander, and then it sets up so much better the actual difference between Vander and Silco, good and evil,
Anyways, back to this.
Yeah.
We've seen him move before. He can teleport in there.
It's
just absurd.
Wait, I just realized he let her drag herself all the way back, and they have a giant door.
Get up and close the giant
before he
the
does
giant
anything.
blast doors. Yeah, no, It's kind of absurd.
Yeah. Is there any way that you could salvage that with our rewrite version where he's reveling in his power? Like,
it would
is there
have to
ways
be
you
a
could-
situation maybe where Vander and Silco are talking, maybe, and Silco kind of calls him off for a second. And so maybe he's looking
Right.
away or something like that, and Vander and Silco are really like getting at it or whatever, and she just barely manages to crawl in there and stand up out of sight and then close the door. You could maybe
Right, or
do it,
something.
but where it stands is just ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, the better way to go might be to have her escape some other way, and they close Vander or Milo or whoever
Yeah,
closes the
Clagger
door.
closes the door, and she like
Flagger closes the door.
falls off
Vi is
the
like, close
bridge
the
or
door.
whatever.
Yeah, she falls off the bridge and aims herself
Lands
enough
in
so
the
that she's
pillow
able
box.
to land. She lands. She lands on top of that other guy who she knocked off. Nice soft landing. Yeah, no. Well, whatever. This is the situation they're in now.
They're
But
closing
yeah.
the door because that guy stinks, and he should really get some all-day freshness from Unstoppable's
Oh, for
Downy.
heaven's sake! For heaven's sake! My goodness, they sure are selling a lot of soap.
Yeah.
For Arcane, are they trying to tell us something?
No, it's something about me. It's targeted ads. We've been through your Walmart purchase history, and we know you haven't bought anything in 3 years.
We know that you need this. Our algorithms tell us
We
that
saw
you
why your last girlfriend dumped you. She said you smelled bad.
That would be terrible. Oh no. They have AI reading your texts and stuff. Oh, what a terrible world to live in. Yeah.
Anyways.
Anyway. All right.
So I guess it is a metal door, and we've only seen him really do damage to squishy things.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, it's...
And I think he does break through eventually, so I guess we'll let that
He does
slide.
eventually. Yeah, it's fine.
You did good.
Oh yeah, remember this is happening?
I forgot it was happening. I was like, wait, why is Heimerdinger in the Undercity? Oh my gosh. I just love how he's like...
It is really weird to cut in this situation into what's going on. It feels like an intensity drop. I would separate them. I understand why they're doing it, but
yeah, it's definitely an intensity drop. Excuse me.
Stop this lunacy and quit! They're almost through. No pressure. That sounds like pressure.
I think that was meant to be funny, but I just don't find it funny.
It would work a whole lot better if we had, a couple episodes where they are breaking it bad out in the countryside or something, or they've like developed this rapport where they've got friendship, they've got irritations with their different styles, blah blah blah. And I just find it funny that like the inside of the door has like pull handles, and they've blocked the door by putting a metal pipe.
It's Victor's cane.
Oh, it's his cane.
Yeah.
Oh, I kind of love that, even though it's kind of silly that's how they're blocking the door. But I would think you could lock it from the inside, but whatever.
I mean, I feel like because that sounds like pressure comes off as someone who has no social aptitude, like right, because clearly that's what Victor was saying, right? Is it that this?
Yeah,
we have you got to do this fast, all right, and especially where Jace is supposed to be the charismatic face of this whole thing. It's like, why doesn't he get that?
No, I think it's straight up just we need some witty banter here between them. you know, to show.
Now it's time
they're
for some
under
witty
pressure.
banter. You go
That's
first.
exactly what it is.
Ah! I don't really know where to go with that.
Yeah, it's okay. Listen, that's pretty good.
I
But
love
anyway,
that movie
they're
so
trying
much.
they're trying to. Speaking of the color blue, they're trying to make this thing work. It should be cool. It sure would be cool if we knew how it worked, sort of.
Yeah.
They can't break his. I guess his cane is
It's
made of metal.
Yeah,
It's
it would be
made of
hard
metal.
to break
Okay.
that.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll leave it as that. That's fine.
Because, yeah, it would seem that he is like a computer giving it symbols one at a time to interact with and performing some result.
Yeah. Which is a super cool idea. And I like the fact they're intercutting. Like, I like the concept of them intercutting with the wizard guy doing his thing.
Mhm.
But it's, I don't know. It would be, I don't know why it also bothers me. I think because it's like, well, they're trying to draw a parallel with that. Not just a mechanical parallel, but like an emotional parallel, as though like, oh, I'm finally becoming the
wizard.
Yeah, as though we're attached to that wizard, as though like him seeing the. I guess to be fair, like the connection is, oh, I've spent all this time trying to replicate what the wizard did, and finally I'm doing it, but I'm doing it through technology, and I do like that. I like that concept, but
they needed more time to get that emotional payoff, probably.
Yeah, like most things, it needed some
once
more time.
again, you probably should have made Act 1 a 9-episode affair.
Yeah.
Each of the acts should probably have been way longer in order to get the material that they want out of it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a funny thing because although I know nothing about the plot details of season 2, I do know that some of the complaints that people have been making from what I've seen have been eerily familiar to some of the things we've been accusing season 1 of. Like rushing through things, not developing.
Well, I
things
watched
enough,
the first half
etc.
of episode 1, and yeah, they just headlong rushed through like 5 or 6 things that I felt like needed way more development, and it's like,
yeah,
holy cow! Like, put on the brakes, like take a chill pill, make something matter a little bit.
Yeah.
Anyways,
yeah,
we continue.
That was a cool shot.
So that means nothing to me. I can take a little bit to extrapolate what it's supposed to be. I think that's supposed to be the origins of when they start shooting ships across the world.
I think that's what it's
But where we're
supposed to be,
sitting
but-
right now,
We have no
like,
idea
that
that's what
means-
it's supposed to do.
it doesn't look like teleportation. It just looks like it kind of gets a little wonky when you flip it through the and it like, if we had some context for what they were attempting to do, like, it would be more impactful. Where it's like, oh, we got this gear to go 4 inches of its own accord, and it's like, wow, that's a big deal. Where it's like, here, it's like, I don't. What is this supposed to mean? What is it? I guess there's magic, clearly, but.
You know what I really want to happen is for Heimerdinger to come in there and Jace is like, look, you see, it really does work. And Heimerdinger is like, that's what I was afraid of.
No, Heimerdinger's like, you violated the council. You too, shoot him. And they just kill him instantly.
Like, what have they done? They've created magic. It's like, see, I told you we could do magic.
He's like, that's the problem.
That's the problem. What are you doing?
The issue was not whether or not you could make nitroglycerin in your basement. It was if you made nitroglycerin in your basement, you would blow up your house.
Yes, it was that you could make nitroglycerin in your basement. It's like, I love too how it's like, I would love for her to be like, you fired a beam of blue light so big that everyone in the city saw it. You blinded 200 people across the street.
You burned their
destroyed my office.
No, that's what he's really upset about.
Power.
He's upset about the destruction of his office. I spent 2 years renovating this. You sons of
all of my books. Also, they did snap his cane in half. So, like, his cane's made of wood. So, I don't know.
It has to be, well, wood can be, like I said.
I suppose that's
wood
true.
Can be pretty hard to break.
It can be strong. And it does look like a pretty solid cane there.
Yeah,
so.
it definitely broke like it was wood and not metal. Because if it was metal, it would bend.
Yeah. Yeah.
So but it looks like metal. So, I don't know what it's made out of.
Yeah. No, I think it's supposed to be wood. I'm going to choose to believe it's wood with some like metal parts on the outside.
Would you choose to do that? Anyways.
Well, I don't know. You asked it so seriously that now I'm not sure. I have to think about it. No, but I just feel it's not totally necessary, but I feel like the breaking of the cane needs to be symbolic of something. It doesn't have to be. It's just like there's this little itch in me where I'm like, I feel like that should mean something. Like, it should be like, but it doesn't. It's just the cane's broken, but they kind of lingered on it, and it's a great shot. But normally in Arcane, the problem seems to be that they have like a notion of like some kind of symbolism, and I'm like, oh, well, that'd be great if there was a story behind it. But this time it's like they have something that it's like the reverse, where I'm like, oh, wait, that feels like that could be a really impactful kind of, symbol of like, oh, Victor has like overcome something, and that's symbolized in the cane breaking. I don't know, but no, it's just cane is broken. So, anyway,
what I'm getting is you pay safe everywhere, pal. For a moment, I thought you were going to be useful.
You're going to contribute to my thought.
I never do.
Anyways, we're going to get a hilarious knee-slapping line in a minute. Actually, I do like this line coming up, but look at them.
You've actually done it.
He should not be happy about that. He seems a little happy, like a little amazed.
Yeah, well,
I guess he gets angry in just a second here.
Well, they can't keep track of what the problem actually is. So it's like, you've actually done it. Guards, shoot them.
It just cuts to them pulling out pistols and just unloading like 12 rounds.
That's right.
And it cuts to just their bodies on the ceiling.
They're just floating around. And Heimerdinger is like, we must not speak of this. We must now we need to bring the bodies down.
Terrible mess of my office, too.
Did you have to get that blood on the ceiling? Oh, dear.
You missed. There's a bullet in my ceiling now.
You just, after that, you just cut right back to Vi and everybody, and you don't even see what happened. You just see that, like, the metal door got, like, smacked in straight forward, and
they're all dead.
They're all dead. And it's just like, Silco. And then, like, the next episode is just like the Silco show.
It's the Silco show now. The Book of Silco. Yeah.
I guess Powder wouldn't be dead, so he could then go get Powder. And yeah, anyway. Yeah, let's continue.
But just because it can be done doesn't mean
that was something that was already expressed. Like, why are you saying it like it's a revelation? Like, this was explicitly expressed not too long ago that the problem is it could work.
Yeah, and Heimerdinger is confused by this. I know it's It's so funny because it's like that's exactly what we've been saying, and we've been saying it so much, and then the show has Heimerdinger say it, but it doesn't mean anything because it's as though
Mel
he's
freaking
like,
said it already in this episode.
Mel already
Like-
said it. I suppose what they're trying to go for is that it's like, well, now that he sees that it can actually be done, he's not so sure whether it should or shouldn't be done.
That
which
that
doesn't
was
make
not
sense
his issue
because
prior.
that was
yeah.
not his issue prior. His issue was he had seen it done
prior.
and he didn't like it.
Yeah.
But
Anyways,
anyway.
let's continue.
Will you please stop hovering? I'm not sure how to do that, sir.
I really,
Piltover's future looks like.
I'm sorry to interrupt it. I do really like that line.
The
love
line
Victor's delivery
would be better if
I'm not sure how to do that, sir.
If Heimerdinger
Yeah, I know.
wasn't about to tell his guards to kill them. No, he wouldn't do that. But I don't know.
Be like, and I can't throw you in prison because prison is a prison for
Prison's
the mind or whatever.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
I can't remember what
That
he
nonsense.
said exactly.
Anyways, continuing on.
My dear boys.
That's for the council to decide.
That wasn't the problem earlier. You literally said earlier the council hates this idea.
Oh god.
Mel,
for the council
why
to
did you
decide.
change your mind?
Also, Mel just showing up like, oh yeah, I knew exactly
Yeah,
what was
I knew
going
what was
on
going
here.
on.
I'm just incriminating myself right now. Maybe not really, but
It's like what you're saying right now is expressly contrary to the problem you brought up
yeah.
the last time you saw these guys.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. I don't know. Once you can do it,
Yeah.
but yeah, I don't know.
Perhaps it's time for the era of magic.
Hextech. For the era of Hextech.
You shut up, you're on the ceiling.
That would be a little more impactful if he'd ever. Did he ever say the term hex tech before?
I don't know. I don't care.
I don't recall him doing it, but
I think it was referenced as that in his notes, and I think
Okay,
Victor called
okay.
it this hex tech theory or whatever he said.
Okay.
Um.
Okay. We've kind of cut this to ribbons, so I can't remember
It's
a lot
cut
of things.
itself to ribbons.
I know, but
We've helped it.
we just kind of.
It's more coherent the way we present it. Anyways,
That's right. Anyway, he's got. Look at his face.
he's a goofy boy.
That-
It's a shame there's nothing going on between those ears.
Also, quick question: were the stars already on the ceiling, or is
No,
that
this is
like
something happening with the hex tech.
happening with the hex tech for some reason?
Hmm. For some reason,
Okay.
the orb has left.
For
the
some reason,
cradle
it's. For some
that it
reason,
was
it's.
in, and it's
Yeah, and it's
standing
making
by
everything
itself.
float.
Yeah,
for
it's
some
kind of causing a
reason.
weird.
This is supposed. I remember when
was this the objective? Was this an accident?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I remember when I first watched this, although, like, I liked, I more or less liked it the first time I watched it.
Mhm.
I remember this scene in particular, me just kind of being like, oh, okay. I wasn't really sure what they were trying to do. I guess they did it. I guess this proves their point or something. Huh. I mean, they are floating, but I don't know what specifically. Anyway, we've talked about it before.
Right. If you were to try to convince people who are intrinsically against the concept you were about to bring to them, right? You would want something that works really well and is very visibly of great asset to the people you're trying to convince, right? Like,
yes.
I'm going to convince you that you could traverse the sea in a metal ship. I have made a metal ship that has traversed the sea.
Yeah.
And
yes, and I
so
can show it to you.
Here, it's like, well, we've got
I
something.
have made something.
We've made,
I have made
Willy
something
Wonka's ever-floating gas chamber or whatever. Like,
It's fizzy. It's fizzy
The
drinks.
fizzy floating drinks, yeah.
You stole fizzy lifting drinks,
Yeah.
and the ceiling has to be washed and sanitized.
And it's
I
like,
love that scene so much.
and it's like, okay, like, I guess we could, get tickets and sell an amusement. Like, obviously, this represents something more significant than it is. But when you're presenting it to people who already dislike the idea you're going to present, you want an airtight case, and this is just a case in the air. And
yeah, I see what you did. The thing is because because we don't know like why they are floating. They don't seem to know why they're floating because Victor is like, I don't know how to do that, sir. I guess that doesn't mean he doesn't know why they're floating, but anyway, they I mean, it's made other things float. So I mean, oh look, we could use this technology to move stuff.
It'd be funny if they couldn't get this to stop and they're just stuck floating for the rest of their lives.
They are forever zero.
They can't go outside or else they'll be lost to space.
They have to walk with like a ball and chain, like holding them to the ground. But they can't walk, so that'd be we don't know how they get down from the ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, this is the end of their part of the story here, as I recall.
It's so random.
Oh dear.
Hard cut.
Yeah, hard cut.
No, it's not a hard cut. This is a softer cut.
You have to work.
I'll give them this. It feels tense.
It does feel tense.
Yeah.
It feels tense. That's all I'll say.
Yeah. All right, we've already talked about if that freaking monkey can set off those things, like they're nitroglycerin. They're just going off whenever they want to. Like
well, it does have to hit it kind of hard, but it is like a toy monkey.
Hits it kind of hard, and I guess it hits it repeatedly, but it's a freaking toy monkey. And like
also doesn't really show a whole lot of, well, I guess maybe she constructed the toy monkey. But
she rigged it to work this way. Yeah. Toy monkeys already exist.
The toy monkeys already exist, so it's just kind of like, I don't know. It's not really mechanical.
No, this is not mechanical genius on her part. This is, I had nitroglycerin.
This is I had very highly unstable.
But yeah, there's a number of times that she was running where these things would have jostled around in her bag. They should have gone off then.
Yep.
If the monkey can do it, pretty much anything can do it. Especially them hitting each other should probably... Because they're in a bag together. Those things should be...
Someone needs to make a compilation of all of the times that
just
it
cut to nuclear explosions.
Yes, like just go through all of the scenes where like every time that like it should have, like when she drops it into the monkey at that moment, it should just
boom.
Oh god! When the monkey hits it the first time. Just every time it's like that Lord of the Rings thing. Anyway, we're about to hit.
I'm not gonna
one of the things
reference Celsius, but that looks like mercury there. I don't want to drink. I want to drink mercury, Michael.
Mercury?
Doesn't it look like a blob of mercury?
I didn't even see it because it was so reflective. Yes, it looks exactly like a blob of mercury. It doesn't look drinkable. It looks like somebody soldered metal onto the table.
Walmart, do better. Anyways,
anyway, we're about to get sort of the scene that, for I think a lot of people, hooked them to the show, and for me, apparently kind of killed my interest in the show. Looking back on it.
already bored at this point.
Yeah, for me, it's the fact that Jinx is about to murder everybody, not murder, but manslaughter everybody, powder slaughter, girl slaughter.
Powder slaughter.
Everyone's gonna die, and for really to know, I don't know. It's just like it's so
You don't
nihilistic.
you don't like the not. I don't want to say the not happy ending, but the pointless ending.
It's so pointless. It's so nihilistic. Like the whole arc.
I would be fine
Powder, you
if you
really
have,
are a Jinx. You're a Jinx.
If you have this nihilistic moment, but they springboard off of that into a greater point, right? In the later acts, right?
Yeah, that would be the idea, but I don't know. It just seems
they don't do that. They just double down on it typically.
I think the thing too is that it's like I'm just so tired of people having the point, quote unquote, be, oh, life is random and has this meaningless element to it, and you have to deal with that. It's like, okay,
that's not good for stories.
That's not good for stories. I'm gonna say it. Like
stories are incredibly structured.
They are. That's why we tell stories, is so that they have a point. The fact that I sent this thing forward and it exploded, and it was all just a terrible timing. It's tragic. Blah blah blah. It's just like I don't know. It doesn't. I feel like it'd be a lot more powerful if it was more. I don't know. I can't express it very well, but you need something a bit more intricate and structured than just this kind of. It just feels so mean-spirited.
Imagine she had Echo with her, right? She brought Echo with her, and they're outside, and they're kind of talking, and she starts putting this monkey together, and Echo's like, "What are you doing?" And it's like, "This will blow up, and it will stop them." And it's like, "How big will it blow up?" And it's like, "I don't know, but it'll blow up." And then she's like, "And it will prove that I am capable," or something like that, right?
Right.
Where she drills in why she's doing it for a selfish reason. And so would you be happier with that? Where
yes, I would be slightly happier because it would give it a little more, because the way they have it now is that Powder, I don't see the way they've set it up. Like I could criticize it and be like, well, actually what Powder's doing doesn't make sense or blah, blah, blah. But the way they've set it up, it's like Powder is acting nobly. Yep. Powder is like, and this is the moment where Powder is like, oh, I'm going to prove I really am, I really can help.
She's not even trying to prove that she can help. She's just happy to help, is what this situation is.
She's happy to help. Yeah. She's like, they're going to kill them. So it's just a misunderstanding. It's like, I think that's the thing, is it's kind of like that scene in the first episode where she overhears Vi talking to Milo and is like, oh, Vi hates me. And she just runs off and is sad, and then it's never resolved. And it's like, what purpose did this serve other than to make me as the viewer feel sorry for Powder, but also kind of empty and confused because there was no catharsis for it. It was just misery, for the sake of it. And that's what we're going to get. Now, the Vi punching Powder, while is also very uncomfortable for me, that feels like there's more to it, because at least there was kind of more setup.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
It would have been better with more tension between the two of them, but there's definitely some sort of setup and payoff with this idea that,
kind of. But even with that, it's still kind of just there isn't Vi punches Powder because she's so angry because Powder just got everybody killed, and it's like, you didn't, you can have, that would probably happen regardless of whether you have any setup, if that makes sense, because the emotions are so raw.
Yeah,
the emotions are so raw. So as a result, it doesn't really strike me as a character choice that means something. It strikes me as a reaction.
Yeah.
And so because now they've tried to kind of set it up that there's tension between them, but they mitigated that at every turn.
They keep mitigating the tension. Yeah.
So that it's like there isn't really any tension. So it ends up just being Vi punches Powder, and Powder is utterly distraught. And so the feeling you're kind of left with is there wasn't a buildup to this and a release. This just was a thing that happened. And so it just felt random and therefore empty because there wasn't really a point to it, even though it kind of tricks you into thinking there's a point. I feel, I'm sorry I'm not being very articulate with this, but I don't know. I'm sorry I'm explaining all of this now before it happens, because then I'll end up reiterating myself when it does happen. But
well, let's watch that happen.
Let's watch it happen.
Okay, I will say, I was irritated the heck when they kept playing this over and over again. Like,
oh, you mean the explosion?
Yeah, I was just like, get on with it, like move on, because they keep doing the monkey resetting and exploding.
Oh, right.
And I was
right.
like, just do the whole thing. I'm so tired, and it probably I would have been okay with it if I had cared about the moment, but
right.
I was just kind of exhausted at this point.
So. It's exhausting. Honestly, like when it cut back to it, I completely forgot that it replays it. You reminded me of it.
Oh, it does it like
legit
4 or 5 times now.
I legit thought, I was like, oh, okay. I guess it didn't blow up the first time. It's just when it hit it, it released this precursor amount of energy that was so big, and then it goes to. But that makes no sense because that energy would have destroyed the monkey, so I don't know why I thought that. But anyway, yeah, they're going to replay it so that we see every
facet,
gritty detail of every facet, every angle of this explosion.
Because you can have every incident of the explosion, but you don't need to reset it like they do.
To show the monkey blowing up again.
Well, to show the monkey blow up and the origin of the explosion, you can just have all the explosion effects right after one another very quickly, and you'll get a sense that it's happening all at once, where this makes it feel like almost they're happening separately.
Yes. They're trying to be stylistic, but it was a poor stylistic choice, I think. Oh!
Okay. So that's really weird, right? Because this is where she loses her arm.
Yeah, it just seemed to disintegrate.
Why does it take just her?
Yeah.
Why does it take just her arm there? Like, that's not even the dead center of the blast. Her chest is dead center. Like, why does that happen like that? Is it just supposed to be chaotic?
Yeah,
I know they want her to be missing an arm in the next act, but
I guess in the first shot, she was kind of reaching the arm towards the explosion, but it doesn't really look like that.
This is the other arm. Because this is the arm that was blocking Silco.
Oh, you're right.
It's the other arm.
You're right. How bizarre. Also, sort of a side note, but I don't know. I don't know if why does she try to save Silco?
Yeah, we don't know.
I know that people would be like, well, she works for Silco. And I'm like, I don't know.
She just started working for Silco.
Yeah, this is very self-sacrificial. Like, why?
I would like more to understand why she believes in Silco so much that he must live and she can die. Like, I want a little bit more out of that. And it's, right, that's her kind of default in Act 2 and Act 3, is she's very loyal and self-sacrificial for Silco. And it's like, why? I would like to know.
Yeah.
That would be neat. It would be neat.
It would be very neat. Okay, and just one more thing I'd like to say is that the whole I'm going back to my rant from before. I'm sorry, but it's
Mhm.
just I'm trying to figure out why this all bugs me in quite the way it does. So it, I think it's because also they've set it up explicitly, right? So that they were going to get out fine. Like he had
Yeah.
broken the hole open. Milo picked the lock. They had enough time to get out. If Jinx hadn't come along and interfered, they would have gotten out. And that just seemed, and so the story is literally telling me it would be better in some sense
To
if
not try to help people.
it would have, yes, it would be better if
Right.
Jinx didn't overcome her fears and
if her
didn't succeed.
if her
It
attitudes
would
were
be
more of the sort of I'm going to prove them all wrong, it would be she's acting selfishly and interferes with what would have been
right. If it was set up more like that, and but even then, I feel like the just how catastrophic this is, like you'd really need to lean into that and make it like this is a real punishment for this little girl. Like I don't know. I'm just like she's this little girl who lives in this twisted up world, and you're just like it's like I'm watching the story just beating her, and
Yeah.
I'm just like I can't. I no, like I don't like this. This isn't like you can't. I think it is in part because I am protective of Powder because she's this cute little girl, right? And so I'm like, I don't. You gotta really like. You gotta really work on me to make me like be okay with any
So
bad things you do to her. Okay,
have
like
you watched It's a Wonderful Life?
yes, it's been a while. I'm
Right.
trying to remember
So
what you might be
one
referring to.
of the point, not the points, but one of the effects in It's a Wonderful Life is every time I forget what the name of the main character is. But every time he helps someone, he must sacrifice himself and lose something. And by the end he's going to lose everything, right?
Right.
Because he keeps sticking his neck out for everybody else, trying to do a good thing, right?
Right.
I guess that might work better because the person who suffers is mostly himself. But he's got a family by the end, right? And they're suffering for his good choices. So I guess you're not as upset with that as you are with Powder trying to do a good turn here and everybody dying.
Yeah. No, because like how do I put it? I'm fine with that for a couple of reasons. One, because the whole ending of that movie is he goes back in time, or goes to an alternate timeline rather, and sees what would happen if he didn't do the things that he did, and has this whole interaction there. And then he comes back to the future, and there's
his friends
I would
bail
even
him
be
out.
his friends bail him out, but even if his friends didn't bail him out, if they had some other kind of way to emotionally salvage it, I would also be kind of okay with that because it comes it comes more quickly. But also, frankly, it's the fact that he's a grown man, and I'm just gonna own up to the fact that there's a part of me that is just straight up
Yeah, you don't like them messing with a kid this way.
This is a little kid. She's developing. Like I don't want her like the message. And I mean, I guess that's the point is they're like trying to set up the trauma of her character. But I'm just like, this is just way over the top. Like this is like it's like a little kid. This is going to sound like a weird connection, but it's like if you started your story with like a little kid like being lost somehow in the trenches in World War I and seeing like some guy caught in barbed wire and they try to bring them water to help them and they drink the water and their belly bursts or something like some horrific pointless stuff where you're punished for trying to do a good thing. And it's like, great, now we have the childhood trauma. And I'm like, what is the kid supposed to do with that? Like, I don't want to see that. Like, I don't know. That might seem like a weird connection that I'm drawing, but it's just like it's just so awful. I don't know.
It's interesting because I'm not. I don't think I'm as bothered by it. Obviously, I think I would be less bothered by it too if this was some fundamental piece of a long story where you have to own up to your mistakes and like or something like that.
I think that's the thing is there's no way for Powder to fix this.
No.
Like, you know, and I'm not talking like obviously you can't fix it when people are dead in that way, but like emotionally even because it's literally not her fault.
Yeah.
Like it's her fault, but it's not like morally her fault. You know, and so that's why I would feel somewhat slightly better if it was more clearly set up as, you know, this is a flaw in her morality. I'd still be frustrated because it would be so out of proportion. But because I think it's the fact that it's like, well, there isn't any way you can fix this. Any fixing this would feel hollow. It's like there's, you know, how are you, what can you possibly do? You know, I think that's what it is it's like, it's just like some random horrible thing happening and, now the character, I don't know. I'm taking up too much time trying to figure this out.
Yeah.
Anyway, Savika loses her arm.
And kind of a strange, it gets disintegrated. It's not centered to the blast, I don't think. It's just kind of weird. I think I would be happier if, you know, the blast caught up some piece of debris and it just went flying and sliced off. Like,
oh yeah, something like.
I mean, they basically do that to Milo and later, right? Milo and Claggor, they just get hit by debris. Like,
oh yeah. We don't see even how they die, as I recall.
Oh no,
like,
we see.
Just know.
Milo gets impaled.
We do.
And I don't remember. I think like the ceiling caves in on Claggor or something. We'll see.
Oh my goodness.
But yeah, I feel like it would have just been wiser just to have something go flying and knock off her arm rather than have this kind of strange, like, I don't know why it happens the way it does.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. There goes all the shimmer.
You see how much shimmer that was? They had a ton
and he
of shimmer.
lost it all. What happens when shimmer explodes?
It sends up healing spores. Yep. Anyways.
Oh. Well, what a way to go.
Oh no, he lives.
Well, he doesn't die.
Yeah.
He lives. Yeah, somehow he lives.
And that glass doesn't break.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Yeah. You would think that glass would probably, from the pressure, would give out.
How is Powder going to survive?
She lands in the water.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Still, that would still probably hurt her, but whatever.
Yeah.
At least they have an excuse. You know what's bizarre? I would still be frustrated, but I would almost feel kind of... I would still be upset, don't get me wrong. But if Jinx Powder straight up like was blown off the side of the roof and then just landed and died, and the last like look on her face was I did it, but it killed everybody. How bizarre is it that I would almost be okay with that? I would be more okay with that because it's like, okay, good. She doesn't end up having to see.
Suffer.
She doesn't have to suffer. The last thing was, it would still be frustrating because it's like, oh, well, what a pointless, mean-spirited tragedy that you're like, look, you see, when you try to do good things, it will just ruin everything for everybody. But at least you won't know about it. It's like, well, that's a terrible message to send people. Okay, I'm done. Oh, gosh, you're right. They just keep doing it.
Yeah, it just keeps going.
They dwell on the consequences of this one action. Yep, there you go. Oh, yep. Okay, pause it again. Pause it again.
Yeah.
I see, watching this is almost therapeutic for me because it's reminding me of like some of this stuff is actually very useful in helping me remember why I just was so frustrated with this and am. Because like, see how they're lingering on it. Like they're lingering on all these consequences.
Yeah, it's all in slow
All these
motion,
consequences
and they keep redoing the explosion, and
they keep redoing it. They're like, look at everything that Powder, look at all the consequences of
well,
this
it's supposed to be
one
emotional, I think.
harmless. Oh, of course it's supposed to be emotional. That's part of why I hate
I
it.
was just trying to fall asleep at this point, I think, when I was watching
Oh,
it.
for heaven's
But
you cold-hearted monster. But I'm just watching it and I'm like, oh, look at all the like, oh, Clagger's dead. Oh, and then Milo gets impaled, and then with his big doughy eyes, he looks up, and the last thing he sees is being crushed, and he doesn't know why. It's just like, this is horrible. This is horrible. This
I
is
think
like
it's
the
supposed to be
senseless
horrible.
slaughter of. Well, I know, and I don't like it. Like it's just
interesting.
So, I
Because
do not
I think
approve
this
of their
issue
story choice here.
is not the issue of maybe you can make a pretty convincing argument that this is poor story design, right? But your argument seems to mostly be not that this is poor story design here, but that it's not a story you really like.
It's not a yeah. I'm willing to own up to that, though. I would say, partly my defense. Remember the scene where Savika is just dead? Like, because
what?
Not Savika. Sorry, I keep thinking that the enforcer, the enforcer.
Oh, the enforcer. Lady, yeah, she's just dead.
Enforcer captain lady, where like, oh, Benzo's dead. She's dead. Like all of a sudden, this monster has just come and has slaughtered everybody.
I wanted to dwell on that a little bit more.
That I think that is sort of a part of it too. Is that it's like, oh, Clagger and Milo, they're just dead. Just all of a sudden, there's no meaning.
No, there's way more dwelling on it. Like one of my issues with Benzo, I was a little better with Benzo's death. Her death, though, she doesn't have any last words. You don't really see her die. She's just dead. Right here you have them die, and so I definitely like that better than what they did with the enforcer captain. I wonder if she has a name. I'm sure she does.
I think it's Grayson, which
Hot
doesn't
woman.
feel right.
What?
No, it is not Hot Woman. I think I looked it up a while ago. It's of all things Grayson, which I feel like she needs a better name, which is why I keep calling her Savika, because Savika sounds exotic and she has an exotic accent. So I'm just like, she's totally Savika.
Is her
Savika's
accent
a different character.
It's not Indian.
I think
I don't know what her accent is.
It's something like that. It's wonderful, whatever it is.
It's a beautiful thing.
It's this old kind of husky. Anyway, cue the saxophones.
We're enjoying thinking about this wonderful woman over
this wonderful woman who died at the beginning of this episode. I'm sorry. I spend so much time trying to explain.
It's just interesting. I find it interesting that maybe it is because I'm a cold-hearted mechanical monster that I don't take particular issue with the kids being tortured.
I definitely take issue with it, but it's I think that is definitely part of it, and I do think it is a difference. And I'm not I can't really argue with the execution.
Yeah. I mean,
because
I can argue with replaying the monkey blowing up, but that's just me.
Oh, sure. But so I'm fooling myself if I try to argue against the execution. But what really bothers me is I don't like the message this seems to be sending, and I think that is really what
messages
bothers
don't
me.
bother trying.
It's kind of like The Last Jedi, where you have the scene where Poe is talking to purple hair lady, Laura Dern or whoever, and
I think she actually had a decent name, but I forget what it was.
I have no idea what her name was. Haldo. Admiral
Haldo. I don't mind
Haldo.
Haldo. That's a good name.
I don't. What? Sure, whatever. That's like having a
Yeah.
little bit of whipped cream on a pile of poop. But anyway, she
Anyways.
has this conversation with what's his name, Poe, and you know that scene there, like where she like dresses him down and blah blah blah,
Yeah.
and it's like, you know, I could argue all day long about like, oh, this isn't executed very well and stuff, when really my main issue is that this is just stupid. Like,
Yeah.
I don't like the message this is sending, that it's like, oh, if you have initiative as a soldier and as like a man or something, like this is bad. Like, I don't know. It just is so clear what the messaging was supposed to be, and I don't like the messaging. So the execution,
I'm
if
not
anything,
sure if there was clear messaging. Because it was a bad movie.
I feel there was messaging there. It's under the surface. Like, we don't talk about it.
I must have been
'cause we get into
laughing when the
politics, but
messaging was happening.
there's definitely messaging under the surface. You gotta read between the lines a little bit. Not really a little bit.
I was
but
just laughing.
I don't know. I know.
Last Jedi
Like,
is a great comedy.
That's what it should have been. It should have been Spaceballs.
It was Spaceballs.
It was.
Actually, it was worse than Spaceballs.
You know what? Yeah, it was a lot worse than Spaceballs. You know what it was? It was a cruel joke. It was a cruel joke by a nihilistic man. Anyway, I don't like Ryan Johnson.
Back to this uplifting.
Back to this uplifting thing where she's seeing the rabbit fly through the air, and she's like, "Oh, look at how magical it all is." You know, it's so great.
Yeah,
See, look at
maybe it's because dang, I can't make a joke. Anyways, maybe it's because I don't really like what it's portraying, like as a whole, right? But generally, when they run slow motion, okay, not generally, like 50% of the time when they run slow motion, I'm like, come on, move it up, come on, like you're wasting time.
Oh,
like
interesting.
I'm just bored. Like they had the slow motion in the opening, not the opening, in the fight in the first episode, right? Where like where Powder's looking on, and I'm like, come on, like let's not, come on, like I don't know why it irritates me sometimes. There's a few like when you have the slow motion during the fight with Vi like pouncing on people, right? And they get some slow motion cuts of her hitting things. Like those I was okay with. But like half of the time, I'm just like, "Come on, let's move on."
Enough,
like, gosh, darn
oddly
it.
enough, in that first scene, the main reason I didn't like the slow motion was because it was just gratuitous shots of people getting the spit like rippled out of them. But I understood it story-wise because it seemed to be trying to say, though they didn't really follow up on this, because I saw it as
That
from Powder's point of view.
Yeah.
Powder is overwhelmed, and that's what they're trying to. There's other ways they could communicate it, but it's like, okay, I see what they're trying to do here.
It's just interesting that I have this issue with the slow motion sometimes. Yeah, it's just interesting.
Yeah,
it reminds me of like the Michael Bay Transformer films. Where it's like, whoa, we don't need slow motion here. Like, let's just
there's
keep
so
moving.
much. Yeah.
Anyways, hey,
I understand. St. Jude.
Yeah. It is weird that she would have a sense of wonder, right? Where all her motivation was, I want to try to save them, and she just got blown up.
Yeah,
I feel like she would still be worried.
Out of the window.
Like, because she doesn't.
Yeah, that's a good point.
She can't see what's happening. Like,
that's a very good point.
It feels like a very, and we'll get it even further, right? When she comes out and is like, "Did you see me blow it up?" Right? And it's like, no, you should be worried. Like that's why you were blowing things up. Like if your motives have been more of, I'm going to prove them right, I could maybe get this a bit more, right? This kind of idea.
If her motive was literally just, I can get something to work mechanically.
Yeah.
Like, even though she already did that in the
arcade.
Like she got the one thing to work. So
But so far what we've seen with these scenes, her motivation is just purely she wants to help them. She doesn't release the monkey until she kind of thinks that maybe they'll be safe behind the blast door, and so you would think that she would still be worried because she can't see what's going on, and also she just got concussed by a bomb, right? You know. So I take issue with her suddenly being excited and in awe of this when that it seems out of character with how she has been performing.
Yeah.
Monkey boom.
You know what? Never mind. It's fine. No.
Are you sure?
I was gonna. I'll just end up on another rant about trying to explain the scene. So we need to move forward. It's fine. Marcus. Good. So it's not underground.
No.
I think we have to accept the fact that, or I have to accept the fact that
both.
The Undercity is not underground.
Well, portions of it is underground.
Okay.
And the divide, right? We for some reason were under the impression that the divide between Piltover and Zon was the elevator, right? The above ground and the underground. When it is in fact the bridge, and there's like a whole section of Zon that is above ground.
Right.
Which it's funny that didn't click in my mind, because you would think that would be obvious because they do focus on the bridge as being the divide very frequently. But for some reason it did not click.
Well, there's a reason. The reason it doesn't click is because they call it the Undercity.
That is true.
They don't call it anything else. So when you call something the Undercity, you expect it to be under stuff. And they go on that elevator, and it's like, oh, where's the elevator taking them? This is a port. I was thinking about this earlier, actually, because this is a port town. That is water, a river or lake or something. And you know what happens when you have soil and ground that is right next to a body of water is it tends to have a lot of water trapped underneath it. So you don't often, to my knowledge, now I might be completely wrong about this, but to my knowledge, you don't normally have mining operations right next to a body of water in this way. Because, you'd have to be further away, because otherwise when you start digging, now I might be totally wrong. I'm just going off of my intuitions.
Yeah.
But like the positioning of that explosion, like, I don't know. It's like, okay, where's the Undercity? Wouldn't there be problems with like water from the river getting into the Undercity if they don't like, I don't know. It just seems, you got to pick one or the other. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but anyway, apparently Silco's operation is above ground unless that explosion is just so big that it blew a hole.
I don't know if I'd say it's above ground. But anyways. I guess it would be above board would be the...
There
it's not
you
above
go.
board.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this music felt gratuitous when I... Gratuitous. It seemed like too much when I watched it for the first time. Because...
That's an interesting reaction.
I was irritated with this music that plays from now between when Vander gets Vi out of the facility.
Right.
I was like, what are you doing? Like, I don't know why I was irritated. It's just interesting that I was like, shut up with the music.
That is very interesting, because in some sense, in my mind, I'm like, well, no, the music is appropriate because of how horrible this is.
Well, the music that's coming is kind of like inspiring stuff, actually.
Oh, okay.
I guess we gotta play it for you to remember, but it feels somewhat inspiring. Obviously, it's got a tinge of sadness in it, but it's kind of like the "we will overcome" kind of vibe. But maybe I'm reading it wrong.
We'll see what I think. Anyway, I just really don't like that they're just dead. I just don't like it. I just don't like it.
The music reminds me of something from Batman Begins. Anyway.
Yeah, yeah, especially that little board on it there.
Mm.
It's like watching.
What?
I don't know. It's like what? I just don't like the meaningless human suffering, I think is what it is.
I enjoy the meaningless human suffering.
Yeah, this is the
That's
difference
why I
between
can't
you and
mock
I.
St. Jude Hospital.
That's right, yeah. You better not mock St. Jude's Hospital.
Fire and brimstone will appear and I'll burn. Anyways. So yeah, this guy right next to the explosion, he looks pretty good. Right?
Yeah,
his clothes aren't like blown to pieces, right?
Yeah.
You would expect him to be naked. Right?
Or something, you
would expect him to be in his tighty whities with
he's on
the force
Shimmer,
of the explosion.
But that wouldn't save his clothing.
No, that wouldn't save his clothing.
Wouldn't it be amazing if, like, when he stood back up, his like hair was on fire and he was naked? It's like his just
honestly, that would be pretty intimidating. But yeah, Shimmer is some dope stuff. Keep you.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he acts a little hurt here, but the fact he doesn't look really bad at all.
No, he looks totally fine.
Yeah, her arm's just blown off for no reason. It's just gone.
Interesting.
You know, it's funny because the first time I watched this, I didn't catch that her arm got blown off. I also had a hard time keeping track of who she was. Because you don't see her that often. And so in the second act, it's this big reveal when she's got the mechanical arm. We'll get into that. That's a huge mess. But it's this big reveal that she's got the mechanical arm. And I'm like, wait, should I know who she is? What, is she supposed to be missing an arm?
who are you supposed to be?
I don't even know who you are.
It's like somebody bursts into your room and is like, I've come for you. Julia. And you're like, who are you? I don't know.
It's the Batman Beyond meme where it's like, you killed my father. Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down?
I don't remember who said that.
You didn't see it. It's from a Batman Beyond episode. It's what's his name? I forget what his villain name or whatever. It's Green Glowy Skeleton Man.
And I don't know who that is.
Because I showed you like some of the first episodes of Batman Beyond. It's the guy who took over Wayne Corporation. After he turns into Green Glowy Skeleton Man after being exposed to the neurotoxin or whatever.
I think I remember.
And they save him through radiation, but he turns him into Blight. That's his villain name. Anyways, he's on the run, and Terry confronts him, and it's like, you don't understand. This is personal. You killed my father, and it's like, do you have any idea how little that narrows it down? I have no clue who you are.
It's like, sorry. Yeah, there's a lot of people.
I've killed a lot of fathers. You understand. And the mothers, too. I'm an equal opportunity.
I'm an equal opportunity serial killer.
Anyways.
Okay. Kill them? What do you think
he seems pretty...
Before?
Oh, no, you guys on the bridge should all be dead.
They should all be dead. How
you should all be dead.
This adds to it, right? Because it's like, it seems like Powder's thing
only
didn't
the good
do
people
anything,
die. Yeah.
Except it took out Savika's arm. It messed up kind of the one doctor guy, but I don't care about him. Didn't do anything to Silco. Didn't do anything to the Shimmer dude. Didn't kill anyone on the bridge. Excuse me, but who it did kill was two guys who were standing behind a metal blast door who she wanted to save. And then,
Yeah, you know what Powder should have done? She should have used Tide with 50% more cleaning power. That would have got him rid of it.
I hate you. No, seriously, what she should have done, and I don't know why she didn't do this, like, you get up into the window, they don't have guns. I mean, I suppose you could argue she doesn't know that, but I feel like she could demise that. or devise that.
And
It's
she just
like,
starts throwing rocks at them.
no. What she does is she's. It would be kind of interesting if like she was like, stop what you're doing. I have an extremely powerful bomb here.
That
right? And
is out of character, though. I think for her,
I don't know.
She's timid, right? A little bit.
She's timid, but like that would be a great thing if you could have her like overcome her timidity in order to save her friends. She's like, I have a powerful bomb that definitely works, and they're just like Silco like rolls his eyes until he notices. Wait a second, that's one of the blue orb things in it.
He doesn't know anything about the blue orbs.
I'm just so confused about what he knows and doesn't know. I don't know what he's. You're right. He doesn't know about the blue orbs.
About the blue orbs.
What the heck?
No one knows anything about the blue orbs down here.
So yeah, he shouldn't know anything about it. I don't know.
Though maybe they were sold to Jace by Benzo. We don't know. Would have been so funny.
That would have been amazing. Yeah. But okay. I'm going to do a little bit more on my rant. I'm sorry.
Continue.
But it's just I keep thinking of things. So, and because this made me think of it, is nobody on the bridge is dead, right? So that just adds to it because it's like, okay, the whole idea is she sends this thing, like the whole idea I thought was that, oh, she finally succeeded. She just succeeded too well and it got a bunch of more people killed than she wanted and they were people she cared about. And somehow I'm supposed to derive some kind of moral lesson from this, even though it was a freak accident. But the fact that it doesn't even kill any of the people who she was trying to kill, it only really the only two actual casualties are Clagger and Milo.
Yeah.
Everybody else survives. They've just got burns and bruises.
I guess you would count Savika as a casualty. She wouldn't be like a death casualty, but she's been maimed. Right.
No, maiming, but like she's not dead.
Yeah.
And it's like, it seems to me that the whole idea was that Powder is like, I'm going to send this thing forward and it's going to, I understand I'm trying to kill them.
Yeah.
I'm going to blow them up with this thing to save my friends. I waited, they're behind the blast door. They should be safe. So she did everything right, but the writers are like,
but it has
we
the
need
inverse.
Yeah, we need our
inverse
tragedy.
reaction as
so we're just gonna rely upon the great terrible god of random chance and say, well, sometimes things just don't work out. So it just happened that Milo and Clagger rolled one.
I mean, I'd probably feel
everyone else rolled
better about it if everybody on the bridge was dead except for Shimmer Guy.
Yeah, I would still be upset for other reasons. I would be miffed
but it wouldn't be throwing it in your face where it's like, see, the only people who died were Milo and Clagger.
yeah, and it's like the one other thing too is it's the fact that in my mind she did everything that she could reasonably given the situation to try to make this work. Namely, waiting till they're behind the blast doors.
Yep.
I don't know if she even waited for it, but it seems to me that she did. So like she tried to do everything right, and then it like still doesn't work
she
for
gets
no
100%
good reason.
Punished. Yeah.
Yeah, no good reason. Just because they decided. So it's like, no, like listen, if she tried doing it rashly before they had run in there and it got them blown, like I can't pin any reason that she is being punished. I think is maybe part of the problem. And the
there is no
story
reason. She's being punished because that's what the writers would like to do, which I don't necessarily disagree with, but you do.
It's like reading a story about somebody being tortured for no reason. And it's like, I'm sorry, I don't want to read this. I know, because you're a weirdo. Oh. Well, it also means that, frankly, you seem to have the ability to write more emotional stories than I do. Because I've played D&D with you, and I've been impressed. Well, I've been impressed by the fact that you are able to, like, tug the heartstrings makes it sound, like, diminutive, but, I mean...
It is diminutive, yeah. It's
more
demonic
than
what I
just
do.
that, but
Anyways.
oh my goodness. Never mind. But anyway, I think I'm getting much closer to the heart of what bothers me here.
All right.
She's being punished for no good reason.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, the writers are defying their own logic in order to punish her. So it's just like,
I don't know
no,
if I'd say that that's true, but kind of. I can see where you might get that. Yeah.
I think, that's what I think. Tied.
See, isn't that kind of inspiring music?
Yeah. While Vi is crying, they should be dead. Comic relief is misplaced.
What are those things supposed to be?
Oh, I have no idea.
That he has in his hand. They look really weird.
I think they're the braces from the chair.
Maybe. They look really funny.
And now, this is also strange, because now we've got Vander is like, I'm going to kill you, Silco, as though this was, well, I mean, I guess it is Silco's fault. It makes sense, but I don't know. I'm just so focused on, like, Powder just blew everyone up. I was just like, and now we're doing this, and I'm just like, this is just like a complete story-wise in terms of like the themes and things, then stuff they're trying to resolve. Like, this is just a complete nightmare. It's like they literally rolled a grenade into the scene and it exploded, and they're just going to continue on with the other themes as normal. I don't know.
Well, the interesting thing here is Silco kills him when he didn't seem to be particularly interested in killing him before.
Yeah.
And you don't have any dialogue where it's like, I can't let you leave, like...
Yeah.
I think I would have liked a little bit of that. Anyways, let's see what it has to offer. Oh yeah, the music irritates the heck out of me. Gosh darn it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
it's like sort of triumphant, and it's like,
no.
I just can't get it out.
I'd rather be no music here. Just have whatever's happening happen. Like there's no reason for this music.
That would be more appropriate to the nihilism of what is currently happening. Like, they are now in hell. Everything's on fire. Two young boys are dead. Vi is crying for some reason. Vander is going to go murder his old brother. Well, yeah.
She's still
Vander
a child.
is going to go murder someone, and
yeah. Anyways,
Powder's in the river. Everything sucked.
So
wow,
I wasn't.
So he just killed the Shimmer guy.
Oh, he's not dead yet.
Oh.
I did not get the impression that the Shimmer guy was that hurt. Like,
right.
I feel like you could have given me a little bit more so that I felt like the Shimmer guy is really, really moving slow and at a disadvantage, right?
Here's an idea. You have everybody on the bridge get blown to smithereens.
Yeah.
And then Silco just comes out.
And he has to,
and Vander just,
The Shimmer guy really has to, like, pick himself up, right? Like, it's not like him just standing up. He like, really has to, like, crawl to his feet.
I think Shimmer guy should just straight up be dead.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be fine, too, if he's just
He was right next to the explosion.
Yeah. You just see his arm on the other side of the room.
Yeah, straight up. You just see he's been blown into multiple pieces.
Yeah.
And so have other people on the side of the bridge. If you did that, then I'd be like, okay, well, at least I can sort of understand why Clagger and Milo also got killed.
I think what you're missing with the Shimmer guy is he had an opportunity to take a Greek yogurt break right in the middle, and that's what shored him up.
Thank you for making me laugh because I'm just in sort of I don't know, man. Like this is just a rough ending to the episode.
Yeah, it's rough stuff.
Very
I think it's
rough.
supposed to be rough, but
Oh no, yeah.
I was bored the first. I'm bored now actually, but
it's just a completely different reaction from me. I'm not bored. I feel like I'm watching footage from the Holocaust. Like I'm not even.
Oh,
joking.
I've seen that. Yeah,
like,
no, just kidding.
It's like, I don't know. Maybe people are going to be very disturbed or frustrated that I would compare it. But just in terms of like, I don't know. I just don't like. I don't know. Maybe I'm just like a wimp, but I don't like human suffering, and like I just don't really like watching
needless.
Even in movies,
yeah.
even in movies where it is justified in terms of the story, I fully admit I don't like watching it. So even
that's
even
just a
when
fundamental difference, you know.
That's
I'm excited when I see people suffer. So
I'm willing to own there's a subjective level here, but anyway. And Vander's dead.
It just kind of keeps going. Like
it keeps going. Like
this
the
has
Shimmer
been a
guy,
long thing.
This is a very long thing. If that Shimmer guy is supposed to be so powerful, then Vander should already be dead.
Well, right. If he's supposed to be like on his last leg, right?
Yeah.
You get that kind of drunken, really beat up people fight, which I can enjoy that sometimes.
They gotta really
They did not sell me. Yeah, he should be missing. Well, that blast blew up pieces of Savika for no reason. Yeah, he should be. It should be a fight between a man with one arm, no legs, and Vander.
You see, here's the problem. What they wanted was they wanted the scene where Vander is like, "I'm going to defend my family" or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, but it's like way too late.
Yeah,
it's like your family's already dead, Vander. Like, well, two of them are, and now it also adds to it feeling like it's going on too long because you already had the scene where Vi is defending her family. You already had that, and
it feels very
now we're
long.
having Vander doing it. Yeah, and it's like, oh, the purple guy isn't dead yet. After what they're trying to cram too many payoffs,
too many emotions.
Yeah, and God,
Vi's crying here, by the way.
I wish Vi was just dead. Instead of crying. This tells you something. Apparently, I'm learning something very dark about myself. It's like I don't like it when people are being tortured. I just prefer that they be dead. They're dead very quickly.
Yeah.
With no pain.
Yeah.
That's how I play Dishonored. Yeah, I see people running around in these Dishonored videos setting people on fire and electrocuting them, and I'm like, what are you doing? Like, I don't even like using the sword. It's like, listen, I'm going to kill them. I'm just going to you know what? I'm not going to talk about this.
Pop a cap. Anyways.
Yeah, with the crossbow. It's really quick.
Yeah, when I did in Dishonored 1, I had the magic ability where they disintegrate if I killed them without anyone noticing. So that's instant relief, I was a mercy upon the world.
They just vanish from existence. See, I don't want to do that because then it's like, well, I mean, listen, if they're gonna die, then their family has a right to know what happened to them.
They don't have families.
That I
got rid of their family.
No, they have family because they go and gather for whiskey and cigars tonight.
No,
I
they got rid of their family. No? They don't have a family.
Say that? No.
Whenever I kill someone, I go and find their house and just get rid of the whole family too.
Why we are so different in the way that we are sort of messed up. Because I'm over here talking about how I would rather that they be dead quickly than suffer.
Yeah.
And you're like, I would prefer that their whole family dies.
Yeah, none of them suffer then.
No.
I have freed them from pain and suffering, Michael. Just like a teen Uber account will free you from the worries of tracking.
The truth is I just generally don't. I don't kill people in Dishonored except accidentally when I do I do the blink forward. I don't know if they have this in the first Dishonored, but in the second Dishonored, you can use blink and you can teleport forward and you can do like a Chuck Norris kick and
some of those.
You kick them back like 40 feet and sometimes they die, but miraculously sometimes they don't. And
just like the guy that the Shimmer guy threw is
just
still
like
alive.
the Shimmer guy.
You know?
That's right. Yeah. Anyway,
let's continue.
Oh, bye. Yeah, she's got to stare. She's got to stare at her friend's dead.
Yeah, it's just too much. It's too much.
Too much. And for what? For what? Right? It's like they didn't do anything. These are the good guys. Like, I know you can argue, oh, but this is to set up things for later on. And I'm like, yeah, well, they didn't follow up on that. But I'm just like watching it like, you're going to be pinned. Here's what we're going to do to Vi. We're going to pin her under a board and she has to stare at the dead bodies of her friends and know that it was Powder who blew them up. And then it's going to catch on fire and she's going to burn and suffer for being a human being.
Man,
I'm just like,
this sounds like a D&D campaign I've been writing.
No, my goodness gracious. It just feels like I don't know. I just really I know I've complained about it ad nauseum, but I just cannot emphasize apparently enough how much. Like I just don't I don't know. Anyway.
See, why isn't Shimmer Guy on him?
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I guess he's supposed to be like super injured.
Oh, goodness. Wait, how did... Okay. Oh, because he got flipped over. Okay.
Yeah, that works. Yeah, and this isn't deserved.
No,
they haven't spent any time on. We don't know anything about why this was happening. Yeah, and there's no words of like, why didn't Silco kill him earlier? Like,
yeah, this doesn't. It feels like it's supposed to. It doesn't. It's just suffering. You know, it's like it's suffering to music.
Yeah,
I think, like, because you like that the little blips that you get of the flashback of Silco like stabbing Vander and like trying to get away because Vander was trying to kill him, right? I want to see that full scene. I want to see that full scene, which is fascinating because I've just been talking about not liking suffering, and yet in that scene, like, there's a part of me that's like, no. I want to see that scene. I think partly
mostly I want to see the scene before that scene where they get into such a bad argument that Vander tries to drown him. Like,
yeah, and you understand. Okay, this is why Vander's trying to drown him. There's this clear moral element to it because you would have to be set up so that were there. It couldn't. If they just set it up so that Vander tried to kill him because Vander was drunk or something, like, and even that wouldn't work because then, like, if it were just like, they would have to set it up so that it was clear they're trying to send a message about like human nature or something. Like, this is when Vander was younger and he hadn't got his temper under control and Silco did something really bad but didn't know it or something, I don't know. And Vander tried to kill him, but then Silco got away by stabbing him. But then when you hook it up with the scene where Silco stabs him again, it's like, oh, okay, so he just did the same thing again. But I don't know. Now it is just like redundant and gratuitous.
I need more dialogue here to feel.
We need a ton more dialogue.
What's happening? Like, I think they should be talking right now. Like,
oh yeah, they should be saying a whole lot. But
Silco likes to jaw off for no reason. Like, he should be. He's just gonna lean forward and say, "You should have used Tide."
He should grab him by the throat, and he should be like, "Have you ever wondered
what it's like to drown?
how have you ever wondered how bees can fly in the air because their body weight is too heavy or something?" And then Vander just throws him off the bridge. Anyway, no. Just the moment where he like grabs him and Silco kind of looks sort of sympathetic for a moment, and I'm like,
I want
dude,
more
like,
about that.
I want a whole lot more about that, and also you need to really walk back the setting that this is happening in, because like Vander is a wild animal right now.
Yeah.
He just everybody's dead.
I think you're right.
Everything's
It would
on
have
fire.
been better if Shimmer Guy was dead and you just have Silco, even like imagine even the bridge is broken and you just have Silco and Vander talking across the burning building, right?
Yes.
And maybe if you still want Vander all hooked up on Shimmer, maybe Silco throws him a vial or something like across the way.
That would be interesting.
And Vander can pull the door off of, because he needs it to pull the door off of Vi, right?
Right.
And I mean that messes with some other things that kind of happen later a little bit, but that would definitely add into the sort of brotherly relationship they're supposed to have, right? Where Silco like throws him a vial and is like, Get your daughter out or something like that, right? And and
I mean the problem with that is it's like, well, why'd you lure us in here?
Yeah, you should. There would be a lot of things that would have to be cleaned up for that moment to work, right? Or maybe right. The thing is, right, he was going to kill Vander's kids, right? But he wasn't going to kill Vander, right? And Vander's not gonna leave this burning building until Vi's out, and so his only way of getting Vander out is to give him the power that he needs to get Vi out, right?
Yeah,
I think you could make that work potentially, right?
Yeah, it's interesting. But I think the main thing is that we don't really know anything about their past history.
No, we don't know anything about them, and so this is just
this moment here has to be the culmination and thematic climax of their relationship, their tragic relationship, and that's what they've set it up for. But well, no, actually, they haven't set it. They've set it up in terms of the music and the shots and everything, but they haven't set it up in terms of we know nothing about them.
There's no foundation. This is a house built on sand.
Yeah.
It's not even a house. It's a porta potty built on sand.
It's a porta potty built on sand. Anyway, we're going to have this moment where he's like, I knew you had it in you, old friend. And
it's dumb.
That'd be a really meaningful line in a different story.
Yeah, if there was something.
But it's like
holding it up.
I knew you still had it in you.
Yeah, it just doesn't mean anything. Like, I don't know what it's supposed to mean. Like, are you happy that Vander fought and like that's what you wanted?
I guess that's the idea.
Even if Vander wasn't fighting on your side, you're just happy that he was fighting, which doesn't really make sense with what.
Well, he had that. I mean, that would be interesting if like. Because he did have that speech earlier where he's talking to Vander and he's like, I used to respect you because you still fought, but then you gave in to the enforcers and became a pacifist or whatever. And I don't like that. And so it'd be interesting if like his whole it would be kind of weird because Silco is sort of a more like rational, logical person. But if like his whole motivation was he just wanted to see Vander
could make a character like that, right? You want to see Vander become the savior of Zon, right? But it has to be a very different character where because Silco seems to be like, I'm the one in charge now, right? Like I'm gonna make it.
Yeah.
You would have to completely reframe his thing where it's like that's all he's talking about is like, we have to get Vander to come out and fight. Like, right, where that's all he cares about. And
it would also be interesting if he's like, you get the sense that Silco was secretly so traumatized by what happened before that he's kind of trying to machinate things to recreate that situation. Like, I know this is like super way deeper than like we have time for, but I just had the sudden thought of, okay, I mean, you could do an interesting psychological thing where Silco feels bad that he didn't let Vander kill him.
That would be a weird
that'd be
thing.
really
You
dark.
could make a character
That'd be
like
very
that,
dark,
but this is clearly not the character they were going for.
This is not the character
and so
were
the
going
line that he has here is just kind of lame.
Yeah.
A lot of the lines
I don't
between
know.
Vander and Silco are just lame. It's
just I will say I like the line on its own.
The line's fine on its own. It's just there's nothing
to
hold
in this
it up.
context. Yeah. So anyway,
I think we're about to have an ad.
Oh. And down he goes.
It's nice that those, I mean, I guess it's just a fire, but there was like a huge explosion, right? You would think
yeah, I would think
those vials would be messed up or blown all across the place.
Yeah, they took pains to show it all catching on fire, so I don't know how. I mean, I guess it's in glass vials, like you said.
But the boxes are fine. The boxes are wood, right? The boxes aren't like blown around and scattered.
Right,
The vials
yeah, you're
are
right.
scattered or on fire. So
gee, this
he lands in the
explosion
one
is-
spot that's not on fire or touched by the explosion. Very fortunate.
Yeah, sure is very. It's it's almost like everything. It's almost like everything could sort of play out similarly if you didn't have the explosion and some other terrible thing happened. Like, I don't know. Like, here's an idea. Instead of them closing the blast door, you'd have to change some things around. But what if, like, instead of closing, this would completely take out all the stuff you wanted to do with Powder, but instead of closing the blast door in time, Shimmer guy comes in, smacks Vi across the room,
and
kills
lets
Clagger
the bomb
and
off early.
Well, I in some sense, I'm not even thinking about the bomb at the moment. I'm just thinking in terms of like what would happen realistically is like, if you want to have Vander fight this guy, you could have Shimmer guy smack Vi across the room, or even kill Clanger and Milo, so that would be okay. So let me think this through for a moment. So Shimmer guy kills Clanger and Milo. Powder sees that and just, I guess you'd have to, in some sense, it would be like, she sees that and it's just like, okay, screw it. I'm just throwing this thing I'm going to throw I'm just going to throw one of these little bomb things. You'd have to get rid of the whole mechanical aspect.
Yeah.
Just be like, okay, screw the monkey. And maybe she throws it at Silco and Savika knocks him out of the way and her arm gets hit and it almost kills her, but it blows up her arm. And meanwhile, Shimmer guy kills Clanger and Milo or something and Vi gets knocked under a thing and Vander manages to get fully loose because Milo loosened it up, and then he fights the Shimmer guy, which wouldn't really make sense because Shimmer guy is just so powerful. But that'd be the main issue. But okay, whatever. And then maybe Powder tries to throw another thing, but throws it wrong, and it hits. It kills the Shimmer guy, but it also blows. Well, then you can't have the Silk. I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard. You just have to completely reconstruct these scenes to make them work properly.
Yeah.
That's all there is. Like, it's a complete overhaul. There's no loose work you can do.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Going
on.
Oh my gosh. Shimmer!
Glass in his fingers.
Oh, gall.
Yeah.
Oh.
What do you mean find the girl? Like, she's right over there.
She's right over there.
You can
see her. Did she escape from under? I literally don't remember how this goes.
She's still under there, I think.
She's still under there. Okay.
Brianna,
I was like, find the girl.
No,
find the girl.
Yeah.
My bloodlust is not slaked. It's like, why is anyone listening to you? Everyone's dead.
How are you?
Your whole facility is destroyed. Like your operation is gone. All of your shimmer is blown up.
Carry me out of here.
Yeah, it should be carry me out of here. It should be, that's actually kind of an interesting side thing. I know that they can kind of play it off as like, oh, Silco has enough like connections and stuff that he can rebuild this stuff, and so he doesn't have to care this warehouse was blown up. But that'd be kind of interesting if like when that again, I'm trying to find ways to make it so that what Powder did actually could be construed as helping in a way. It just also
well, they have the time skipped over here, so if there was any like resource damage, they skip over it.
They skip over it, but it'd be interesting if they're. I'm just thinking in terms of like if Silco were to like look around and be like, that one bomb has blown up everything that I've been working for a while.
Maybe he should be sending the Shimmer guy to go see if his scientist is still alive.
Yeah, seriously. He's like, okay, go find my scientist.
Go find
there's no way any of those kids are still alive. That'd be interesting if he's like, wow, what happened? Who set off the bomb? Like,
imagine if he sends the Shimmer guy off, right? And then he just walks over and starts talking to Vi. And Vi's like trying to get out from underneath the door. And he's just like sitting there and he's like, this is not how I wanted this day to go.
This is not how I imagined this going.
She's just like desperately trying to claw herself out.
She's crying and everything. And he's like,
and he's like, what on earth was that?
What was that? I don't know. Have I ever told you the story of Darth Plagueis the Wise?
I think...
No. Then he's like, this would almost kind of work in a terrible way if he offered her shimmer. He's like, hey, if you took this shimmer, you could get out. It's like, it would make no sense for him to do
it would make no sense. I don't know. I want more of Silco talking. Because I don't feel like there's enough of him, at least not enough of him talking where he's making sense, right?
That is the key thing, yes.
I like the idea of in this horrible situation, and you've got this girl trapped underneath this door, and he just he's tired, and he just like sits down next to her, and while his minion is off trying to make sure that the scientist that they need to keep doing this is alive, and he's just kind of thinking out loud to her while she's like, just things are terrible. And
so I just had a thought of like we've talked. I don't know if we've talked during this commentary about it, but how Silco is a different person practically in part 2 and part 3. He just transforms after the time.
He completely becomes obsessed with Jinx and nothing else matters.
He becomes obsessed with Jinx. You could maybe like work towards that if you set it up more in terms of, okay, Silco isn't like as powerful as he sort of is set up to be. He's sort of set up here to be like Moriarty, like this massive crime lord. But if you set it up as though it's like, no, this is still a small operation. He's trying to get off the ground here. This is a crucial moment. And then Jinx literally ruins it by blowing up the warehouse randomly, right? And so he loses like almost everything. And he's just like, wasn't expecting it. It'd be interesting if you set it up so that there was a sense in which things did get out of hand. Like things didn't quite go how Silco was planning. Like he wasn't expecting the kids to show up, and he's like, oh great, now the kids are here. Okay, you've got to go beat them up. I'm trying to convince Vander to join my side or something, but he's not, listening to reason or something. And now the kids are here. Now I've got to beat up the kids. It's going to make it harder. Oh crap, one of the kids is really good. Listen, kid, take the shimmer. Like, I'm sick of this. Go kill the girl. Like, I'll have to figure it out. And then it just keeps escalating. And then the facility gets blown up. And then he has to kill Vander. And then he just goes and sits down next to Vi. And he's coughing up blood. And he's just like, looks at Vi and he's like, let's have a chat. Like, You know, like it's so
That's-
that you get the sense that like he's not in control.
Yeah.
Everything has fallen completely apart for him as well. He didn't win.
Yeah.
Everybody lost.
He was set
and
back. Yeah.
he was set back a huge way. And then what would be interesting is if, you know, somehow like he figures out, maybe he picks up the little like monkey thing. And in our imaginary scenario where he went to the last drop, maybe that was the toy he gave back to Powder.
Yeah.
He gave her back the monkey. It like did its thing and fell off. And he realizes that little girl blew this place up. So when he sees her again, he's like, I'm going to kill this kid. Like, she blew up everything, right? And that's why he's got the knife behind his back, but then she runs up and hugs him. And then it would make the moment where he decides not to kill her, but to like, if you were to set it up more so that there's this real transformation in Silco when he realizes like how everything went wrong, Vander's dead, a bunch of my people are dead, like this girl is crying, I'm suddenly emotionally feeling like this is how, like you have sudden flashbacks to like him crying after Vander tried to murder him and he had to fight it. Like he's suddenly just having this transformation there. And then it would make more sense when he's this different man. And then it would be interesting because it'd be like, okay, well, so now he's getting everything he wants in part 2, but he feels hollow because it's like, I'm not the same person. I don't know. It would be interesting to explore that.
Yeah. Completely different story. Yeah.
Completely different story. It just keeps going.
Yeah, it just keeps going.
No one dies. They just suffer more. Huh?
Yeah, imagine if they had that emotional connection where they emphasize that, you know, she beat him up and, this maybe would be a more powerful moment if you really harped on that a little bit more.
It would make sense that he's just standing there staring at her. It'd also be interesting if he saw, Clagger and Milo are dead. Oh, like, and you saw like this moment of recognition, like even in his state, he's kind of recognizing what's going on. It'd be kind of interesting, but. Oh, oh gosh, that happened quick.
It takes effect very quickly, yeah.
It takes effect very quickly, and yeah, he just offs him right there. Good grief.
He should have used PayPal. Anyways.
It says they keep having climax after climax.
Yeah, it is climax after climax without any time in between to make you get ready for the next one.
It's just exhausting.
Yeah, it is completely exhausting.
You really need all-day freshness to feel better after.
You do.
After all this.
You do.
Anyway, what happens next? Interesting.
Which is very different reaction compared to the other guy, right?
Who seems
never had any of
control
this.
Of his faculties. Yeah, never had any of this. Didn't have like this.
I mean, yes, he loses his ability to speak whenever he takes Shimmer, but
yeah, but they're clearly trying to do a thing here where like, my programming says kill, 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 but
are they?
But this is my daughter. This is my.
Are they?
I don't know. That's how I took it. Where he sees Vi and is like, wait, no, I must. That's the only way I can explain why he.
I thought it was. He sees Vi and Vi is scared of him, but this reaction doesn't quite make sense to that.
I don't know. I guess that I don't know. They didn't convey Vi being scared of him. I guess, but I guess she was.
Yeah.
But
anyway,
she is kind of scared in general. So.
Oh, he can talk. He can talk.
Oh, he can.
Yeah.
Wow.
Look, he can talk. Look at the good boy talking.
Aw.
Anyways.
Look at the good boy. He can scream Silco. Is
Yeah.
that Vi crawling away?
Yeah, I think so. Because
Okay,
the other guy
okay.
took the door off of her.
Oh, right. Because he's gonna save Vi. Okay.
So how did Silco survive that? Because that must have been going in both directions, that kind of flame burst thing.
Apparently not. I don't know.
One directional.
It was a one-directional flame burst.
Yeah. Some weird physics happening in this.
So Vander. So actually, I've got 2 points here. So when Clygar was breaking open the wall, was their plan to scale down the side of the building?
Well, I think there's water out there, maybe.
Okay.
So you could have jumped out.
Okay, but
or
Vander,
scaled.
Is the implication supposed to be that Vander dies from the fall, or that he just dies from the shimmer?
Well,
or from internal organs bleeding?
I don't know what because the shimmer is supposed to keep him alive, right?
Yeah.
So that's how it's used later, especially. It's used to keep people alive. I don't know what is supposed to, he was supposed to be too far gone already when he took the shimmer, or maybe the shimmer was too much for him in his weakened state.
I do not know how that's supposed to work. Yeah, you're right, because that's what they do with Jinx later.
I mean, maybe they use a different method with Jinx, right? They're smaller dosages.
Right.
Maybe he ODs here on Shimmer when he's half dead already.
Or something like
so
that.
It could work. A little bit of clarification would be nice.
The important point here is that there's a lot of factors in between the explosion and his death. So the point is, literally the only 2 deaths from the explosion that are confirmed are Clagger and Milo.
Yeah, those are the only people who died directly as a result of
confirmed to have died from the explosion.
As far as we know, yeah.
So it's
which is absurd. Yeah.
It's just okay. Anyway.
So pretty.
Yeah. Gee, I wonder how many enforcers are going to show up over there.
Vander.
Oh, boy.
Take care of Powder.
He's got those orangutan arms.
He's got those orangutan arms.
Yeah, it's so out of character. It's so out of character.
Yeah.
Right. Turns the
it's like
corner. It works. Right. The whole reason you're doing this was you were worried about people. You turn the corner. You should be able to see a giant orangutan corpse.
Also, the fact you got
better.
blown off. You got blown off the side of the building.
It's a good sign that bad things probably happened. Yeah.
Yeah. And it also goes into the fact of it's what was your plan, Powder? Was your plan just to blow up the building? Blow up the enemies, right.
Yeah.
So I guess so we got 2 options. Either Powder is stupid or Powder is actually pretty smart because Powder waited till the blast door was closed. Or something, which should have helped,
Yeah, it should have helped. But yeah, this reaction is so out of place. It is.
Yeah, it just adds to it. Cause
the whole purpose is just to twist a knife in your gut. That's all it is.
Yes, it's just the irony. I'm almost tempted to say, "Can we skip the scene?" But I feel like I can't keep saying that. I don't know. It's really important.
You must look,
But
Michael.
I
Look
don't
and
like
behold
seeing,
humanity.
I don't like seeing like this, this emotional pain that doesn't, I think that's also part of it, is that it's emotional pain that doesn't have a clear, like, it's not
Purpose.
clear, yeah, purpose and even cause, because the cause is like too big and horrible. Like, Vander's dead, Clagger and Milo are dead, everything's on fire, I don't know what's going on, everything hurts. It's like, oh, okay. So there isn't really any story element to the pain. It's just, I'm just in pain. Watch the monkey scream as I shock it,
Oh
and now
man,
we're
that's my
going
favorite
to
pastime.
it's like, yeah, so, and now, oh, I don't even know if I can stomach it. I'm just a sensitive little boy.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Did you see me? My monkey bomb finally worked.
I don't think you've ever
Oh,
worked on
God.
a monkey bomb before.
Yeah,
Why
I
don't
guess
you
she
say
was
your
talking.
bomb finally worked? Or one of my
Yeah,
bombs
I don't
finally
know.
worked. The wording is...
I don't know. I can't remember. Well, she did. I think she did use the monkey bomb in the very first episode.
It wasn't a
with
monkey, I don't think. It was...
I could
they're
have
little
sworn it
grenade
was.
things. No, it wasn't a monkey.
I could have sworn it was a little monkey that went.
The monkey gets used as an alarm that Vander sets off in the second episode, but it's never used as a bomb. So I don't know. I take nitpicking issue with that wording.
Okay, I take issue with it.
Also, your reaction is really dumb here.
Yes, it's very dumb. What would happen if Powder came around the corner and was like, I was just shell shocked, like,
which is what you would expect, honestly.
Is what you would expect, like. Would Vi
maybe
react
Vi
the
could have
same
put
way?
it together because there's the monkey head, right?
There was the
And been
monkey head.
like,
That's
did
what I
you
kind
do
of
this?
figured.
Right?
Yeah.
Anyways,
I don't know. It's all sort of contrived to create the emotional storm.
To create
so that
the worst emotional storm, which the problem is I can't. You have to take issue with it being contrived, because I can't take issue with creating an emotional storm, because sometimes you want to do that writing, but
exactly.
But here the pieces don't fit.
Yeah, no, that is the thing. Is it's like, well, it is well done in the sense that it's certainly evoking an emotional reaction, but so do like videos of people. I can't even think of. I was about to say videos of people being tortured, but it's like, wait, I haven't like watched any of those, so I don't.
Oh, you haven't?
No.
Well, like you think about in The Dark Knight, Rachel dies, right? That's an emotional scene, right?
That's actually a perfect example. That's okay. So that's so interesting because like that's a scene that has a similar kind of emotional rawness and terribleness to what they seem to be trying to do here, right? Where he is trying to tell her it's all going to be okay. His face is being soaked in gasoline, and it's like, okay, why doesn't that upset me?
Well,
it does upset
I think it's
me a
because
bit,
the characters. Okay, one, there's no children. Two,
there's no children.
The characters are acting in accordance with their principles and with the knowledge that is available to them, right? Batman goes running to save Rachel when he's told where Rachel is, and he doesn't think about the Joker's playing around,
right?
Because he doesn't have time to, and he's emotionally connected to the situation. Harvey wants to reassure not only Rachel but himself that things are going to be okay, because part of it is he wants to believe that Batman will save Rachel. He doesn't want to be saved if it means that Rachel isn't saved, so he keeps telling him.
Right.
And he's also seen that Batman seems to have a soft spot for Rachel for some reason.
Right.
And yeah, no, it's a culmination of the natures also, of the characters, and also
it's that. But I think the clincher for me too is that it plays a. I would, you know what? I would feel better about this scene if I know I keep saying I haven't seen the other two parts, and that is true, but obviously I've also hinted that I have knowledge of it because I've read the plot synopsis and I've talked with you about it, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
So I know what happens, and what happens, as far as I'm concerned, does not even begin to resolve the actual issues that are set up in the ending of this episode. So, whereas in The Dark Knight, there is a very clear purpose. The whole idea is that Harvey is the soul of Gotham, and he's teetering on the edge of becoming a villain. And so the Joker's trying to push him over the edge. So you have to see how, and also he gets the side of his face is burned off to represent the coin. But if anything, it's more of the fact that it serves a clear purpose, that this is a trial of some sort that he's being put through that's horrible, but it's to see, is he going to be able to hold up under the pressure? And he doesn't.
And he fails.
And he fails. And I don't have any problem. Well, I mean, it's sad, obviously, so I have a problem with it in that sense, but not with the story. I applaud the story. I like it. I even want to watch it again, strangely enough, right?
Yeah.
And I think the thing is that in order for you to get me to want to watch all of the horrible things that happen in this episode, you've got to really work at repairing it. You've got to have kind of an exit plan. You've got to know, okay, here's what this is going to do.
You need setup to it, and you also need payoff because of it, right?
Yes.
There's a lot of setup to Rachel's death in The Dark Knight. Right.
Yes.
There's a lot of things that go into it. They really harp on the relationship between Bruce and Rachel, and there's a lot that goes into those moments. And there is irony there. If Batman had ran after the soul of Gotham, he would have saved Rachel.
Right. Exactly.
So there's a lot of setup, and there's a lot of consistent setup, where with this we're not really we have a couple of views of what the relationship between Jinx and Vi could be, but most of them seem to be very, very positive, and so this kind of falling out doesn't relate to the nature of their relationship. And then also, right, I probably would have been way happier spoiler alert, if Vi had killed Powder at the end of all of this. Like at the end of Act 3, Jinx is just too far gone and needs to be put down. And Vi is the one who has to do it. And that would have been, I think, a good conclusion, probably, if you had done it right. Right. And it would have been heart-wrenching and soul-rending and would have hurt.
It would have made sense. I would have been a very unhappy camper, because it would be, then this message of the story would be, well, she was a Jinx. So when you've got a Jinx in your family,
right, you could have had Vi try to persuade her to, come down off the ledge, to be like, yeah, you messed up, but it, that's life. You mess up sometimes. Come down off the ledge, and she refuses to, and so Vi has to take.
I don't know.
Vi has to take responsibility for, I guess, what she did this night, right? Because she pushes Powder away, even though I guess some of it's not totally in her control, and solve the problem that. Right, you could have a story where, because the problem is the story kind of lauds Jinx as sort of a hero in a weird way, where it should be lauding her as Harvey Dent, the fallen fallen character, the person on the terrible path.
Well, it's hard because she's so young here, so it's just hard for me to. It's hard for me to hold things against people in the same way when they
No,
happen to them when they're children.
I can't hold it against her, but right, you can make it very clear that it's her choice to not get help, not recover, to not own her mistakes, and so she'll keep making them. I think you could construct a story that would work that way. And maybe it would be better with an adult than with a child, but
I think the problem for me is that this just strikes me as so meaninglessly horrible that I'm almost like, I really don't have anything I can say to you about anything that you do. This is kind of over. It's just so beyond. I don't know. I'm not able to even speak sensibly about, you gotta pick yourself up and sometimes things go wrong. And it's like, things go wrong in this way? Well, you can't just solve that by saying that. It's like, so I don't know.
It would have to be a very big and it would be a difficult undertaking. Right, especially if we had the kind of story where Vi was the one pushing Powder so far that Powder does this out of a desperation to be seen as useful and helpful and one of the members, and then the moment she does that, Vi turns on her. And so most of the mistake is on Vi. She is the one who created this. And so in the end, she would have to be the one to put it down when she can't stop it.
If you did that, right. So going along that line, and then you could also make the implication that a similar thing happened between Vander and Silco, where Vander was pushing Silco too hard to be more of a warrior, and then Silco fought back and Vander tried to kill him. Silco then became what Vander wanted him to become, and that was in fact a monster. And if you had that similar thing happening here, the only problem is that while in that scenario, I can definitely appreciate having the tragedy then repeat itself, I would almost want the tragedy to somehow be overcome.
Yeah.
I feel it would be more, I would want there to somehow be a way for Vi and Jinx to actually reconcile and break the cycle that was going on.
Yeah, those are your two options, is either reconciliation or
the cycle repeats.
Or forcing the cycle to end.
End in a different way.
Yeah, end very abruptly and harshly. But anyways, let's continue.
You
did this?
Oh, God.
Why'd you do this? I'm saving you.
Oh, God.
It is very raw, yeah.
I told you to stay away. Why did you leave me? Because you're a jinx. Do you hear me? I was right.
And
that is a nice little callback. I like that, though.
What was the callback?
Well, she sees the blood on her hands, and remember when Vander told her that, like he specifically held up her hands, and it's like, these don't solve anything, right?
Oh, right.
That's a decent little callback. I don't mind that there.
I'd forgotten. Sure. I'd forgotten about that because...
there's other things going on in the scene. Yeah.
Yeah, because the thesis, as far as I can tell, the thesis of Arcane is Milo is right, you're a jinx.
Yeah.
There is
that's
no
probably
solution.
That's probably a good synopsis of season 1 Arcane.
No solution to that. There is nothing is offered by the end of it, because by the end of it, she does a 9/11. So it's like, oh, good. And that I think is the simplest way of explaining why I hate this.
Yeah. That's fair.
Everything is just set up to say Milo is right, you're a jinx, and now you should just go to hell and burn there. It's, I don't know. It's just really very deep feelings on my part that this is just like really like, if I'm really to be honest, like I'm starting to sound like you at some points where I'm like, this is like the worst story that ever. Like, this is terrible.
I know.
This should be
It's not The Force
burned.
Awakens.
No, The Force Awakens is 10 times, is a million times better than this because at least that has a message of hope. It doesn't even have to make sense. But when your message at the end of this is, Milo is right, you're a jinx.
Yeah,
it's like,
I think that is a good synopsis for the season. Yeah, that's the whole thing.
It's like,
you can't do anything right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You can't do anything right. You just screw everything up. You're destructive, and you can't do anything to change it.
Right. If it was, Milo is right, you're a jinx, but the story was about, it doesn't matter if my efforts aren't helpful or, like, I'm still going to choose to do the right thing because that's the right thing to do. Like, that,
right.
You could maybe get away with that. But, yeah, the message of the story is you can't do anything right.
I don't know if you can. I suppose in some sense there's a part of me that's like, I start wanting to analyze precisely what happened and try to say, the plot is I feel like it's contrived. I feel like the way that it's worked out is contrived in order to send a message that I feel like is just fundamentally wrong.
Yeah.
And so therefore I'm like, well, then there must be something wrong with the story because I feel just so strongly that the message they seem to be sending is just untrue. I know it's not the message they're intending to send, but it's the message that's getting sent.
Yeah, it's definitely the message that's getting sent.
As far as I'm concerned.
I mean, I think you can tell a well-made, uninspiring story with a bad lesson that, like that's how I watched the first season of Breaking Bad, and that's how I felt about it. It's like, oh, you're just a terrible person, and we're gonna watch you go down a terrible path.
I don't know.
I don't want to be part of that.
I don't like that.
Like, yeah. I don't want to watch that. Like, the story was well made, constructed, everything makes sense.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, so
I don't want to watch that. I think that's exactly what it is.
Arcane has two problems, and one is it doesn't make a lick of sense. And then two is it goes down a path that at least you and I don't want to watch. Where it's like, we don't want to watch everything being terrible. So
exactly.
But
I think we finally cracked it.
Yeah,
I've figured it out.
It's a twofold mystery. It goes down a terrible path, and it also doesn't make a lick of sense.
It doesn't make sense how they got there.
Which is worse than just going down a terrible path.
Is worse than going down a terrible path, yes.
Is to pull us kicking and screaming down it as well.
Yeah. Speaking of kicking and screaming.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Oh, that's right. Her name's Violet. They should have called her Red.
Just randomly.
No, her hair.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Yeah, and then to add insult to injury, they put this song over top of it. Because
yeah,
I feel like
I'm gonna be.
I don't know. I would have cut the music out of so much of this episode.
Oh yeah. It's actually starting to hit me now too. Yeah.
He came out of that explosion looking pretty good.
He certainly did.
Yeah.
And like, as we're about to see, a fair number of his crew survived.
There's a lot of people who come out.
A lot of people
really
come out.
good.
It's almost like the only two people who died were Clanger and Milo.
And that one guy who got thrown across the room by Shimmerman.
And the what?
Oh, Shimmerman's dead too. Shimmerman's dead.
Shimmerman is okay. That's true. Shimmerman is dead.
Yeah.
Shimmerman is dead. Vander is dead, but not really from the explosions. I mean, I guess kind of from the explosion, but really more because not from the explosion. Not from the explosion because he got stabbed by Silco here.
Yeah.
So yeah, so that's frustrating. But also, like, okay, so this scene has a tremendous amount of potential.
Yeah.
Which the potential is already squandered by this point because nothing has been set up properly.
Yeah.
Silco is a merciless killer. He shows no remorse for
his own goons.
For his own goons, yeah. He
Yeah.
doesn't care about anybody.
He
He's
seems
a
to
cold,
spare
calculating...
people randomly, I guess, kind of.
Yeah. He just killed Vander.
Mhm.
Well, he tried to kill Vander, and then Vander took the shimmer and then burst out of him. Now he's like, oh, okay, Vander's dead. And now there's Crying Child. It's like there has been nothing to indicate clearly why Silco should
show compassion. Yeah.
Should show compassion. And the thing is that there is tremendous potential if you were to set it up so that this, if you, like I was saying before, if you were to set it up so that things genuinely got out of hand, this wasn't Silco's plan.
Yeah. He wasn't trying to kill the kids.
He wasn't trying to kill the kids. Maybe he wasn't even trying to kill
Vander. Like, they show up to break Vander out, and he's like, I can't let you do that.
I can't let you do this. And then Powder blows everything up. It destroys his operation, at least sets him back a ways.
Yeah.
And he comes up to her. You know, it kills a bunch of people. If you were to show him having some compassion for the people who get killed, like saying, no, like, you know, even though he doesn't normally show it, you'd have to change him a little bit in his characterization. But I feel like it would make this more believable and also more potent because when I first saw this, I was like, oh my gosh, like there is something, I think because it was so raw how Powder is feeling right here that I was just so happy that like somebody was showing compassion for her. And it was like fascinating that it was Silco of all people, but I don't feel like it's set up. I really want it to be set up because I'm like, that's an incredible payoff. If you were to set it up, it would almost make everything that just happened worth it if you could do it. I don't really mean that because I have so many problems with it. But if you were to set it up more so that Silco is someone who actually shows compassion because Silco is changed by the experience of seeing Vander die or having to kill Vander. Like if he actually, like, it shows that he kills Vander and you see Silco is actually shaken by this.
He didn't want to do it. Yeah.
He didn't want to do it. He wasn't planning on it and everything just has gone, you know, to hell. And now he comes out here and she's crying and you have a moment where he's planning on just killing her because he's just like, you ruined everything. And then she hugs him.
He doesn't really have a reason to know that she ruined everything.
Oh, well, it goes back to my whole idea. Oh, well, it was originally your idea.
Throwing bombs or whatever.
No. Forget that.
Sorry.
That's kind of stupid. But I agree that's kind of stupid. But when he goes to like talk to Vi or something, like maybe Vander doesn't take Shimmer. Forget about that. He goes to talk to Vi. Shimmer guy's got to be dead. Because the only person who survives is Savika, kind of, and him. All of his other goons are dead.
Yeah.
Except for Savika. He's carrying Savika. He's like trying.
Her out. Yeah.
He has to drag her out. You show him like trying to. I guess that would kind of mess with it. But you'd have to have him like discover like a bit of the monkey toy, recognize, wait, this was from her toy, and then see her outside crying over Vander. It's like, oh, you weren't with the kids before. You set off the bomb. Like, and, you know, even maybe he like asks her like what happened and because she's hysterical, or he overhears the conversation somehow between Vi and Powder, figures it out. You see him pull out the knife and you see him actually like enraged because everything's been ruined. But he's like, is hesitating because he's just like not really sure if he wants to do this, but he kneels down and is talking to her. And then she rushes forward, hugs him, and that's when something kind of snaps. And they kind of show that, but it's not set up for it. But
No,
like
it's not set
he
up.
set it up so that something snaps, and he's suddenly like, if Vander had, done this to me, maybe I would have turned out differently, or something like that. Like, I'm rambling about it because I'm just like, it would have been so beautiful.
Yeah.
It would have been incredible. Like, I would have, because, I don't know. I don't know why it hits me so hard. I think because I just want this poor girl to have somebody, and I want that to be convinced that somebody isn't just going to be a toxic monster. Which apparently, and it's weird because Silco isn't a toxic monster later on, for no good reason.
I mean,
so I want there to be a
not,
good reason for him.
He's probably not great for her, but
he's not great for her. That's,
but he's not,
he is like a crime lord, but
he's not the worst thing that could have happened.
If anything, he's probably the best thing that could have happened given the scenario.
Yeah.
Well, actually, the best thing that could have happened probably would have been for Vi to go back there and try to reconcile.
Yeah.
But Marcus ruins that.
We'll get there, yeah.
We'll get there anyway.
Man, he comes out like a tiger.
He comes out like a tiger, and for no reason decides, I'm going to kidnap this lady.
Well, I suppose the reason is
so she can't go back to Powder because they don't want Vi to actually have bad relations with Powder.
Doesn't want Silco to kill her, right? That's the...
Why not? Why does Marcus care?
We don't know why Marcus cares, but...
Why does he chloroform her? Doesn't he, like, bring up a thing to her?
Chloroform here, yeah.
He chloroforms Vi.
And he cared so much that he put her in prison. Anyway.
Yeah, exactly. If he cared so much,
I think you could construct a story, right, where he is distraught over... I think maybe you'd have to do it differently. So much of this would have to be done differently, right? Where he's like, imagine you had maybe a bit of a relationship, not a big one, but maybe a bit of a relationship between Vi and head enforcer chick, right?
Right.
And he saw that and disapproved of it or whatever, that
would be interesting if this is like a way to honor her memory or something.
Memory kind of thing, where it's like, she was nice to you, I'm gonna save your life, whether you like it or not.
See, that would be... See, it's so interesting. You give that little bit of background, and I'm okay suddenly with him making a frustrating decision like this, because
I'm not okay with her throwing her in jail.
No, not that. Like,
but yeah,
he'd have to do something different. But him saving her and thus preventing her from going and trying to save Powder.
I would have left out the chloroform.
Yeah, the chloroform doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
But the problem is that Vi has been set up as... I guess you'd have to say that Vi is... Because there's no way Vi's going to go with Marcus.
No,
so how
Marcus
do you get her
would
to
have
go with
to
Marcus?
Beat her down, basically.
Yeah.
And she could make noises, but maybe everyone can't hear that over the sounds of the building blowing up.
Blowing up, yeah.
Burning and blowing up. Right, but yeah, he would have to drag her away, kicking or screaming, or choke her out, essentially, which would be visceral.
Yeah.
But
that's the only way I can think of him doing that.
I would have preferred seeing him stumble upon her, and she's upset, and he looks over at the building, and she doesn't really maybe she looks up at him, but just keeps kind of being upset, right? Where she just doesn't know what to do with him appearing, and then she sees Silco, and he grabs her there instead of having him appear like a monster out of the shadows.
He just comes out of nowhere like an assassin.
I mean, it's the same end result, right? But it would feel more coherent if he just, like, you see him stumble upon her and like they have a moment where he's just standing near her while she's crying, and like neither of them know what to do.
Right. You could see some more like emotion from him to understand what his motivation is.
Yeah, maybe.
You know, but rather than just look at his eye back there. I love how like evil he looks. He's like a Chinese assassin or something. I don't know.
Anyways.
I'll kill you if he hears you. Come on, let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's supposed to be the chloroform bottle on the ground there.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what that is. I don't. It's like
just kind of absurd. Why is he carrying around chloroform?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I carry. It's like, what are you doing, Marcus? Like, I don't understand. It's like he'll kill you if he hears you. So I'll chloroform you. That's how.
He's a kidnapper.
That's how you get. Yeah, exactly.
He's been training for this day, Michael.
He's been training.
He's always wanted to kidnap a 16-year-old girl.
Oh God! I know.
He's just been ready for it. He's ready. Any opportunity.
Look, how do you not make that horrible joke? Like, how do you not make it here? Like, they've set it up and everything. Like, it's so weird. The reason they have the chloroform is because they didn't want to have Vi get beaten by Marcus in a fight, even if it would make sense because she's
you think that's the reason?
I think that's the reason. They're like, there's no reason she's going to go with him willingly because we don't want her to actually abandon Powder. Which in some sense, if she actually abandoned Powder, that would kind of actually, at least it would be tell us something about her character and then give her something to overcome later. If she just straight up was like, I am abandoning Powder because I just can't forgive her.
That would be
even though she's a kid. That'd be, and then it would actually set things up for later for her to have something to overcome. But it right now where it's at is, it's just a misunderstanding. Powder thought Vi had abandoned her forever, and but really
she was getting drugged by Marcus.
Yeah, it's just like that scene earlier when Milo is talking bad about Powder and Vi seems to be agreeing with him. Powder leaves. Vi then changes what she's saying.
It's just a bad situation. Yeah.
The conflict is all the conflict artificial. Is all ephemeral. Yeah. It's artificial, yeah. Anyway, now for a very complex scene. Just drags her into the darkness. Oh my goodness. Yep. See, look!
Yeah, there's so many people who are perfectly fine.
Well, maybe not perfectly fine, but...
Where's your sister?
Okay, pause.
I guess he would know that this is Vi's sister because he's been following them for some reason.
Okay, yeah, I guess so, yeah. He appears to know this information. Man, I really like my version better, where he knows that she blew it up, and he's trying to decide what to do here. It makes more sense to me. Anyway, but he's just asking her.
Where Vi is. Yeah.
Yep, where's Vi? Where's your sister? Oh, gosh.
You think maybe one of his goons would freak out about someone tackling your boss? You know?
Yeah, you would think so. I feel like this scene would work much better if, well, I've said it like a million times, but his goons aren't there because they're dead.
Yeah.
So Vika is there because...
But she's like unconscious because...
But she's unconscious.
She got her arm blown off.
Though, I mean, a way you could do it is that Vi really does abandon Powder. Mm-hmm. Like, and in order to have that, you'd have to really set up like a long relationship of Vi is both a good sister and a terrible sister at the same time.
Yeah.
Vi can't handle the emotions of this, abandons Powder, just goes off into the night and I don't know where that'll lead later, but
Yeah, there's a
so
lot of
we don't even we don't know what happens with Vi. But Powder is just there. And so the reason I'm setting it up this way is so that because in this version Silco has to be a little more sympathetic. So we need Silco coming out of the building like coughing. The doctor is alive, but he's been kind of burned up. The doctor and Silco are carrying Savika.
Yeah.
So Savika's unconscious. Silco went back to find the doctor and to try to maybe they even have somebody else with them who's alive. So you have the sense of, oh, he's trying to salvage this. He actually did go back, and then he sees Powder there. Like, I'm just trying to make it so anyway, the point being that no one is in a position to help Silco. So when Silco goes up to her and she tackles him, no one's able to stop her. But then it also becomes a more intimate moment between them. There's no one else seeing what happens between them.
Yeah.
There's no audience, yeah.
Well, now that he's a father, Silco will need an Uber teen account.
He seriously will with Jinx, my goodness gracious. Anyway, she hugs him.
Sheila. She is not my sister anymore.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. I
that
don't
she
understand
would
why
say
you
that.
would say that. Like, right now.
Well-
Maybe you would say it, like, 3 days from now, right?
Right.
But right now, that doesn't make sense to me.
It makes enough sense to me, but I think in order for it to work, like I said, you'd need their relationship to have already been kind of toxic. And Powder at one point is like, doesn't.
Oh, did it not blow her
like-
arm off? Did it just char it to pieces for no reason?
Oh, maybe.
Oh, that's what it looks like. I think that's her other arm there.
Oh,
It really looked like it got blown off in the explosion.
It did.
It, like, vaporized it.
Okay. Well,
That's
it doesn't
weird.
solve anything. It's
No.
just, I mean, suppose it
So
makes.
I guess you can't save it.
Yeah, you can't save it, so you might as well get rid of it. But,
Yeah.
like Powder in this story's morals. But anyway, I cannot express how much like lost potential there is here that other people seem to think is gained potential, but I disagree. I'm just looking at Silco, looking at Vander, and I'm like, oh god, I know what they're trying to do.
But there's nothing there. Yeah. It's a
There's
hollow.
there's nothing there, but like I feel it because I'm like, oh god, there's a whole story that could have been told here where Silco changes in this moment, and he changes with Jinx, and they're able to they figure this out together. Because it's like the opposite of Breaking Bad. Like Breaking Bad is the story of a guy who's a jerk who turns into a monster.
Yeah.
And I am immediately very interested and touched by because it's very hard to convincingly do. Well, people call it redemption arc, but here it's almost like it's not even. I guess it is a redemption arc, but redemption arc implies it's like, oh, the villain joins the good guys. But here, that's not what's happening. It's just an internal change in Silco for them to have him actually turn into a better person over the course of the story would be extremely compelling for me.
That'd be interesting.
So, anyway.
Anyways. It seems a little belabored. I don't know.
I completely disagree with you.
Well,
I like
holds
this
up
scene.
an empty hand, and it's just like
that is
okay.
that is
just
true.
hug it. Like if it was like he had the knife still in his hand, that would be that
If
would
he
be
had the
something
knife-
else.
If you raised up the hand with the knife and you saw him, like you cut back to his face, his hand is trembling. You get the real sense that like he's
confused. He doesn't know what to do.
He's very confused, especially if you were to imply like, oh, this is like the first time anyone's actually like hugged him, and like since Vander hugged him. Like that'd be interesting if you cut to like an image of him hugging Vander. If we knew more about the relate, you could do so many different things.
There's a lot of things
that
you
would
could
make
do.
this unbearably wonderful and powerful and everything, but that none of that is officially there. But enough of it is there that it drives me nuts. So anyway. Also, their face. What's wrong with their faces? Their faces are weird.
But they're just British.
Anyway, he raises his hand up. And then he slapped her. No, just kidding. There he goes.
It's okay. What's in it? We will show more.
Oh, gall, I don't like this song.
Isn't that awful?
It's awful.
And
gall.
we just go out to that, I think.
What a music video, gall. Yeah, well, look at us. We actually made it in one sitting.
We did.
We did.
It only took us
5 hours?
4 hours?
4? Okay.
Yeah.
4 hours? Okay.
Yeah.
You know, because honestly, I was just like, I don't have anything going on this evening. We're finishing this episode because I don't want to have to drag this out. I don't want to drag out this episode, you know. I'm just like, oh god, I'm exhausted. But yeah, I just cannot emphasize enough how
just missed potential.
You know,
that's all it is.
Missed potential of that last little part. Like something is. I know you don't react quite the same way, but something in me is deeply moved by the idea of Silco being moved by Jing, and that's what they're trying to do. But I don't believe it because they have not set up for it.
No,
at all. They didn't do anything to set up for it. It comes out of nowhere, and if it hadn't come out of nowhere, if frankly, I feel like that should have been what they set up for. Like everything should have been geared towards this moment to set up the rest of the season. And I mean, I suppose people might say that is what they were doing, but you can see the rest of our commentary on how they failed.
Yeah, next time we get the time skip.
We get the time skip.
We get one of the worst time skips I've ever seen. I mean, I don't know if that's true, but there's definitely a lot of
cover everything over.
We've got So if we were going off of this and we knew that there was a time skip, right? I guess let's assume for a second that for some reason the council accepts hex tech, right?
Right.
Which is absurd, but we'll go with it. So you do expect some integration of hex tech into the society, which does happen. Not very much, but just a little bit.
Yeah.
That is, you would also expect, right? Silco is preparing for his revolution, right?
Mm-hmm.
He has plans in place on how he is going to throw Piltover's influence out of Zaun forever.
Right.
Which likely, seeing the way he does things, means throwing a small army at Piltover. So it's like, oh, okay, we're gonna have to figure out what his plans are there. But we'll have to see how him and Powder's relationship develops, which I don't think they do terrible there, actually. There's some problems, but they don't do terrible.
Yes.
You're gonna wonder how Vi is kept away from Powder for the amount of time.
Yes.
And your assumption would be somehow Marcus keeps her away from Powder, which I guess is true.
Yeah.
But in a really bad way. Also, with the death of the Enforcers, you would probably likely suspect there to be some kind of major fallout with the death, particularly of the chief Enforcer. But they never talk about that ever again.
Wouldn't that be interesting if, when we come back, the Undercity is under martial law?
Yeah, if it were more regulated, that would give Silco way more influence among the other people.
Yes, and wouldn't that be interesting if Silco's been set back, but when we come back, he's made a lot more headway because basically he has replaced Vander as de facto leader. So now all of a sudden he's in Vander's position in a number of ways. He's taking care of this kid, and you see like him starting to become Vander and realizing why Vander was the way, like, you know, deep poetry on his character, you know.
Would suspect Marcus would take some kind of action to keep Silco at bay.
Yes. So Silco hasn't been able to enact his plans yet because the martial law has been ratcheted things down. So Silco is working from the shadows, trying to, you know, produce the shimmer, create his army.
It would be interesting if Marcus was hunting Silco as the new chief enforcer, where he's trying to find him. But he can't.
And
because the people are hiding him.
Right.
Right. I find it very hard to believe with the current situation that Marcus would begin operating deals with Silco.
Yeah. After the whole Judas thing. You know?
Right. The assumption, I think, is supposed to be that Silco has whatever agreement they had to hold over Marcus, where it's like, if you don't play along, I'll tell everybody that you betrayed them, right? But we're not even really sure. That doesn't hold a lot of weight because we don't know what their deal was, and I'm not sure if there's any evidence that they have a deal, right?
Yeah, doesn't he implicitly threaten his family? Because there's that scene
later,
where he's like,
right? But at this situation, we don't know that he has a family. We don't know.
Right.
And part of the reason why he's able to threaten his family is because whatever interactions between Zahn and Piltover have been returned to their laxed state, right? Where he can just go up to Piltover and break into the Enforcer's house without being checked at a gate or something like that. But, right, if we were to go off of what we were expecting, Marcus would lock down entry into Piltover from Zahn, I suspect.
Right.
Especially if they were enacting a martial law on Zahn. You're not allowed to just wander into Piltover. And you could have some abuses of the martial law, right? Where it's like, okay, we're going to put you all to work since you got so much free time on your hands.
Right, or something like this,
And so they're hiding Silco. Silco's operation has been set back quite far. And, well, let's assume that Shimmer is not as powerful as we are given the impression that it is. So they have to make it better in order to get a weapon that can fight Piltover.
Right.
Echo, you would imagine, would try to talk to Powder. At least if Powder is out in the open in any degree, right? Echo would try to ask her what happened, what went on, right? And there's no reason for Powder to dislike Echo at this stage. Maybe Silco doesn't want the two talking for some reason.
It'd be interesting if Echo, because you could do a thing where Powder, Echo is like, wait, Powder, you're working with Silco? What are you doing? And Powder's like, yeah, I'm working with Silco. I've just, because she's so distraught and disillusioned with everything. She's just kind of, and then their relationship gets messed up, and then you actually have some history for when they fight on the bridge, you know.
I mean, my original idea was, Powder is kept separate from society, at least for a while, before she's allowed to really be out in the open. Silco's a helicopter parent and keeps her, close and safe.
Maybe Silco flees the city for a little bit.
Maybe
Powder, the Doctor, Savika, a few other people, they head out.
And
in
so
the country or something.
Yeah, and so Echo and Jinx don't meet up until they're older, right? And so Jinx
Right.
has more time to be set in her ways about Silco.
Right.
And Echo doesn't understand it. Yeah, imagine that scene. That would be a nice scene.
That would be an incredible scene.
They're at the last drop drinking drinks. And Echo's like, where the heck have you been? And it's like, I've been out in the countryside with Silco. And it's like, why the heck were you with Silco? And it's like,
you're with Silco?
Yeah, it's because he's the best thing that there could be for Zahn. And
Yes.
Echo is just baffled.
He's the best thing there could be for Zahn. He's the best thing that's happened to me.
Yeah.
He was, she's like, he's true family. Why don't you join us? Like, she's also clearly kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Like, so it's kind of like, it's like, Powder, I don't think you've, yeah, anyway. Yeah, that would be a fascinating scene.
Well, and it would also make sense because later, I mean, I guess we probably shouldn't get into this because we'll probably get into it later when Echo is talking about Jinx. And it's like, you didn't try to talk to her at all, did you?
Yeah. It's like, I thought you two were friends.
No, they don't have a single word of dialogue. First 3 episodes. They don't have anything to say to each other.
There's no dialogue between them. They are only in the same shot once.
Yeah, they're in the same shot once or twice.
So of course he didn't go to talk to her.
Yeah,
he should have been. Wouldn't it be great if he's like, there's this crazy lady named Jinx running around with blue hair, and they're like, that's Powder, and he's like, who?
No, not Powder. Oh, who? Yeah.
Who's Powder?
Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down?
Do you have any idea? I have no idea who you're talking about.
Yeah.
Well, on that
we'll
note,
get into that later. Definitely.
Yeah.
I got stuff to do.
I have to go. I'm sorry. I feel like I've held you.
No, it's all right.
But I appreciate us finishing this. Take care, my friend. I will see you next week or talk to you next week.
Mm-hmm.
If you're available.
I think so.
Okay. Cool. Bye.
After editing episode 1, I've learned I need to be quicker on the draw to pause this thing.
Oh, okay.
The piracy we are sorry.
I just feel like it would drive people nuts.
Hopefully not. They'll forgive us.
Okay.
Probably.
Okay.
I mean,
well, so I'm assuming
if they're watching this far, they must actually kind of care. And I don't think a little bit of feedback would. They've already gone too far down the path of apathy, Michael.
Maybe. Yes, just cut out both those thoughts.
You don't mean when you said you wanted to nuke the moon? You didn't mean that?
You mean when you were saying those things about the situation in Israel and Gaza? Those very controversial, unpleasant things you were saying? It's like, I never said anything. Well, we cut it out so no one will ever know what you said or didn't say.
I went to nuking the moon and you brought up Gaza and Israel.
I just figured I'd just go straight to just straight to the heart of things, This is like, let's, what would get someone really in trouble these days? Well, probably something with that.
My goodness. All right, this poor fella.
Yeah. Well, we should.
No, we should have an entire 2 hours of not watching Arcane. Okay, we'll see. I might be more sane than last time because last time I was pretty irritated.
I know last time you were really. It was getting really hard for you.
I'm probably gonna still be pretty irritated.
I know you are. We haven't even gotten to the worst of it.
No, I think the opening there is some of the worst of the.
Oh, okay.
Of Act 1. I think that opening
Oh, right.
Because
right.
it just
They
it gloss
kill
over
off a
some
bunch of
things,
people
and they have these, right, you have Silco, and it's like, I have no clue what you want, and then you have some deal that supposedly he struck with Marcus that doesn't make a lick of sense. And then you have Echo running off and following these people when he should be like utterly distraught, and it's just like, you really just needed to get to the warehouse, didn't you? Like,
yes. 100%
you had to throw all caution to the wind and get to the warehouse.
Get to the warehouse, tie up loose ends that aren't going to show up later.
And loose ends need to be tied up.
Yeah.
What the heck? You're right. It's Darrell Davis.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
What the heck?
I just spit that out of my unconscious.
Yeah, you connected to your subconscious there.
Some people have Freudian slips, but I have Freudian wins.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I have Freudian failures. Anyways.
Anyway, the point is that my segue is that, you know who is also kind of like Jesus in Arcane?
Well, in Arcane, there's some religious imagery around Silco.
You ruined my joke.
Sorry.
I was going to wait for you. I was going to wait for you to be confused, as surely you would be, and then I'd be like, "Oh, so," when he's handing out the vials.
He's nothing like Christ, but there is some religiously imagery around him.
Why must you? You just have to suck the joy out of everything.
When it comes to Arcane, yes. Even you can't have fun watching this, Michael. Like,
even I can't have fun. Oh,
it's Amazon.
What
Michael.
A tone change. My goodness gracious. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's a Black Santa.
Oh, great, now I'm going to have to cut this out, Michael.
What? I was just observing there was a Black Santa Claus. I'm not upset.
What's one of my favorite lines from The Mentalist? If Santa isn't white, male, and Christian, then what is he?
What's the context of that?
The thing that I compared it to was the Avatar movie, which I actually like the Avatar movie. The Blue People.
Wait.
James Cameron.
Oh.
Right.
For a moment, I thought you meant The Last Airbender. And I was like, if you liked that movie and not the show, we would have to stop being friends. But it's be like, what are you talking about? No, the Blue People movie. No, I liked the Blue People movie.
But when it came out, it was a big deal. And if my understanding is correct, I mean, just like The Force Awakens, if my understanding is correct, it has soured.
Yeah.
In the minds of, but I didn't think it was amazing when I watched it, but I liked it, right? Obviously, there's things I would change.
That's how I was. I was like, wow, this is great. It's so epic, and there's hot blue people. I guess I don't know.
I mean, hot blue people isn't a downside, right?
And then, but now, like, that's how I was when I watched, and I was like, still in. I think I don't know if I was in middle school or high school. I might have been in middle school, but
I don't remember
saw it, but
how old I was. I must have been pretty young if you were in middle school.
Yeah, I might have been in high school at that point. I honestly don't remember, but I look back on it now, and it's like I don't think I could even really watch it now. I would just be like, I don't know what changed. I would just be kind of bored, but I don't know. I haven't watched it.
I haven't watched it. Maybe we need to do that and see if we have soured on it too. But yeah, The Force Awakens. I watched The Force Awakens, and I was like, wow, this is hot garbage.
Yes, you were very displeased. I still have I like the first part of The Force Awakens. I think it has good stuff. So as I said,
like it until Rey and Finn meet each other.
See, I'm okay. Well, yeah. There's some.
That's
there's
when it
bits and
really
pieces
starts
there
going
that are annoying.
downhill. I hate the Millennium Falcon flight sequence in the beginning.
See, I'm I like elements of it. It goes downhill for me when Han Solo shows up.
Definitely,
are we recording,
that's
by the way?
definitely true. Yeah, I'm recording.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, because this is good stuff.
This is prime
Us talking
content.
about
Yeah.
this is prime content.
Yeah.
I want everyone to know my opinions on Star Wars. Anyway, but it was the Arcane situation is reminding me of that because I am feeling like you expressed your feelings on this matter, where you were like when The Last Jedi came out, you were like just laughing.
Mm-hmm.
And I have not watched Arcane season 2.
Yeah.
I have been carefully avoiding spoilers. Not really carefully because I haven't really. It's not like I'm looking for it or in spaces where it would come up a lot. But I rather suspect I'll probably be laughing during that too. But we'll see.
You know, oddly enough, because I tried to watch the first episode of Arcane season 2.
Yeah.
And I couldn't do it. I couldn't. And maybe I forget if I was sick when I watched The Last Jedi, so maybe I just didn't care.
Maybe you were loopy.
But the last,
it'd be amazing if our reactions have swapped because because I don't think I've mentioned it here. The Last Jedi was one of the worst movie going experiences I think I've ever had or maybe ever will have. I was shocked at my own reaction was so I hated that film. And I was very annoyed when you were like, oh, I was laughing. And because I was like,
it was ridiculous. I mean, it probably helps that I have no attachment whatsoever to the material of The Force Awakens.
That's exactly
but with Arcane season 1, there are actually things that I do like some of the big concepts and some of the general ideas about the characters. And so it's really painful to see it happen the way it does.
Right.
Because...
Well, I think just over the... Oh, well, you finished.
That was because I felt like it would have been so easy to make it good. But maybe I'm wrong.
Oh, yes. No, that's exactly... Well, because that's why I was so upset with The Last Jedi is because I was like, okay, you can figure this out. You can fix this. I didn't know how you could fix it, but I was like, you could fix this. And I felt like it just completely squandered the potential. Yeah, we kind of have flipped, at least in regards to Star Wars, we're flipped here because... And it also helps the fact that, as I've said several times, I did not actually finish season 1.
Yeah.
So I just don't really have that much attachment to it, and then going through this with you, kind of picking it apart, it's just like, wow.
Well, this is a murdering of the material, is what we're doing.
Yes, we are slicing and dicing.
We are squeezing blood from a stone here.
Yes, and doing a marvelous job of it.
I don't know about that.
I would say, well, we got a lot of blood here.
Yeah.
I'm covered in blood from this property.
You might need some. You might need some Dove holiday soap in order to get rid of that blood.
There we go. For a moment, I was worried that I was like, I don't see the. I know you're talking about the ad, but I don't see the ad. Hold on. I'll get this.
Lenovo.
Oh my, Lenovo. What a time for an ad.
Yeah.
AI-powered productivity.
I don't even know what that means. I keep hearing it, but I don't know what it means.
Well, that's because this ad was written by an AI.
Oh, probably.
So the AI are trying to sell themselves.
Just like the prostitutes.
Cool. That's what I was gonna say, actually. 2 ads.
Yeah,
2
back
ads.
to back.
Oh my gosh. Ditto. Oh my goodness. Black Santa.
I feel like we talked about Black Santa before.
We talked about Black Santa.
Santa's not white, male, and Christian. Then what is he?
What is he? Meanwhile,
it's such
dreaming, holidaying.